Hello, everybody. So good to see you. Pop Culture Curator here. And we're back with another Tuesday horror sci-fi stream. And for Lost in Space fans, I'm so sorry. I missed yesterday, but I didn't get out of the hospital until yesterday afternoon. And I had to deal with so much when I got home. I had to clean up the mess, my dogs, take them out. And I was on so much pain meds that I probably couldn't have spoken clearly anyway. I pretty much slept almost as soon as I got home. But I'm prepared for tonight. I took a pill about an hour ago for the pain, and that way I can get through this. Um, but yeah, I think we're gonna have a good time tonight. We're gonna be covering the movie Dreamscape from 1984. And first thing I want to say is hello to everybody in the chat. I know we've got people. Some people have been here pretty early. Lemon Pie is always early. Lemon Pie says, "Hey Pop, is this the one? Is this happening? Is this one happening, or is it postponed? It is happening. I don't want to disappoint. By the way, guys, next week, if everything works out right, if all my chips fall in the right place, during this time next Tuesday night, I should be driving to Arizona. I've got a rental truck. For any of you guys that have been keeping updated with what's been going on with me, I was able to get a rental reservation, which I'll be picking up on Monday. And I'm going to leave Monday afternoon or evening after I get my stuff packed, and then head to Arizona. So there will be no Lost in Space or Horror Sci-Fi Stream Tuesday or Gilligan's Island Wednesday, unfortunately. And then once I get settled in to my new location, we should be able to pick up with our streams the following week, which is like the July 3rd, 4th, whatever that, somewhere around there. So there's a heads up there. And thank you all for being patient. I know sometimes I've been missing these streams, and my voice is not going to be quite what it should be. I apologize for that.
Yeah. No, Pop, you do not need to apologize for anything. We totally understand. We're just great you're well enough to be able to even do this.
Hell yeah.
I'm kind of weary because I had somebody shouting at me earlier. I just wasn't in the mood, and I just told them, I said, please, I just don't feel like it. My head was hurting, and the pill hadn't kicked in yet. And I told him, I said, please, I just don't feel like being shouted at right now.
So, no, but we totally understand. Yeah, everybody in the chat understands.
Well, I love you guys, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Lemon Pie says, whatever he needs to do is cool, of course.
Yeah, here, Pop, I could click on them if you want and read them, if that helps.
So far, I'm okay.
Okay.
Lemon Zavine says, hey, Lemon, good to see you here. And Lemon Pie says, hey, Nemesis. And Lemon Pie says, hey, Pop. And Lemon Zavine says, hey, Pop. Good to see you all, guys. I'm glad you're here. Lemon Pie says, I got my beers, I think it is. And by the way, so do I. I have some beers that have been in my refrigerator for about 2 weeks. And I'm going to drink some. I haven't had beer, well, probably in about 2 weeks. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to drink a few during the stream tonight to help relax.
Well, my doctor once told me, I asked him if I could drink on this medication. They said, well, you could, but one beer would feel like four. So I told him, so I'm saving money?
Yes, and I'm sure I'm probably not supposed to be drinking on this medication, but I don't. And I know once I start treatment, they said definitely not drinking then, and I won't be starting treatment until I get back to Arizona. So I'm going to take advantage of it while I can.
Hey, I had a really cool effect. I put my Smirnoffs in the freezer to cool them down, and as soon as I opened this up, the whole thing just turned to ice. That's cool.
Oh yeah, you had it in there too long.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna take when I open my next one, I'll be muted for a minute while I make a short.
Okay. There's Gorilla. Say go live. Okay, there you are. Gorilla's here now. Lemon Pie says, yo, Gorilla. Sean Carter, good to see you. Hello once again, everyone. It's so good to see you, Sean. Lemon Pie says, Sean. And Sean Carter says, hey, Lemon Pie. And Sean Carter says, Pop Culture Curator, good evening, sir. Good evening to you, Sean. You guys don't understand how happy I am to be here to have a stream with you again, because I didn't know what was going to happen after the operation. So I'm very, very happy, and I feel blessed. Sean Carter says that Lemon Pie, have a sip for me. I have at least 2.5 hours of work left. Oh, sorry to hear that, Sean. Herc 130. Hello to the unusual suspects and PCC. Herc, good to see you. I appreciate it that you being here, and I love you, guy. You and I need to talk sometime because I guess I'm trying. How do I put this? Gary Ambrosia is saying things that aren't so good, and he was upsetting Jedi Bill. And I got pulled out of my stream today at Jill's channel and pulled over to LDG stream. And he's making us. Gary Ambrosia's doing. I don't know, but you and I can talk about it later. Sean Carter says Herc 130 Herc. And Sean
Hail, Herc.
Okay, back to it, y'all. Phone will be in my pocket. Okay, good.
Bye, Sean.
Will do, Sean, says Lemon Pie. Oops, don't want Stream Elements.
Hi, Stream Elements, thank you.
Yeah, right. Stream Elements, in all honesty, has been doing its job lately. Lemon Pie says, hey, Herc. And Herc 130 says, Lemon, hey, Hungry Boy, so good to see you.
Hey,
and I know Hungry's going to be busy tonight on another horror stream doing Trilogy of Terror, which I do not blame him. That's an excellent movie as well that we're going to cover one of these days.
Hey, Pop, I actually asked him to join the panel, and he said he would. He just needs a link.
Oh.
Hungry needs a link, and he'll join our panel.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll do that right now. Bear with me, Hungry Boy. The link is on its way via Twitter. Okay. And Hungry Boy says, hi, Pop. So glad you're here. So am I, Hungry Boy. So am I. I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad I'm out of the hospital. Tiki of Doom says, hello. Nemzabin says, hail, Hungry. And Hungry says, I hope to God you get to Arizona, Pop. I got my fingers crossed, guys. I have the money raised for a truck, and I was able to reserve it for next Monday. Now I just got to see if I can raise enough for gas. Hungry Boy says, I hope. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Apologize. Nemzabid says, hail, Tiki of Doom. Lemon Pie says, hungry, Tiki. Hungry, Tiki. Sorry, comment, Tiki. Hungry Boy says, hola, dear, at Nemesis of Eden. Hungry Boy says, hola, Citrus, at Lemon Pie. Tiki of Doom says, howdy, Lemon. Lemon Pie says, no apologies needed. We are just glad you're doing okay and you're on your way to Arizona. Same here. Thank you. And Tiki of Doom says, hey, Hungry. And Hungry Boy says, horrified at shouting at patient who suffered as much.
Yeah,
I don't know. Some people are a little too emotional. They're not able to have a conversation without yelling. But my doctor did say that after the operation, I was going to be extremely susceptible to loud noises. So when my dogs bark, oh my God, it's brain splitting.
Do you have a set of noise canceling earbuds or anything that you could put in just for the time being, Pop?
No, like the ones I'm using now are fine. Everything's normal unless it's an unusual noise that stands out. Oops.
Okay.
Try it again, Gorilla. There we go. Hey, Hungry Boy, good to see you.
Oh, come on. We're playing the in and out game.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, Hungry.
Good to see you, Hungry Boy.
How are you doing, buddy?
I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that I can help support this film, which is dear to Pop's heart. I don't know if Pop was like me and saw it when it came out in the 80s in the theater.
Yes, I did.
Right. So we're going to have that perspective. And sometimes, a guy just talking about what another guy likes helps another guy through hard times,
Yeah, thank you. And you've been through a lot of the experiences that I'm currently experiencing. So I really appreciate it. And your advice as well.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. There are good head nurses and there are bad head nurses, and it's I don't want to go into anything that's going to get you upset when we're talking about something that gives us horror movie joy. But yes, I have been there, and I've had to face some people down, and it's ugly when you feel totally alone and helpless, man. It's ugly.
Yeah, you're right. I had some YouTubers basically saying, why are you complaining? You're lucky you had somebody watching you. I was like, I don't know.
Oh, dear God.
God.
Yeah. So lucky you lost the use of your left arm. Right. That's lucky. That's great.
Oh yeah, right. So lucky you're dealing with major health issues that are incredibly life changing. So awesome. Yeah, hey, at least people are
Yeah,
watching.
that's another thing.
Anyways, I don't want to get.
Yeah, that's
We're
another
getting
thing.
negative.
One of the reasons I was in the hospital is I've lost most use of my left hand, and of course, all the prescriptions they give me are childproof.
Oh my
So I
God, of
struggle to
course.
get the damn things open.
Oh, oh, jeez.
Hungry Boy says, "Hola, Tiki of Doom." Mim Sabine says, "Hungry, have you seen this movie?" Yes, he has. Gorilla,
Thank
have you
God.
seen this movie?
Yes, and when I looked at the one thing I'll say about this title, when I seen the title of it, I thought either it was going to go exactly the way this movie went, or some guy got blackout drunk, passed out in an alley, and woke up covered in his own piss and vomit, then trying to figure out what happened the next night.
I'm wondering why
With
his
a
ass
hangover?
hurts.
Oh God,
Oh, well, that escalated quickly.
it sure did.
Well, the advantage that Pop had when he went to see it is back when we were young. The only time you'd see an image for a movie was in the newspaper or at the actual theater when they would put "coming soon" under the poster. So
Yes.
because it was one of Drew Struzan's, who's one of the greatest poster artists who ever
Absolutely.
lived.
That's why it looks just like Raiders of the Lost Ark poster. Yes.
And yeah, and he put
Yeah.
even though it was not as big a budget film for Drew Struzan, he put everything into this poster. This is one of the best paintings I've ever seen.
Yes.
And it showed us that this was not going to be some little crap from TNG with it all being a Diana Troy dreamscape. You know, we knew we were going to get real horror, some real monsters, some real bad things going on. The film poster did not lie.
Nope. And the dreams actually affect the plot. It's
Yes.
not like they wake up and we reset back to square one. Nothing really happened.
Exactly. No, and it affects, no spoilers, but we'll know by the time we get talking about the end of the movie. It actually affected the fate of the entire world.
Yes.
Oh, I just cannot believe we had the Green Acres connection in this film. That tripped me out when I was a teenager.
I know. I love Eddie Albert. And the same thing here. He's good in everything he did.
He is. Just because he did a sitcom with a gorgeous woman attached doesn't mean he wasn't capable of being, a semi-scary drama actor.
That's right. I've seen him play bad guys. I've seen him play various kind of roles, and he was good in everything he did. A master at his craft.
And mixing, this is just overview before we get into the film, but this is something I'm sure that you really love, Pop. Mixing him with Max von Sydow in the same movie. Oh my!
And Christopher Plummer. It's like what?
Ah,
It's like how did they get all three of these guys at the same time with budget? I mean, it's like what?
Cocaine.
and great special effects.
Cocaine.
Great special effects. Although maybe
And imagination, yes.
maybe part of the reason they got these three guys into the same movie was, let's face it, the chicks were easy to look at in this film.
Right, and for all those people that are unaware, this is where you actually, in fact, as far as I know, this is the only other movie with Kate Capshaw in it, and she's not annoying like she was in Temple of Doom.
Exactly.
Oh my God, is that who that is? Jesus,
Yes.
my brain didn't even make it. Wow, interesting. See, and I don't mind Kate Capshaw as a person. Watching the behind the scenes of Raiders or of Temple of Doom gave me a lot of respect when it came to her dealing with the bug scene and having to meditate and be like, no, these are little creatures.
Uh-huh.
She was terrible in the movie, but her as an actress and as a person, I really like. So that's really cool.
Well, she did what she was told. That was her
Yes.
character.
Yes,
I
exactly.
I would say, Nemesis, that the fault for any dissatisfactions we had with Capeshaw and Temple come from the script, which was notoriously difficult. The whole backstory of the film, the pre-production, it was a mess. It was a mess. And so, Pop and I always agree, we can't blame the actors for bad material they are given.
Unless it's new Star Trek.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
They're doing the best they can in the given situation, and that's fair. I'll be honest, Temple of Doom is easily my least favorite Indiana Jones movie. I'd rather watch the one with the aliens than that one.
Yeah, Crystal Skulls, yeah.
Well, I will
there you
admit,
go.
I like Temple of Doom.
I like it more as time goes on, but I honestly think that people now, since nobody's going to see it in production order the way we did, Pops. It's not possible. I think that it should go in chronological order. If you see Temple of Doom first, then Raiders, then Last Crusade, I think it's a better watching experience for Temple.
Oh well, Gorilla can tell us that he just recently watched them in that order for the first time.
Gorilla.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, and it's Crystal Skull next Sunday.
Well, okay, be prepared. If you like it, you're going to take some hate. If you don't like it, it's going to be an echo chamber. But I did not think Crystal Skulls was as bad as many people made it out to be. But then again, I don't mind looking at Kate Blanchett with short dark hair and tight pants, you know?
Right.
Oh, agreed. And I honestly, I don't care. Hate me all you want. I liked the movie. It was fine. I don't understand why people they're so upset with aliens, even though we've dealt with literal mythological gods. And
most of my complaints with the production, a lot of the matte paintings looked cheap. They looked like miniatures, and you could tell that more often than not when you could obviously tell when they were using a stand-in for Harrison Ford, which I didn't like it. They made it a little too obvious. But
that's fair. Speaking of good matte paintings, though, this movie has some awesome matte paintings.
Oh,
absolutely.
God.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and the way I've been liking Indiana Jones, I'll give the Dildo of Destiny a chance. Sorry, Dial of Destiny. Oops, I've been calling it that on my stream. Sorry,
I won't. I'm not gonna watch it because it's like when somebody passes away, I want to remember them. Yes. When they were at their peak, not when they were shitting their pants.
I totally get it. I agree with Gorilla side of it, but I agree with all of the rest of yous. And the other thing is, just before we compliment Dreamscape a bit more, I saw several episodes of Fleabag years before she was even announced to be in this film, and I thought she is a disaster. This woman is just a disaster. I can't stand
what the hell? She must have some dirty scoop on somebody in Hollywood, or she's got a powerful parent or something. I don't know what the hell she keeps getting these roles.
Oh no, it's not that, Pop. I'll be a little bit crass, but not in a way you're going to mind. She's very appealing to the L in the alphabet.
Well, obviously, yes.
And so she's very flirtatious with that. Fleabag, her previous series, had her having a lot of explicit love scenes with women. So she gets a free pass because of that. It's like the Ezra Miller free pass, you know.
Oh, I just thought she had some really good knee pads.
Well, and not only that though, but she fits all the tick boxes for women these days. She's not attractive. Yes. She's not voluptuous. She's flat-chested. She doesn't have an ass. And that's everything they want in Hollywood now.
And also, she's obnoxious without earning the right to be obnoxious. Because you can earn the right to be obnoxious, like Harlan Ellison, who I've met. He earned the right to be obnoxious because of his great writing and because of his achievements. She has no achievements to earn the right to be obnoxious.
Hey, Hungry, have I earned that right yet?
Pardon? Well, we don't know if you've earned the right, but you certainly still are, buddy.
I wear that as a badge of pride.
Oh, dude, right?
No, trust me. With the shit that I went through in the comic book industry, I've earned my right to be obnoxious. Definitely.
And it's funny. I don't find you obnoxious. Maybe we just haven't talked enough.
Give it time. Nemesis. Give it time.
I've never found Hungry Boy obnoxious. It's like he's a fountain of information.
I try to be fair to everything I talk about, but sometimes if something is really bad, the honesty means we have to address how bad it is, which is luckily for us today, the opposite is true. We have to defend a film that a bunch of nimnols put down, but they were only putting it down, and as Pop knows about this, and as a credit to Pop during his bad times, Pop has been very virtuous in stating this. Hollywood has had, ever since the 60s and even the 50s, a bigotry towards horror and to a lesser extent sci-fi, but mainly horror films, a massive bigotry against it. So critics were going to piss on this film, and then later on, when the internet happened, people on message boards were going to piss on this film, and That's just because they can't make something like this film, and they just want to see something like Sophie's Choice, which they can talk about ad nauseum
Right, in their little bubble.
in their little bubble. Oh God, the bubble within the bubble within the bubble.
Yep.
All right. Should we catch up on chat here real quick?
No,
Yes.
no.
Thank you. Yes,
Yes,
thank you,
of course.
Gorilla. At some point, though, I'm going to have to stop to feed my dogs. I usually do them before I start the stream, but I'll do it here soon.
All right.
Well, why don't you just do it right now, buddy?
I'll catch up on chat if you want to feed your dogs real quick.
We'll vamp, dude. We'll vamp for you.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to mute.
Good.
All right. All right.
That's good. That actually helps Pop save some energy for the rest of the stream. So I'm glad he's doing it now. And he does. See, otherwise, you're going to have something in the back of your head. Oh, my God, I got to take care of my babies. Oh, my God, I got to take care of the dogs. And, you want to, for something as important as this film is to Pop, you want to actually just be on your game so he can enjoy it,
Well, exactly. And that's, to be honest, that's why I'm glad you're here, buddy. Yeah, I'm
Yeah. So some guy named Nemesis, who was apparently choking, said, "Can you do us a solid and jump on a panel, buddy?" And Hungry says, "I saw it when it came out. Will do, pal. For Pop, will do." Then here is the link for Pop's Give, Send, Go. If you can help out, please. Let's make sure that he has enough gas to get to Arizona. Yeah. We don't want him to run out in the middle of the desert.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to help, but I got to go buy a new car tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw that, man. Geez.
I might have found one though.
Oh,
it's looking pretty good though. Yeah. And yes, you are a gentleman and a scholar, Hungry. Thank you so much for jumping on, buddy.
Yeah, it just needs a link
and a privilege.
And Nemesis says, "Hey to Herc." Hungry says, "No trilogy got to tomorrow, so we're fine." Scurvy says, "Was this someone working in the health profession you yelled at you? They ought to be ashamed of themselves." Yeah. We'll ask him when he gets back. Here is Jill's channel. Make sure to check her out. She just did a 2US review today.
Jill would like this movie. I don't know if she ever saw it, but she likes Event Horizon and a lot of sci-fi horror, so I think she'd like this film.
Hey, well,
this one here, like major altered. What is it? Altered dreams? No, hang on. I'm gonna give me a second. Altered states. Altered states from this movie.
Bazell says, "Hi guys, welcome Bazell. Welcome Bill. Here's other great channel." And apparently Tiki's having some beers. Bazell says the pharmacy will fix the lid problem for you, Pop. Yeah, just flip it upside down. It's going to be okay, Pop Culture. We got you, man. Great cast. I grew up on Temple of Doom. Crystal Skull. Well, I haven't seen it, so I can't judge it yet. Short rounds should be brought back.
And I saw it in a different order, but we'll talk about that in a sec.
Yeah, Nemesis says, "Hello, Basil. That's a good idea for the pill containers. The 3 IPs." Oh, nice, Tiki. I'm one Smirnoff Green Apple in. And Nemesis says, "Sounds like a good night." Limit says, "IPA is what I'm drinking too." Yeah, I had an IPA called Spotted Cow. It wasn't bad, but I'm not an IPA guy. Apparently, I said something hilarious. I don't know what I said.
Oh, it was your obnoxious comment. Have you earned the right to be obnoxious?
Oh, I thought. Well, it could have been the cocaine one or the Destiny one.
To be honest, I think it's just you in general, huh, Gorilla? Yeah. You are you're a really funny dude. Yeah. Like you brighten up any stream.
Well, at least you think I'm funny. A lot of people think I'm retarded.
Well, whatever. They're the retarded ones. The people are retarded.
Yeah. Welcome, Phantom Uber. He says, "Hi, Papa." Tiki says, "Crap, gotta feel my dogs too." Oh, I don't know what I don't want to know what you're feeling, Tiki. And Scurvy says here, he gives the link to Pop's thing. Nemesis says, "Feel." And Tiki says, "I love Jap cars. Is that that PC?" No,
they have PCs in them.
Well, if you want the reason that term came around, I could give you that reason why it all stemmed from World War II, and it's too long to say. The soldiers didn't want to say Japanese, so they shortened it.
Yeah,
And
and then it's just like they shortened it to Krauts as well for the Germans.
we'll just leave it at that. We're being and YouTube. This is just a history lesson on the origin of words. So please take that in consideration that it is educational.
That's right. It's all about the etymology of language.
Yeah, here is Jedi Bill's channel. He does some fun karaoke and some watch parties. It's real fun. Phantom says, "Oh, I had to go buy a car at the beginning of the month. Last one lasted 18 years, so can't complain. Well, this one lasted 5 years but the damage on it is not worth the fix. Yeah, plus I was hoping to get another 6 months out of it, but now you just gotta suck it up." Tiki says, "I got new used Honda Accord this month. Red Group Summer, love it. Girl's voice and avatar match. LOL," says Tiki. Hakeem, welcome. He says, "Hey, poppin' everyone." And Tiki says, "I've only owned Japanese and German cars. Access powers were." Hey, Jake. He's kidding YouTube. He was just joking. That he just prefers the Toyotas and the BMWs.
Hello, Hakeem. And yes, of course, he's just joking. We're just talking about the board game, right? Axis and Allies,
Yeah.
the modern version.
Oh, man.
Okay, so are we all caught up?
Tiki's apparently laughing at this. I think the PC term is Orient. I don't even know if that's PC. I don't know what's freaking PC or what's the correct way to say shit no more. They keep changing.
Wouldn't it be like
shit and trying to make. As soon as you get used to one term, they change it just to confuse the shit out of everybody. And I got a source on that. A person who claims to be part of that community says they do it on purpose just to confuse people.
Oh, of course. You have to keep people on their toes, otherwise they get,
And that comes from an anonymous source.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get ready to show the video here. I know we're already a half hour.
Oh, we're good
into this. So I appreciate your patience, everybody.
Of course, Pop.
Oh, we're having everybody's having fun so far.
Everyone's just happy that you're here doing this, buddy.
And believe me, and nobody's more happier than I am. It sucked being in the hospital. Okay, so here we are with our introduction credits. And my question I have to ask: this movie had an electronic score, all synthesizers. For you on the panel, what's your opinion about that? For you on the panel,
I personally liked it. It was like, because you can have. It doesn't matter what the instrument is. If the music and the notation is good and the structure of the song fits the scene, which all of these seem to do, it was great. I really liked it. It screamed 80s to me, and you're just like, yeah, between the outfits and the music, I know where this takes place.
Yeah, you might not like my opinion on it.
Give me your opinion.
Okay. First, I'm not a big music junkie, you know. I've been paying more attention to the background music and stuff,
All right.
One part of me says, this seems kind of a little bit generic for these kind of movies. But another side of me says, it's kind of a nice background music, noticeable. It doesn't take you out of the movie at all. It almost still drags you in. So I'm kind of conflicted on it.
That's really interesting, though, Gorilla, because that's a really unique perspective on it.
I guess for me, it took a little getting used to. The first time I watched it, I didn't like it because it seemed low budget. It reminded me of Cat's Eye, which is another movie that had a synthetic score.
Yes.
And it just reeked of low budget. But I
that
remember
the one
at
where
the time,
the cat saved the kid from the gremlin?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 short stories, right? Came out around the same time, right after E.T., because it had Drew Barrymore in it. But shortly after the movie came out, I remember reading an interview with the composer. And the director wanted orchestra music. But the musical guy convinced him and said, we can do it with a synthetic score. We'll save money on it. So he did it with the synthetic score. But then once the movie came out, the guy, the composer, Maurice Jarre, I can't remember the name now, he's a well-known composer.
Yes.
But even he said that he wished he would have went into the orchestra wise. But I do admit though, with the way the movie is and the quirkiness, it does kind of fit in. It's grown on me. I'll put it that way. The soundtrack has grown on me.
I still want to make a comment to that, but bite my tongue.
Now just make a comment, goddammit.
No, but so basically what the guy goes, I want an orchestra, and then it's like the pawn star guy's going, best I can do is an electronic keyboard.
Right. How about a Casio? Will that do?
You know, I used the Casio for years. It's amazing. Don't
I'm
knock
just
it.
kidding.
Well, you know the meme I'm talking about. The guy's like, I want this, and go like, I want this, but best I can do is this. That's with the Pawn Star guy.
The music composer said that he didn't have a lot of time, so it was also time constraints.
And that's one of the beauties of synth. It's just you can boop boop boop, like you don't. There's not. Yeah. It has its place for sure.
I'm going to be a little bit conservative in my opinion and say that if we had a choice of skimping on money for the music versus the matte paintings and the special effects, I'm glad they skimped on the music instead.
Agreed.
Oh,
I
yeah.
agree. Yes.
All right. Before we get...
Go ahead, Gorilla.
No, I was just going to say, before we get started, we got a few more chats.
Thank you.
Keep going.
And it looks like there's more people coming in, and welcome everybody. So glad you're here.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Pop?
I don't remember. Go ahead. It's all right. I had a really bad headache earlier, so I took an Oxy. So my memory might not be 100%.
That's
you got the good stuff, man. Enjoy that ride while it lasts.
Right?
All right, Dickie says my Asian girlfriend prefers being called Oriental over Asian. LOL. She says it's Mo Pacific. More. Okay. That wasn't big.
Well, then, and that's why I said Asian, right? Because it was German and Japanese, and Asia encompasses technically all of it because it's a continent. But anyways, yes, Oriental is certainly more specific.
Yeah. And Lemon says, Tiki, I agree. Not sure how Oriental becomes bad. Hey, I don't know what's bad no more. These freaking people who... I still don't understand how a generation that grew up on South Park, The Simpsons, and Family Guy became so offended by everything.
It's not us. It's the kids.
Yeah, I think it's their kids, right? It's their kids.
Yeah. I'm glad my parents still gave me ass whoopings.
Mine did too.
There was an ass whooping I got one time. I can't remember what I did, but I knew I made sure I didn't do it again.
Yeah, you remember that.
And if no one fessed up, everybody was getting an ass whooping. He didn't care who did it at that point.
Yeah, and then your family hates you because you didn't fess up, and it's better to just take one for the team at that point.
Oh yeah, there's one time. This was like 20 years ago, so we're past this. What we really hated is lady the county sent to help my mom and help straighten up the house and all that. We all hated her and all that. We got her to quit, but there's this one time I asked my sister because she was taller than me, because she's a couple of years older than me. Hey, I want to put this book in the top of the door and call her in here, And Lacey's like, okay. So she did it, and everything was her idea. She was taking all the credit for it until it came time to get the ass whooping. Then it was all my idea.
Of course.
She was taking the credit for it until it came time for the ass whooping. Man, my mom got an earful, then my dad got an earful.
I'll bet. How big was the book?
An encyclopedia.
Oh, Jesus. Dude.
All right, Tiki says, I am a Bay Area refugee, Pop. He says,
Tiki of Doom, then you understand how bad, because the cost of everything is just draining me. I can't do it. It's not sustainable. So you definitely understand. I mean, I'll miss the weather, but that's the only thing I'll miss.
I see your mayor went viral the other day when some guy started asking her a question, something about the community and all that, with the cries of crime and all that. Instead of answering the question, she goes, "Whoa, look, just another white man trying to tell us black people how we're supposed to feel." I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, just shut the fuck up and take care of your city, not blame everything on race." But anyhow,
right. When we know that white people are not the majority of the people who commit crimes, but they don't want to mention that.
Yeah, but Tiki says, I used to hate synthesizer scores as a kid, but I love them now. Sean says, I love the score. IR, or it was very fantastical, like the word, like the whole premise. If there's music in my dreams, I imagine it being.
That's true. That's good. And, yeah, great point, Sean.
And Scurvy says, "Oh, apparently we drove him to drink." He says, "I'm going to drink and walk and look out, people."
Well, I'm going to drink, but I won't be walking.
Yeah, and here is Skogly's channel here.
Check out Skogly's channel. Wonderful.
Yeah, and Nemesis says, agreed. It really helped establish the dream setting, Sean. And Tiki says, synth works so well for certain films.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. It jumped. Okay, here it is. Tiki says, I love the Casio watch. Many of them. I'm not sure what that is.
Casio.
Yeah. And synth music is more disturbing after watching Clockwork Orange.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Tiki says, Jerry Goldsmith did synth so well. Yeah, he did, actually. That's one of the few composers in Hollywood I can actually recognize. And Tiki says, Pop is on the good sheet.
Yes. Well, it was morphine in the hospital. I'm going to have to settle with Oxy for now at home.
It's still good stuff. It could be. It's better than when my doctor when they had to act like I was dying just to get something a little bit stronger than freaking over the counter Advil that they charge like 20,000% more than what it cost.
Well, they did give me. They gave me also we call it Tylenol too. So I try to take that when I can. It's only when it's absolutely killing me is I'll take an Oxy.
Okay.
Yeah, T3s don't do anything for me.
Yeah,
pretty much.
And here is some guy named Nemesis of Eden's channel.
Yeah, definitely check out Nemesis of Eden's channel. Hush up, Romeo.
Yeah, and when the AI rises up to kill us all, they'll spare Nemesis because he actually thanks them.
I tried.
Yeah, damn amazing. Tiki says, yeah, I moved out of the East Bay at the end of COVID, Pops. It was such a relief to move. Huge weight off my shoulders. Oh, I bet.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, the limit says, no, you guys don't drive me to drink. LOL. Oh, here's another one that'll be spared by the AI. Because Phantom says, hail, stream helmets. As long as you don't drink and drive, scurvy.
There you go.
And here's the best chat of the night. Just kidding.
Definitely check out his hilarious shorts. That's Gorilla's good shit.
Oddly, I have never seen Clockwork Orange. Don't tell Oil Greg, haha.
It is a good movie.
It is. I want to read the book.
I've never seen it.
Same here. I'd like to read the book too, but the movie's good.
Well, you probably could pick it up at your local library.
Yep.
Oh, what's a library?
I know. That's the thing you see in the movies from the 1950s.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well,
Nemesis.
It's this big building that's full of starter fuel for when the apocalypse happens.
Oh,
awesome!
So, who's this Christopher Plummer guy?
Well, he played Star Trek 6. He was it General Klang? What was it?
It's Klang. No, Chang. Colonel Chang. Mm-hmm.
Among many other things, he was a lifelong friend with William Shatner. They were both from Canada.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
interesting.
He did a lot of roles, actually. A lot of really good stuff. Good guy and bad guy. He was great, very versatile. I love this opening sequence. Good night, you guys. George went. So Norm from Cheers This was probably during Cheers or when it was early in in this series.
There he is.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what happened with StreamYards.
I apologize.
It booted me out before the stream started, also too. So
Yeah, it's been acting strange.
Okay.
Yeah, don't
George
feel
went.
bad. Yeah,
George went
George went where?
in the credits. George went. Co-star.
Oh,
Yeah, remember he also did House right around the same time, so he was doing a few good things, but then I don't know, he suddenly faded in obscurity for some reason.
Yeah. Don't worry, Nemesis. I got that right away.
no, I'm glad. At least someone did.
I caught it. I may have been born at night, but I was he? Oh, Christopher Plummer was apparently in Sound of Music.
Yes.
Oh,
And Craig
Another movie I've
Reardon,
never seen.
I saw it on at a drive-in, but it was on the opposite side. I'm not into musicals.
Mm.
I'm not
Craig-
into it either, but like there was one of the main things that was like being portrayed when we went to like Universal Studios. So
Well, yeah, it's one of those that everybody really should watch at least once. I admit that it's just not. I don't know. I've been in a hurry.
neither am I. It's
Special
like I'm not
makeup
in a hurry to watch Heidi either, but I should probably.
Same here, or Little Orphan Annie or Annie, whatever the name that is. No, such no thanks.
Yeah, not into that crap.
Special makeup by Craig Reardon, another very revered makeup artist in Hollywood at the time.
Yes.
Oh, dude, the makeup effects in this movie are great. Like when it comes to the monsters later on in the film, we'll have some stuff to talk about. It's pretty cool.
yeah, they're
Yes.
better than some of the CGI stuff we get nowadays.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, like for sure.
I feel like it was brought up earlier about the matte painting. So much better than, like, I'll give you a clear example. The matte paintings in this are miles above and beyond the Crystal Skull. That's a perfect
Yeah.
example. All those were done with CGI and they look like crap. They had no depth of field, if anybody knows what that means. I mean, you could tell by looking at it, it was a miniature.
See, and it's funny because, like, as soon as you say depth of field, I'm immediately reminded of the early Final Fantasy games on the PlayStation because they couldn't render the 3D graphics like the movies can now. They had to use still matte paintings on the back, and then they throw the 3D assets on top. But they blended it so well, just like how they did it with this. So
That sounds like some of the really old Popeye cartoons. They did that too. They had live action backgrounds with animation over it.
Actually, with the Popeye stuff, they invented something that Disney later stole, which was they had this big turntable, this big disc, which was over 10 feet in diameter. And so they created the miniatures on those, and they would slowly, by a hand crank, turn it and then film it. So you got the impression of characters walking and then the backgrounds moving in the same direction behind them to create a 3D effect.
Very
Awesome.
cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's very cool. And
Yeah,
that makes sense.
The Fleischmans were geniuses, absolute geniuses. And I'm not coming down on Walt himself, but there were times where apparently the story goes that since the Fleischmans were in competition with Disney, and Disney was a young company at this point, Disney wanted to rent that apparatus, and the Fleischmans decided, no, we're not going to rent this out to our competitor, and so Disney then created their own version of it.
Right. Like in true Bill Gates fashion, let's just copy it.
Yeah. Excellent point. Well put, Pop. Well put. Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
But going back to Craig Reardon for a moment, he did some of my favorite stuff aside from the makeup in this film. He actually did a lot of the makeup effects in Poltergeist, which I mean is notorious for its makeup effects.
Yep.
An American Werewolf in London, although he was uncredited. But one of my favorite films for makeup effects, yeah, Weird Science. So he created Chet in Weird Science.
Yes.
Chet was
Oh,
awful.
I missed the date. It just makes me think. I think of all the masterful practical effects makeup artist of the day, and I miss that sorely. My God.
Ditto. I mean, can you
And it's,
go ahead?
go ahead, Hungry.
No, I was just going to say, Pop and I grew up in the days when we didn't know what the show V was going to be, but we watched a couple of episodes and thought, this is great stuff. This is magnificent stuff. I mean, leaving the main actress who played the V villainess aside, and my God, hubba hubba, the makeup effects for the lizard masks were amazing, and the later V series where they did the CGI stuff was just childish and stupid.
See, and it's funny because like when you have something that's like purely 3D, like there was a show I grew up with called Reboot, and it was all CGI, and it was amazing. It was
I used to watch Reboot.
awesome.
Yes,
I couldn't get into it.
I like the tongue-in-cheek humor with the computer references.
Yeah, I liked Reboot.
Yeah.
I watched about 20 episodes.
I couldn't get into Reboot. I tried.
That's okay. What were you into Donkey Kong Country instead? The not the game, the animated series.
That's Donkey Kong.
Yeah,
A gorilla's
Oh my
ass
God.
Donkey Kong?
dude, right? I'm just like, I don't know whether to be like, I'm stunned. I'm just stunned.
Don't worry, Jerk can't tell if I'm joking half the time in my shorts or not.
I mean, it's like Gorilla says, I've never seen King Kong 1933. It's like, what? What?
Yeah, you got to see that.
What?
Did you
Oh,
hear?
dude, I went on the ride in
reminds me
Universal
really quick.
Studios.
Go
It
ahead.
was so good.
Yeah,
There was the King Kong ride.
Yeah, it was right. It was like you're on a subway, and there's like an earthquake, and then King Kong breaks in, if I remember right. And there's like a fire and a flood and all that stuff.
Yeah. I was on
Yeah,
that.
and then you like go past him, and he's like spews the bad gorilla breath at you, and you're just like, oh God! Smelling rotten bananas.
Well, then leave me alone, or I won't breathe on you.
Well, I'm trying. Why do you think I'm so far away, dude?
But I want to
Yeah, you're
mention
just
really
blowing your
quick.
smoke this way.
I want to mention really quick before I forget an article I read. I think it was yesterday or this morning, and it was totally out of nowhere and a total surprise. They were working on a remake for Metropolis, and they canceled it because of the writer's strike.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
But I didn't even know that somebody was even trying to do that. They said that it was like 2 or 3 years in the making.
Oh,
See, and it's like, it's really too bad because.
Sorry, I just want to say now, it says if it was a European made remake of Metropolis, I'd be down for it. But if it's a Hollywood remake of Metropolis,
Yes.
no, they'll have Phoebe Waller-Bridge as the female robot,
As Maria, right? As Maria.
and then the mad scientist who creates Maria would be a lesbian mad scientist.
Yes, it would. Right. Probably Leslie Jones.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Nemesis, do you remember the question that was asked for Pop when he was gone there? Oh, here it is. Was it this someone working in the health profession who yelled at you? They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't. But thank you, though, Lennon.
All right. Okay.
Pops, did you grow up in California?
Yeah, I was born here. I moved around to different places and then came back.
Okay, that was one of the questions as well.
Yeah.
From PK. Oh, and Basil mentioned earlier, Pop, if you go to the pharmacy, they can help you with those fucking stupid child-proof bottles for your prescriptions, and they can swap it out for something.
No, just
easier.
flip the lid upside down. Just flip it upside down. Or is that a flat cap?
Well, I'm looking at some of them. Like one of them I'm looking at now, you can do that with. Can you see? But most of them, it doesn't work.
Okay. Yeah, because they got two different styles. They got the cone cap, then they got like a flat cap.
Well, it's got a cap that has threads on it, right?
Yeah, the ones that are cone shaped you can flip upside down, but the flat ones you can't. Because that's what I did with mine. I just flipped them upside down because I know they're out. I keep them out of reach of the kid.
Exactly.
Yeah, Bazil says,
Right.
yeah, Advil sucks. I could swear the formula has been changed. I have to take 4 at once to kill a pain. Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Here's Hungry Boy's channel. Tiki says Christopher Plummer was in Sound of Music.
Yeah.
Library? What's that? Norm! Christopher Plummer was the Pink Panther. And Limited Pie says, hey, Phantom. Phantom
Oh
says,
my
hey,
God, he was. Yeah. Oh.
Emerson
Yeah.
says, hail, Phantom. Here is LDG's backstage. If you ever need IT help, there's the place to go.
Right, mad genius, a mad genius. Oh, by the way, I got a copyright warning on Fright Night. I'm gonna have to go back and edit it.
Oh no!
Oh man, sorry to hear that.
That's all right.
All right, Hungry is so knowledgeable. Phantom says, howdy, Nemesis. But it was a warning or a claim?
Well, claim
Howdy,
I think.
Phantom.
Oh,
And when I went to look at the scene, I didn't realize that I had played that long of a scene. Because I was like, I did play it too much.
hey, tell me, try clicking it by your hand and it went numb, and then you couldn't pause it when you're discussing that scene.
Yeah, I could try it, right?
Maybe you'll get a sympathy view from the thing. Here's Sean Carter's channel. Scurvy says, this is the only time of day I can walk and not die. Well, you just got to move up north here, Lemon. Like right now, it's a nice crisp 81.
No, I mean, you could like, don't. I mean, yeah, you could. You could come up here. It's pretty.
Sorry,
pretty
it's
awesome.
84 out. Phantom says, I just watched The Lady Vanishes, the 39 Steps, Foreign Correspondence, and North by Northwest. Good stuff. Lots of mat work. Alrighty, we're all caught up.
Speaking
And
of
this is like
gorgeous piece.
I would not mind that. I would not mind that as a poster right there.
I mean, the side lighting on the buildings, and the thing that's amazing about matte paintings at this time that a lot of people don't know is you're actually painting with oil paints on glass, and that's really hard to do.
No, that's fascinating. I was always kind of wondered how they did that. If it was just like on actual canvas or on glass, like so they can just reuse the giant frames.
Well,
Yes.
I think what like with the canvas there, it would show like the stitch threading if you had a high enough definition.
And that's why they
That makes
didn't. That's actually very smart of you, Gorilla, because that is precisely why, after technology improved for films in the 1930s, they were not using canvas. And as of the 1940s, people moved into glass, and it got very complex because when you're doing a lot of the matte paintings is you're doing a little bit of the matte painting, but you're leaving out certain things for the camera to shoot through, which is the live action stuff, which is what you see a lot in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, what you see in Mysterious Island, a lot of the classics. And here, I think this is when we were moving into compositing, where you could green screen and then apply that over the matte painting. But at this point, it was still done on very smooth surfaces. And imagine having to get the detail in all of those skyscrapers by hand with a brush.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I even thought of this is because the guy who designed the sets for the Next Generation, he never thought that technology would improve enough for people to actually read what was on those screens there on the screens that everybody's pressing their buttons. So one of the screens, there's actually a screenshot that he put the lyrics to Gilligan's Island in it.
Oh wow. Oh
Yes.
wow. Dude. Well, I mean, look at this, and the lighting on her. I know we've got a hard line to the left of her skirt, but see, when you saw this in the theater in the 1980s, you didn't actually see that because you were about 30 feet away from the screen, and the projection process blurred it out, and they were anticipating that blur out, so it worked a lot more perfectly than we're seeing here now. It looked better when we saw it.
Well, I figured you probably wouldn't notice it if while it's playing either.
Well, and I'm guessing this may have been blue screen and not green screen because green screen was still in its infancy at the time.
Yes.
Yeah, you can tell a little bit because it doesn't look as good as green screen. I can definitely tell that she's like running in front of something.
Right,
But
it's the silhouette. You can see the line around her, right, which is always a giveaway for a blue screen.
That also happened in Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes.
No, that sounds dirty.
It's an Angela Lansbury movie, so don't say that.
Disney.
It sounds dirty. Well, who knows what Angela Lansbury got up to in the 1940s? She was actually, believe it or not, she was considered a sex symbol in the 30s and the 40s.
Well, I guess I'm not moving to Arizona.
Why?
No, what happened?
I just got a
What's wrong?
text. I just got a text.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well. Things happen, right?
What happened?
So where were we?
We were we were admiring the artistic majesty of the shot that you've provided. That's what we were doing.
Okay. All right. That's what it looks like. I'll try to play a little bit.
Oh, you can notice it. You can notice it.
Oh, beautiful transition right there. And
Now,
it still looks good.
Yeah.
And because it's a dream, it really helps. If I was expected to believe that this was a real sequence, I'd kind of be skeptical.
Right, but at least we knew going in when we see the title Dreamscape that even at this point this could be a dream. We weren't expecting this to be reality when we're watching this, but for those of us who grew up in my and Pop's generation, there were times in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s when we were terrified of this nuclear final solution. And we were warned that it could happen by Ronald Reagan himself on a presidential address, and we were taught to duck and cover. We had to go through physical exercises. Teachers would tell us to dive under our desks, put our butts in the air, and put our hands over our heads, and maybe we'd survive.
Yep.
Yeah.
well, that's for the falling debris, but it wasn't expected we were in the zone. And this lady here is right in the area I would want to be if this happens.
Too bad she's not in a refrigerator.
Ah!
Where did
Yeah.
that joke even start?
She'd still die of radiation.
Right?
Where did that joke start? Because I've seen the Oilers say it a couple times.
It's from Indiana Jones.
Oh,
Right. You'll see in the next movie it was the Crystal Skull, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
The beauty of this shot and this scene is that she's so close that actually, if it was an H-bomb, the heat blast would get you and incinerate you if you were that close. So this was a terrifying moment in the scene, and I really appreciated it as a teenager and as an adult. Yeah, see, there we go. There she's just kindling now. She's kindling. That's her name, Martha Kindling.
And we have the nightmare by this man here.
Yes. Good old Eddie.
And this is Eddie Albert from the series Green Acres, among other things as well.
And that
He
sweat
lived-
looks so real, doesn't it? I mean, you remember when
Yes.
they used to use Vaseline to make sweat happen?
Oh,
Pops?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
This looks real. And they've even added the moisture on his pajamas. So, I mean, the details here are very impressive. And the lighting is very impressive. The lighting is almost a little bit night gallery. You okay, Pop?
Yeah, I had to pick up my dog. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
yeah. Well, they might have just put him in a really hot room there for a while to get the real sweat going.
That's right. Just tie him into the bed. Be like, oh, we're going to keep you here. Hang on. Method acting. He's like, oh, God, no. It's a nightmare.
No. Get him relaxed. Throw him in a sauna.
Oh,
Conveniently
you are too nice.
then accidentally put a bar in the front of the door so he can't get out.
Oh,
And welcome,
Hey, that's
Germ.
nice.
Welcome.
hello, Germ.
Hey, Jerm.
Good to see you, Germ. Good to see you. Good night, Fred. Good night, Mr. President. So apparently it's the president having nightmares.
Well, you would be too, considering the circumstances that he has to go through.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And the framing of the shots are great. I mean, we've already got a couple of Dutch angles, and I'm always a fan of Dutch angles. But look at poor Eddie falling back into the bed here. We know he's in trouble, and that's foreshadowing for how the plot is going to unfold. He looks like he's about to croak.
I know. He lived a ripe old age. He lived almost 100, I think.
Oh, the one thing I will say about this movie here as we're going along, and I'll point it out here when it's like, seriously, it almost like it predicted modern day today. Perfect example. Look at how old the damn president is. Yeah, in his 70s, 80s there, and look what we it almost like look at half of our Congress there. It looks like a Werther's original reunion.
Werther's original, dear God. Oh God, Pop and I. You remember the Werther's originals ads on television?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Great.
So one of the things they predict that's kind of like predictable is how old the politician, like the only politician we see in here is.
Oh man, and I love seeing old footage of stuff. Like this goes back to Scanners, etc. When they're showing footage of people undergoing ESP tests, etc. And this just, whether I was young or old, the way the first minutes of this film unfold is just a delight. It's real storytelling, it's real script writing, and they're balancing it off with the best they can do in terms of cinematography. And this film does not get enough credit. It really doesn't.
I completely agree. And yeah, I still remember another thing too, is it wasn't really heavily promoted by the studio.
Oh.
When I saw the matinee billboard, I was like, "What is this?" So it's not like a whole bunch of TV advertising and all this stuff like it is these days. I don't think the studio had a lot of faith in it.
Oh, Pop, I mean, to back you up there, the only way I knew about it, my family knew about it, was we saw an ad in the newspaper with the halftone screen of the print. We saw it mentioned by Joe Bob Briggs back when he was doing his newspaper article, and I was the only one in the family reading that. And we saw the Coming Soon poster. Otherwise, we never would have known it existed at all.
Yep, exactly. And here we have the introduction to Dennis Quaid's character Alex, who's apparently a psychic, and we have the wonderful Maximum Sydow. I'm not sure how it's pronounced.
I think you're right. I think it's Sydow.
I believe it's Max One Sydow, yeah.
Right, and there's Kate Capshaw, looks the same as from Temple of Doom, except she's a brunette now instead of a blonde.
She's a bit sexier here, I feel.
Very. By the way, another connection is I don't know if I'm sure a lot of you guys know because we're all geeks, but Temple of Doom was the first movie that was PG-13. They created that rating for that movie. This was the second.
And God, they would have used a lot of hairspray there, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah, Brick.
Fluff that up, man. Fluff
Aquanet.
that hair up.
I hope she was a smoker. That'd light her right up.
Yeah, once she because she was already sleeping with Steven Spielberg at this point. Once they got married and got together, I don't think she did anything after that. They just had a bunch of kids.
So she married him for his money.
That was
I think
true for
so.
a lot of actresses. They did what they had to do and they enjoyed it. But once they had the opportunity to marry well and relax and just engage in the wife and the mother duties, they had the best of both worlds. And you know, it's too bad that a lot of women these days do not feel the freedom to embrace that.
Yep, I guess that's what happens, right?
Yeah, and I mean, she was gorgeous, etc. But I mean, if she could marry a multimillionaire and say, all I got to do is keep him happy and, you know, have some sparkling conversation over dinner, I mean, that's not a bad gig, is it, Pop?
No, not at all.
And look at Sydow here. I mean, the way they've done his hair, the way they've done his mustache, and he had such an illustrious career at this point. But man, isn't it wonderful that he embraced playing villains after being relatively good guys in independent European cinemas? And
Oh, yes.
so many people do not embrace a villain. He steered full tilt into it by this point in his career. It's wonderful.
Yep, I agree.
The only thing I've ever seen Max von Sydow in is the Star Wars holiday special. So,
Oh no!
What? What about The Exorcist?
oh God, okay, yeah, okay, I've seen him in other things too. Then, whoops.
What do you call it? Flash Gordon, the '80s version. He played
No.
Ming the Merciless.
No,
Oh God, Nemesis! You gotta watch that one. That's gonna be another stream when you get better, when things mellow out for you, Pop. We gotta do Flash Gordon because man, that is a very very anti PC movie. Oh, look at this!
Check your Twitter, guys, if you're on Twitter.
Okay.
I just sent a message to the group.
Okay. Going there now.
So
I might have to drop out.
She's impressed by the psychic's abilities. So they're looking for somebody. And of course, there we have Christopher Plummer's character watching on. I don't remember the name of his character. But we'll figure it out here soon enough. And now we're off to the races.
See, at first I thought this guy was from the future. I didn't realize they were using psychics. I thought this guy came back from the future, and that's how he knew who was going to win.
I guess apparently he's been doing it before because they were getting complaints. I guess that's why we'll find out here that he's wanted. I'm not sure if first of all, psychics have never been proven to exist. But if they do, if that would help you with this certain ability or not. I mean, if so, people would be winning the lottery every day, right?
Yeah, that's true. And betting on horses.
Yep. And winning in Vegas.
Yeah, and picking the next presidential election, which people do bet on. But I see here. This is something very interesting here that they are bringing in the whole gambling thing, and they're setting up the weakness for the main character that allows other people to muscle him into what they want him to do. And that's just like a hardcore plot element that we don't see a lot in modern horror or sci-fi films anymore. I mean, this is muscular screenwriting. Muscular.
Yes, it is. I love it. Welcome back, Nemesis.
Hi. Apparently, I can't do two things at once, so I'm here.
That's
I
okay.
could have told you that, Nemesis.
Well, why didn't you know, Gorilla?
Because you're supposed to read my mind. You're supposed
Dude,
to be the psychic one.
I'm not Randy Quaid in this movie, okay? Oh shit! Spoilers. Fuck. Sorry, we hadn't made it that far yet. Whoopsie.
No problem.
Yeah.
But this is a great little chase scene here.
Yeah.
And the guy chasing him, let's see if we can get a good still of it. There's Dennis Quaid running. The guy on the right was in one of the Chuck Norris movies where he was like a killer android type thing.
Yeah.
He was
It's
like
cool.
unstoppable.
It's Kmart Willem Dafoe in the center.
Dude, totally.
Right.
Or he almost reminds me of, I can't remember, he's in a lot of movies, but he was in Jurassic Park 3. He played the husband, the dude with the mustache.
All right.
Yeah. Now here's another thing that's about to predict. A guy who's not even trying goes right into the ladies' restroom, and people are just disgusted, going, "God, the toilets aren't even safe no more."
Yeah. Nice one.
There it is. Hey, Alex. Hi, looking for me, of course. And of course, they hit him a couple of times.
Yeah.
But you've been trying to avoid me and all he says when we do.
That guy looks familiar. The guy that's threatening him.
Oh, it's possible. I don't remember off the top of my head.
All right, should we catch up on chat real quick?
Sure, thank you.
All right, Tiki says 66 here in Oregon. It's nice. Just touched 80 here in San Diego. Love it. Solid weather. Then when Germ said hello, we said hello to him. And Phantom says howdy, Germ. Brazil says hi, Jeremy. Brazil says scurvy. I know I know the feeling, and it's been the high 90s too. Oiler Greg says hello, everybody. Welcome, Oiler Greg.
Hey, Oiler Greg.
Brazil says hi, Oiler Greg with cheers. Oiler Greg says hi, Brazil. Scurvy says hi, Brazil. Tiki says I'm going to have to find this movie. Never heard of it. Granted, it came out the year I was born. LOL. Tiki Doom. I found it. Type into Google Dreamscape Soap Today. Soap Today.
I've tried to. Did it work? Because when I tried it, it said Soap Today is closed forever. Like,
yeah, there's like a new one that came out that doesn't have quite all the files the other one had, but the main one did close.
Okay. Yeah, I found it right away. It's my first link.
I had to go to a certain Bay of Pirates to get mine acquired.
Same here.
Can I put a solution in the chat for this kind of thing, the private chat, because I don't want to get anyone in trouble?
Well, here I got it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm typing. You guys keep talking.
I'm pasting.
You're pasting. Okay.
All right. Where we?
He owes these guys money, and he doesn't have it.
Yeah. Oh.
And they said we're going to teach you a lesson about sharing the wealth.
Yeah. Brazil says.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to finish up the chat real quick. We just got a couple. We got more. Brazil says limit scurvy. I know the feeling. Texas has been in the upper 90s and higher today, but I'll gladly take the bright sun, shiny days anytime, opposed to the tropical storm or hurricane. And Lemon waves at Hoyler. Basil says Houston gets flooded every damn time. Brazil says, yep, I am in Texas. Brazil gives a smiley face. Heat index is 110 degrees, Brazil says. Oh, that sucks. Oiler says in Houston, cold beer helps. True that, Oiler Greg. Hot enough to fry an egg on the sidewalk. Vote Lizard Party in 24.
I get it.
This is Phantom Boomer's channel. Maybe Brazil should run for president. I promise. Put toy. What did I tell you guys about putting big words in the chat, man?
Plenteous.
Or plenteous oil.
Plenteous oil. Okay.
And ice cold beer. I even lowered the legal age limit to 21. 4 more beers.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Beers. 4 more beers. Phantom says, howdy, Oiler. Pronounced Basil.
No, that's Basil. Like a sheep.
Basil.
There we go.
Oiler Greg says, hail Phantom. All right, we're all caught up.
Thank you. So here we have the thugs.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, no. I was just going to say, check out PvP's channel. He's got a bunch of music lists and whatnot. Streamlabs just started him out.
And so Alex is at the racetrack, and he's getting roughed around by these guys who chase him into the girls' bathroom. And they say, if you want to stay healthy, you and me are going to be partners.
By the way, I put a solution for finding films like this into the private chat.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So he has the bag with the winnings, but he tosses the bag out the window and then runs out the door, and they're, of course, hot on his heels.
It's a great chase scene. Although I have to say, and because you and I grew up loving sci-fi and horror pops, I have to say that I do think this scene was a little bit designed to satisfy the normies, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I would say yeah, that's true.
It's a bit Kojak.
And of course, by the time they get there, and the toilet paper, and he's gone. See you later, partner.
You know, did anybody else kind of predict that was going to happen?
No, I thought he was gonna get shot and killed, Gorilla. I thought the movie was gonna end right there.
No, not that. That when they found the bag, it's going to be filled with like toilet paper. I just thought it was going to be filled with a piece of paper that said "fuck you." Though.
Oh, I didn't expect the toilet paper. No, I thought I was expecting maybe something else.
Oh, see, I kind of predicted. I figured the money was going to be gone, but I figured there's going to be a piece of paper that said "F you."
Okay, so here we have
Oh,
Alex.
just a sec. Have a good night, Oiler Greg. Greg.
Good night, Oiler Greg. Good to see you.
Good night, Oiler Greg.
So Alex walks into the room and he's listening to what used to be called an answering machine for us old people.
What's an answering machine?
It's voicemail.
Well,
It's voicemail. It's the voice record function for DMs on Twitter, except it's on analog media.
Right. I remember it started on audio cassette tapes and it was so unreliable.
Oh God, yes. Oh God.
especially when you had to record over and over and over again over them.
Yeah, it had a cassette tape that would play on a loop and it would just record the messages when it ran out of space. Phone Mate, I think, was the brand that was big. Now he gets this recording saying, "Alex, it's Maggie, call me."
Wait, she was gonna leave him, but then she wanted him to call her, or I don't get it. Or did he play him backwards?
I guess it's his girlfriend. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know this. I apologize. I should know that. I didn't get a chance to watch this before the stream tonight. So we know you are Alex Gardner, and we are from Thornhill College. We have a little proposition for you. Chance of a lifetime, right? Good, depends on you. Oh yeah, well, come on. And then he sees the bad guy is coming, so he has no choice but to get in the car with them.
And that's as one of the character actors talking to him is Peter Jason, who's been in a ton of stuff. I love him.
You talking about the one right there getting in the right side of the car?
The big meat face guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
The other guy, the meat face guy. Yeah, he's fantastic. And look at this beautiful smartass expression on his face. We don't have enough male smartasses anymore.
Oh yeah, definitely not going to see that these days.
Yeah.
You gotta have them driving like driving stupidly.
Yeah. Oh God, you guys, Pop, you remember when we were kids and teenagers, and you'd have to get into one of these vehicles and sit on that upholstery, and it was like in the summer, it'd be over 90 degrees. And
yes.
Back.
Right, especially if you're like not wearing a shirt or a sleeveless shirt where your skin would stick to it.
And you'd feel like your skin was going to peel off when you tried to get out of the car.
Yep.
It was awful, but we loved it.
And there was one difference too, is that there was a lot of room, a lot of leg room, a lot of room to sit. It wasn't like cars now where everybody's crammed inside.
Well, the only disadvantage to that was if we had siblings, we could fight in the back, and we
You could fight in the back, right? And the gas mileage. They were not good on gas.
You know, that's the one thing that sucked. We never had a station wagon, but being the youngest, it kind of sucked because I always got the hump.
Yes.
I don't even know what the point of the hump was in the middle.
Transmission.
Excellent, Pop. Thank you. I never knew that. Thank you, Pop. I never knew that. Like Gorilla, I always wondered, why is this sitting here?
That's the transmission where it's under the car.
The
drive shaft and the drive line.
Oh, I just thought someone just hated their younger siblings there, so they designed it so that the younger siblings always had to sit in the middle there just to piss them off.
Right. The transmission is up towards the engine at the rear of the front of the car. Like basically, the transmission of this station wagon would be under where these two men are sitting, and then the drive line and drive shaft would run along that hump to the back of the car.
That actually is fascinating. Thank you, Pop. I'm going to remember that for the rest of my life because it has been bugging me for over 50 years.
Well, I remember once
Vehicles we didn't have those, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
yeah, when I was a kid, my mom had an old station wagon. I think it was a '57 Ford station wagon, and all of us kids were loaded in the back, and I think some of my cousins and all this. We had a whole load of everybody. And this is back when railroad tracks were always very difficult to maneuver over. Now
Oh,
they've
yeah.
made them where they're much smoother. You can go over them like 30 miles an hour. But back then, you had to come to a complete stop and maneuver over it like you were climbing a mountain.
Yes.
But we were in this old station wagon, and I remember we hit the railroad tracks, and the car just jumped about 6 feet in the air, and we all slammed against the roof of the car and then back down again. And what happened was the muffler had caught on the railroad track.
Oh,
So they had to start designing cars where everything would hang up a little higher.
again, very interesting.
Old days, yeah, old tech.
Mm.
And he says, I know this is going to sound a bit sinister, Mr. Gardner. We have instructions to bring you back with us. Or there's some people at Thornhill that are anxious. And of course, he's thinking about jumping out. I guess I'd have to stop you, he says.
Mm.
Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the ride in that station wagon, right?
Exactly.
Look at that old dashboard. Don't you love it?
I know, look how big and wide that is.
So
I keep
much.
thinking that's got to be a Ford.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, it is a Ford LTD.
Oh, so it's just a fucking old remodeled Dodge, huh?
No, Ford was worse than Dodge.
Yeah.
I've been on this road. And that shows how far they're going because this I checked this film, this opening sequence. That part that we saw before was actually filmed in Stockton, California, and now look how far down they've gone. Yeah.
I just moved from Stockton to the Bay Area.
Wow. So they've covered a lot of miles here. Wow. And this something I love about this film is at this point we're kind of taking a little bit from Scanners, from Cronenberg, the original film, which is the best. But we're also engaging in a little bit for comic book knowledge. This is a little bit like Charles Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, and they're kind
That's
of
the vibe.
Sorry, Nemesis.
I was just gonna say that's totally the vibe that I got from this.
Yeah. And that's really trippy because that shows that Hollywood was paying attention to comic books at that time. Like comic books were paying attention to Hollywood, and it was this weird back and forth. But I mean, when I first saw this and I watched it again about 2 years ago, I went, "Oh my God, this is like if you turn Charles Xavier into a nasty villain," and this mixes in totally with the creation of Revok in Scanners, and it just. I was I think Pop was the same way. We would have been understanding things that our family were not getting when we're watching this film.
Yes, that's true.
Plastic plant. I see the.
Alert.
I remember plastic office plants in the 80s.
Oh, yes. Where you'd actually see dust accumulating because they didn't bother to dust them.
Yes. All these terrible things that we now miss because these days are worse. God, I love you, Pop, man.
Let's get on with it.
Mm.
So they know that he's watching. He's not stupid. I get the feeling he knows we're here, she says. Hello, Alex. Well, perhaps you can tell me what the hell I'm doing here, he says. We want to talk to you about the project. Yeah, do you have a think tank full of geniuses? who want to try out a new theory. In parlor tricks here. I apologize for the delay, guys.
No, that's fine. You're doing great.
Dreams. Why the watchdog? You got something to hide. So here's where she's going to show him the facility. We want to keep things to ourselves for a while. Oh, shh. And she says this is our sleep monitoring station.
Mm.
Now they're watching the videos and sleep subjects. Hi, guys. Hello, Dr. DeVries.
Yes,
Because of the
DeVries, yeah.
frequency of their nightmares, this man is in REM state, which is, we know, is rapid eye movement.
Oh, looks like James Woods.
It does kind of. I mean, I know one or two things, Dr. DeVries, he says. I have some more things to show you. So what goes on in this section? This is just sorry. Once again, everybody, I have to apologize. Since I have to skip every few seconds, I'm not able to catch all the text.
No, it's fine,
So
dude.
some of it might be out of context. So they're monitoring people that are sleeping and dreaming. And then he says, so Jane, what you do here in effect is count boners. And of course, she says, I can see that you're going to be a real challenge to work with.
I could have told him that a long time ago. I could have told him that 10 minutes ago.
Dr. Debbie's, may I speak to you right away? And she gets called away. He decides to snoop.
As one does when you're in a secret, restricted area in a facility.
Which is understandable. I'd probably do the same thing.
Oh,
Well,
dude, I don't know. I think I'd be so scared to do that.
Especially the room where the guard was.
I don't know, because his pop would probably back up. I mean, the guy's just been kidnapped. All right. So he's already, there's already been veiled threats. He's already been a test subject before. So he probably understands kind of what might be ready to go on in his life at this point if he just gives in to these people. And there are a lot of times, even in 1984, where we were already being warned, don't just give in to the system. Don't trust the system.
I also think because he has his abilities, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's been able to read her mind. When the people showed up with the car, he was like, yeah, these guys aren't so bad. He could see the dudes running up the hill towards him. He's like, yeah, these guys are better than that. And I don't think he had, like, he could sense that there wasn't any, like, false intentions.
I agree with you, and I was hoping you were going to say that so I didn't have to. He's kind of like being a cocky male Jean Grey at this point.
Basically, yeah. Yeah.
And I dig that. And Jean Grey, to her credit, she would have investigated too. Because let's face it, with his powers and abilities, if he comes across anybody, he's going to be able to work his way out of it, like he's been working his way out of everything for the past 7 minutes of the film.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, he reminds me a lot of, like, a young Professor Xavier.
Yeah.
Like, there's a confidence to him where you're just like, oh, he's. I don't think in any of these situations that we've seen him in yet, he's really been too flustered. Like, he's always had the upper hand, so to speak. Even in the scene where he was getting chased by the dudes, he's like, oh, come on, fellas. I said, whoop, that, and like fucking on away he goes, right? Just whoop, 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 fucking running away. And it's just, yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. But he's also.
I don't remember Nemesis, but because I didn't get to, like Pop, I didn't get to rewatch the film before today. But we're according to my memory, we're not sure how long he's had these abilities. I mean, if he's had these abilities since he was 9 or 10, he would not be, as you would put it, he's not that worried at this situation because he knows what he can do in any given moment.
Yeah. Right, and he's probably always had the fear that somebody wants to put him in a lab and pick his brain apart.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing, though, I've kind of noticed with this lab that he's in. Did anybody else notice that none of the doors are locked?
But yeah, that's just it. And the guard was gone.
Yo.
The And the
They
guard
didn't
was
have
gone, right?
electronic cards and whatnot.
Well, just say, well, even just no, like even it said authorized personnel, no one guarding the door, and it was unlocked. They could have at least locked it, and given the people who authorized a key.
Yes.
That takes money, and they need the money for the research. They had to cut corners, spare no expense. Yeah, except where you had to.
Look at
Oh, sorry, they got in trouble with an extra 25 cents.
That's right.
But look at all the audio proofing they've done in that room. I mean, that's all for audio. That's for removing audio reflections. All of that texture along the walls. That cost at least $60,000 to set up that room, Gorilla. So who cares about a few locks?
Well, exactly. You'd be better off turning that into a music studio than fucking anything else. Jesus. Well, I think that's what this is, because like I look at this room and I'm like, yeah, that looks like a place where you'd record music. And then they come out and they've got like, we'll see it in a second, where they've got all the fucking panels. And I'm like, yeah, that's recording equipment. That's fucking hilarious.
Dude, Scogli Yoten is looking at this room and drooling.
I think he'll probably be joining us later, and yeah, I'll have to point it out to him because he'll be like, yeah, that's a dope room.
And look at these techno chairs, dude. I mean, this is great design. I mean, the people who did the production design and the illustrations to make these props happen, they deserve a special nod, because this was not cheap. I did not feel like I was at a cheap movie when seeing this in the theater in '84, man. This is great.
No, you are 100% correct on that. Like, the set design is really cool. Like, it looks like an amphitheater that you would observe a test subject of a psychic and another person doing whatever,
Mm. And is oddly more pleasant than the kind of stuff you see in another favorite film of Pop's, Altered States. Whereas, that's all grimy and nasty and dingy, and it's like KGB 1956 technology. Whereas this, you're not going to mind so much lying down in those chairs. It's clean. It's comfy. The lighting is bright when you go in. It's a very neutral brown on the chairs. There's nothing to be threatened by.
Yeah, I agree, right? Like, this seems like it's government funded, whereas in like Altered States, it was like, this is a college thing. They're just kind of trying to like get by and scrape by with whatever they can.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So this is the sleep chamber. And of course, just as he's observing, he has somebody behind him. So he knows him previously.
Mm.
With an overheated biofeedback machine, he says. So he's worked with him before in the past. So he is concerned with him. He says, you could have at least let me know you were alive. I was worried. We both know I'm not very good at that.
Mm.
Good to see you. Oh, you mean you would have come if I just called? In other words, so he doesn't answer, so I guess that's a no.
No, he says, of course not. And he turns and walks away. We missed it because of the 5-second slide. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you. So he says, nice face you got here. Who you decorated our theater? And he says, come on, we need to talk, Alex. A couple of drinks, okay? I guess he figures that'll loosen him up. But before you spring for the check, I just want you to know, with electrodes wired to my ass, I couldn't catch the whole text. I'm sorry, guys. I recommend, if you have not seen this, please watch it. I hope this stream doesn't spoil it for you.
Yeah, you just said he was gonna be some test guinea pig with a bunch of stickers to his ass.
Right.
Yeah.
Understandable. Right. Nobody wants that.
What the implication is here is these guys are friends. They've worked together. He's like, look, man, I'm not gonna. He's like, you left me with an overheated machine, and you ran out without saying anything. And he's like, yeah, I didn't. I'm not good at saying goodbye. And he's like, I'm not gonna fucking be hooked up to a bunch of electrodes again and be tested on. So getting back to your guys' questions earlier, Hungry and Pop, yes, he was afraid, and he did know that at some point he has been a test subject before, so he would have the confidence to deal with these situations.
Yeah. And this nemesis, again, I hate to go back to the X-Men here, but this reminds me of stuff that had already been established in the X-Men by 1980 with Logan and the Canadian government.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's like, I've already been a guinea pig once. I don't need to do it again because I can't trust you to look after my best interests while I'm deep under, as we're going to find out. Deep under being a reference for what the subjects in this facility have to go through. And it's a wonderful confluence of science fiction and horror ideas. And at this point, we're getting great foreshadowing, background on the characters, their relationships, and it's everything you could ask for.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, you got tremendous gifts, Alex. Thank you, Magneto.
Exactly.
Oh, dude, right?
So I guess the Doctor figures he's got tremendous gifts, but they're going to waste.
They always use that to persuade you. That's a persuasion technique.
Yes.
And you're gonna piss them away.
Right, you piss them away. Anything else? No, that's it. So here we are. We cut you later in a restaurant or bar.
Oh, I miss when women used to look like this.
Or where they used to, but they have a shot like this was allowed.
Oh, the director.
Oh, dude, there's a lot of good-looking girls nowadays too that look a lot better than this.
Yeah,
but they're not allowed in front of the camera anymore.
Yeah, oops, the cameraman's gonna get me too'd.
Yeah. Look at that.
So here they are talking it over. What's that?
I said, look at that pitcher of beer. They're sitting down to talk business.
Oh, that looks yummy. Pizza and a beer sounds so good right now.
Yeah.
So let's play a little game. All right, it's your party. Let's pretend that a man with a little help from science could physically project himself, psychically project himself inside the dream of a sleeping person. Okay, let's pretend that. Then pretend that once inside the dream, you could become an active participant in it.
Yeah.
I'd say he'd be needing a drug test for some LSD.
It would be a cool concept.
Yeah, it would.
I would love it, especially because I love nightmares. I would love to be in some of those. Somebody else's nightmares.
Interesting that Gorilla said that, what you're saying, Pop, because there were a lot of people claiming that this was some of the stuff that MK Ultra was looking into because the Russians were looking into it.
Well, yeah, they had Uri Geller and all that, but it never really panned out.
Yeah.
But remote viewing is supposedly a proven thing.
It is, though. Well, I cannot say for certain. Like, I've heard of people doing dream linking. Like, they're literally talking about, like, I will meet you at a certain point in space, and we'll go from there. And some people claim to be able to do it. Once again.
Well, yeah, they've also had people describe a location, like on the other side of the world or something they've never been to. They'll describe it in perfect detail, and then they'll go and look at it, and they'll find out they were exactly correct. So remote viewing has been proven.
Well, here's the thing. Right now, we're missing a few $1 trillion out of the Pentagon's budget and all that. Now, two things: either some people are getting really rich, or there's a lot of black ops stuff like this, like projects like this going on. Because who knows what our money's getting spent on?
Yeah, you're right about that. There's a lot of money being spent that we don't know where it's going.
Yeah, well, and you're missing $3 trillion. That's just not embezzlement. That's black ops right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where it says you can feel the dream, you can experience it. So not only are you a participant, you can feel it and experience it. Even shape and alter the dream itself.
Yeah. There, Phantom, that sucks. He says you wouldn't want to be in my dreams. I only have nightmares.
That's the ones I like.
That's too bad. I liked it. Like, my dreams are all like in color. I have feeling, sensation, sound.
Yeah, same here. Well, what's interesting is I have had black and white ones, But they were fitting. They were like nightmares, so it kind of fit.
Well, oh, my dreams changed a lot from when I was in my teens.
Oh dear. Oh, do we even want to know, Gorilla?
Oh, I could describe them, but this ain't the site to describe them, man.
Oh my goodness.
So they're saying they've already tested this. They've already done it with 2 men with abilities in telepathy, going into another person's dream. So he sounds intrigued. Might have to see that to believe it. Not very much to see. Just 2 men with their heads wired up to a machine, which explains the sleep chamber that he saw.
Mm-hmm.
Because the real trick takes place up here. That piece of science fiction hardware you got. That's right. All the machine does is help connect your brain waves. Hopefully, once you get proficient at DreamLink, you won't even need the machine.
Which implies this is great. Foreshadowing is always important in any good script, and this is good foreshadowing because it's leading up to what we know the bad guys want people to be able to do to anyone they declare to be an enemy of the state.
Exactly right.
I mean, imagine, you come up with all these ideas when you watch this film. It's like, oh, is this what they would have done to Kennedy if they didn't need the rifle?
Right.
Well, right now
It'd be a lot more efficient, right? Like, or would they have even needed the rifle if they could have just changed his mind with just psychic persuasion?
well, right now the CIA has a thing called a heart attack gun where they can point it at you at a distance and it stops your heart.
Yeah, that makes sense. Vibrations vibrating at a certain frequency can stop your heart because
Yeah.
they vibrate at the same rate.
And down in South America, there's a very, very abnormal amount of political leaders in South America, based on percentages in that have gotten cancer and died from cancer. Like it's an abnormal percentage.
Interesting.
Are you inferring that something abnormal is going down there that might not just be natural?
For the safety of me and the audience, I am not referring that our CIA does anything.
Which feeds into the movie, and all these wonderful expressions from Sydow. I mean, the guy is a master, and I really appreciate that he didn't look at this the way some big actors would have done and say, okay, it's a genre movie, it's a goofy movie, I'm not going to put everything into it, I'll be over the top. He didn't do this. He was playing this as seriously as he played any of his other roles, and I think it really helped sell the film.
Yes, I agree. Sorry, distract you guys.
It's okay.
Because you have a head start on the rest of us mortals. I'm trying to get a cancellation on my reservation for the truck.
Yeah.
You can already work your way into the conscious mind. When the conditions are right, maybe with a little help. You could also get inside the subconscious mind to the dreamscape. You got 2 guys that have already done this. Look, Alex, you don't have to decide right this minute. Spend the night here, sleep on it. I guess if of all places you got a good night's sleep there.
Yes. Actually, I think I want to sign into that place now, Pop.
Yeah, it does sound refreshing, doesn't it?
Mm. Oh, there's a nice shot.
And look who we have, a mysterious man.
Oh, Georgie. Yay, Georgie.
And here he's replaced, if I remember, the bad guy.
Mm.
So here he is in the sleep clinic, and apparently he can't sleep in the sleep clinic. So he decides to do more spying. And there's no guard there. I don't know why there was a guard there for that one scene. What was the point if there's not going to be there for the rest of the movie?
Yeah, I know, right?
Maybe, yeah, I know it doesn't make sense. So he comes in just as they're doing an experiment. And here's where we have the little boy is having nightmares, and the guy you see on the second monitor is a sidekick connecting to his nightmare. So the kid's struggling. There's a sleep chamber, and there's a sidekick laying next to him. And they're watching his blood pressure.
See, that is totally a music console. That is not a medical console at all.
It does look like a mixer, doesn't it?
I think it does.
I don't know if that's high blood pressure or not.
I don't know
What
either.
was it at?
I can go back.
200 over 174.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
145 beats per hour.
But
Oh,
she
there-
does say it's rising too, so it's getting worse. That's him. That's the psychic. Apparently, he seems to be in distress.
Yeah, that's not good.
Here we have the kid with the nightmare. And then now they decide something's wrong. I'm bringing him out, which means they're going to bring out the psychic and something's going on. And they're waking up the little kid. Buddy, wake up, buddy, buddy. And of course, he's frightened. It's okay, it's okay. What's going on inside that kid's head? What in God's name is he so frightened of? This guy looks like he's totally screwed up. I guess that was a little bit too much for him. Now it's the next morning and he has a visitor, rise and shine. What time is it? How did you sleep? You mind if I take a leak before I get my deposition? No, sorry. You saw one of our sidekicks, Edward Sims, dream linking with a young boy who has been suffering from chronic nightmares. I don't know what demons that boy has inside, but they were certainly too much for Edward now. Hook up with that machine. So I'm guessing Edward didn't make it. He's probably a vegetable or something, because he's not even
Yeah,
able he's not even able to tell them what he saw.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've come up to the scene or not, but it shows a point where they're literally loading him into like a mental asylum truck.
Yes.
He's like, he is a vegetable. You can tell he's just gone. It's just like, oh.
Yep. Now he's still asking him, but there are risks. I go, yeah, I figured that. Look, I'm going to level with you. I'm doing this because no one has ever done it before. No one has even conceded doing it before. The simple fact is I'm doing it because it's exciting. I got to admit, it sounds tempting, says
What's his face?
Dennis Quaid. I can't remember his character. I feel terrible. Alex.
Yeah, it's okay.
Alex. But I don't think I can
Let's
get
look
back
at
on that
this,
merry-go-round with you. What's that?
Oh, I was just gonna say we've had eye candy for the guys with the girls at the bar, and now we've got eye candy for the girls with Dennis, or is it Dennis or Randy?
Dennis.
Dennis. It's Dennis Quaid. Yeah, but he's got a good body in this thing. He's a good-looking chap in his younger days.
Yeah, he was a bit. Well, between the two, yeah, he was definitely better looking because this is around the same time we were getting Cousin Eddie in the Vacation movies. His brother.
Oh, that was his brother on Vacation?
Yep, Cousin Eddie is his brother.
I've never seen it.
Oh my goodness, you've got to watch at least the original. Definitely got to see it.
Hey, Nemesis, what are you doing on Sundays?
If I'm not working,
Because
nothing.
okay, September, the National Lampoon's Vacation movies.
Okay, like I've seen Van Wilder and I've seen Animal House.
Okay.
Oh, this is way better than Van Wilder. This has Chevy Chase in it.
And
Yeah, but I've seen Animal House, and I wasn't a big fan of Chevy Chase, but I'll give it a shot.
Beverly D'Angelo's in it, and she's hot, and you get to see her boobs.
Well, I mean, there's always that. That is a good
But
draw.
it's a good movie. Loosely, it's written by John Hughes, who did a lot of like Plane, Trains, and Automobiles, and all those. And it was loosely based on a real life event when he was a kid, about a cross trip family vacation to Disneyland,
Oh
cross
God.
country
Okay.
trip. But
Okay.
it sounds better than it. That's a horrible description. It's actually very funny.
No, I know it's been parodied a lot, so it would be nice to see the original source, right?
I recommend it, and I'd say stop at National Lampoon's Vacation, Vegas Vacation. They made several, but stop at that one. That's the last one I recommend to watch.
Well, there's Christmas Vacation, European Vacation, Vacation, Vegas Vacation. I was gonna do.
Right? Yeah, they made more after that, but don't do that. Don't watch them, especially
Yeah.
don't watch the remake.
And welcome, Jim. It's Landscaping LLC.
Hey, Jim, so
Hey,
good to
Jim.
see you. Good to see you, Jim. I think you could really have helped this project, Alex. I'm awfully sorry about this IRS business too. So in other words, he's telling him, if you would help us, maybe we can get the IRS off your back. Well, maybe I didn't mention it to you. But you see, while we were searching for you, our government sources took quite an interest. And I think the IRS is figuring out about a 5-year audit. What an asshole. So in other words, he would trigger that audit.
Yeah, he was blackmailing him. He was
Yes,
supposed
he
to be
is.
his friend.
Yep. What? If you could see your way clear to join this program.
So that must not have been an legitimate horse betting track of because don't they have to file like all the losses that the horse track incurs from like bets and stuff?
Well, when you win something like, let's say 10,000, they expect you to go home and then file your taxes and claim the 10,000. So it's maybe he didn't claim the 10,000, he kept all the money and didn't pay the taxes on it.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
5 years of constant winning. Because the dude was like, every time you show up, you win, and it's a little weird. He's like, oh, I think I'm just lucky, and he's like, bullshit.
Well,
So-
that's not illegal. If somebody could do that, that's not illegal in itself, as long as you pay the taxes. Unless
Okay,
they find out that you have a way of having it rigged, then they'll go after you. But if you can naturally do it, assuming like this guy's doing, it's completely legal. It's just that as soon as they figure it out, they'll kick you out. They won't let you back.
It's kind of like counting cards ain't illegal. The illegal is just frowned upon.
Right, and if they find out you're doing it, you're out of there, right?
Yeah. Well, it's just frowned upon with an ass whooping in the back alley.
If you're lucky, it used to be a lot worse in Vegas. So
Yeah,
Take you out to the kitchen where there's no cameras.
Right, and they're still digging up those bodies from Lake Powell. Those bodies are still popping up in barrels from the back in the 50s and 60s.
You think they're going to find Jimmy Hoffa down there?
No, Jimmy Hoffa's in Lake Erie.
That's an eerie feeling that has left me with Gorilla.
Exactly.
Ah,
So here he is doing a test here with her. And he's guessing the colors. Yellow, he says. What's the point of this? I've done it a million times. You've got to sharpen your psychic abilities, she says. You have to learn to reach a meditative state in which your mind can conform with the dreamers. Green, there he goes. Yellow. Yes. Yes, I find you attractive, he says. And of course, like true Hollywood fashion, she just happens to be single and not seeing anybody. So this is kind of like a scene from like Ghostbusters with Bill Murray.
yes, I definitely got a lot of vibes from that, where he was like flirting with the college chick, and you're just like,
Yeah.
"Are you a professor? Like, what's going on here?" And I'm like, And he's fucking zapping the other dude, just being a dick, and I'm like,
Yeah, I agree. Give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Of course.
Oh, let's catch up on chats here. Here's apparently a fan film video. Cool. Scurvy says, hey, Jim's Landscaping. And Tiki says, Lake Mead. Jim says, "Hey, limit or Scurvy." And Scurvy says, "Like legitimate business." And Nemesis, like Mead, of course. I've played a lot of Fallout New Vegas. I should have known. Yeah, you should have known that, Nemesis.
Yeah, man, fuck, dropped the ball on that one. Sorry, guys. Really apologize.
And here is Oiler Greg's channel. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. What were you saying?
Me? I don't know. I wasn't saying anything. And Hungry, what happened to Hungry?
Oh, it's just letting you guys talk.
Oh.
Herc 130 says a lake full of mead. I am in. Yeah, dude. Me too. Me too.
Wait. What kind of meat are we talking here?
I mean, I'm a fan of strawberry, but you do whatever you want to do.
Because there's some beers. Oh yeah, lake full hell no.
Mead's got such a high sugar content, it leads to horrible hangovers if you're not careful.
Hey,
for sure.
Hungry, you have absolutely no idea how much sugar how high my sugar intake is.
Well, yeah, that's not good. You'll be a diabetic.
Yeah.
Be careful there, dude.
Look after yourself, Gorilla God. We got enough going on right now. We don't need you falling down by the wayside, too.
Yeah. Then here's the comment we're commenting on here. It says, Herc says, I will drink my way to safety. Lick, nothing to see here. Straight die. Oh, you missed the other one that said, limits, or Scurvy here said, like legitimate business.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. But man, oh geez, this scene is actually very pleasant, even though it's taking a little from other scenes, as other people have said, because this allows the proper flirtation to begin, when she was totally rejecting him before, but now she's kind of like, oh, I don't know, maybe.
No, she's just playing that hard to get. She totally wants his D.
Oh, dude. And the evil school for gifted youngsters outside in the dark.
Right, and it's funny because they even look evil. They even look like bad guys. The casting is funny.
All right, I'll be back in a second.
Go for it. So they are loading a van.
So that was the scene where they were loading up the dude who was a vegetable.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Thank you. I missed it because of the frames. But right, he's off and he won't be seen again.
That is correct.
So we have Alex taking a shower and he hears noise in the bedroom and he walks out and he sees this guy. I'm sure you all recognize this guy, right?
Oh God! Oh.
Warriors, come out and play.
Oh my God! Yeah, he's fantastic. He's been great in everything.
Excellent Snake. Excellent bad guy.
Yeah, I mean unfortunately he got typecast. I think probably because of the shape of his face, which Hollywood does a lot.
Possibly, yeah.
And also the fact that, let's face it, he's short, so he's never going to be given a good guy role.
Yeah, definitely not a leading role if you're short, unless you're Al Pacino or Dustin Hoffman.
Yeah, I mean, but his face is classically sinister. So Dustin Hoffman can be the nice guy. Hello, Mrs. Robinson, but. Yes. This guy is never going to get those Hoffman roles ever.
No, he won't.
Yeah. Now this guy here, if I had an instrument, some guy was putting his mouth all around it, I'd be like grabbing a thing and shoving that thing down his throat.
Yeah. Okay. I guess you're not a fan of the saxophone.
No, I'm not a fan of someone slobbering all over my instrument. I love the saxophone.
Exactly. Right, there's literally a spit chamber on that thing. It's like, if I came out and somebody was just like clearly didn't know what to do on my instrument, was being a dick, I'd fucking give him a good smack and fucking make him deep throat the nozzle. Be like, there you go, how you like that, dickhead?
And one of my go-to songs when I'm feeling kind of depressed is heavy on the saxophone, and that is Jazz Man.
Mm. And also him doing this.
Jazzman. Who? By who?
Carole King.
That's Jasmine.
No,
Ja-
I looked it up on Google or on.
It's
YouTube.
jasmine. Jasmine.
A mine full of jazz.
Like the plant. I don't know why,
Oh,
but the younger generations they keep thinking of that stupid Simpsons episode. That was a play on the word. It's
Yes.
Jasmine. Jasmine.
Well, it showed up as jazz man
No,
on when I
no,
googled it.
no, it's Jasmine.
like the spice,
Right. But anyway, go
flower.
ahead.
or
Sorry.
like the princess. There we go. That's an easier one from the animated classic Aladdin.
Right, and it's a beautiful plant. It's got like purple
Yes.
flowers and stuff.
But
Oh,
honestly,
that's nice.
the guy putting his mouth on the instrument is the equivalent of walking up to someone enjoying some devil's food cake and spitting on it.
Right.
It's disgusting, and it's basically cause to stand up, put up your dukes. Okay, we're gonna see who has blood on the floor at the end of the next 5 minutes. That is the wrong play to do. It really
remember-
is.
I remember when my sister had a kid and he was a baby. And if I had a soda with a straw, she goes, "Well, can you give him some? Can you give?
No.
You want some?" And then you could see him just suck it, and then all that slobber and everything just go right down the straw back into the soda. And I'm like, "Oh hell no!" Well, what? He's not. He doesn't have germs. No, thanks.
Disgusting. Gross. I hate to say it. This is going to be another toxic male moment. It's when you're dating someone and they say, "Can I just have a bite of your sandwich?" Oh, no, I'll buy you a sandwich. I'll buy you your own sandwich. No, I want a bite of yours. Okay, I'll cut the sandwich in half. You can have half. No, I want a bite of
Right,
yours.
or you bite out the other side. Right.
Oh God, I hated that.
God, you toxic male, not sharing
Yeah.
your damn sandwich, showing your privilege there by offering to buy your own.
I know, right? How dare you?
And then she
He's
takes
flaunting his wealth. Look at that. He's clearly fucking. Oh my goodness.
Confident and cocky.
No, but I mean, geez, just the problem is she could have had her own sandwich. And number two, I don't need her mouth juice on my sandwich.
Well, the one that always got me is, do you want anything? No. Then they proceed to eat like all your fries and stuff.
Yes. No, I don't really. I'm not really hungry. Right then, you start picking stuff off your plate.
Oh, the fries thing.
I think I'm gonna start a restaurant called Where Do You Want to Eat? I Don't Care.
Yeah. And then the fries. You get your nice big burger. You got your own fries. They start picking at your fries. You had exactly the amount of fries you wanted. By the time she's done, you got half the fries you wanted. And you just put the plan in your head. The next time we go to a place that serves fries, okay, I'm buying the double order of fries in anticipation of her doing this.
Right, and to match her waist size. So here's where the bad guy introduces himself.
I'm going to eat around that bite and leave that little bit at the end of the plate. And then we can fight about it afterwards. But I'm hungry. I want my damn sandwich. I want my damn fries. And don't sip on my chocolate shake. I ordered that for me.
Keep your fingers off my food.
Oh, shit. Sorry to get distracted, but it drives me nuts.
Well, if like I'm dating the person and all that, that's a whole different song because it'd be like no different than kissing them later when you're or later on in the night if you're getting lucky.
Well, I'm right. I'm like, you guys are like really harping on stuff that I personally wouldn't give a shit about if I was dating someone.
Well, how about this?
I'm like, man, there's a lot worse things that I've done than just like, oh, let me take the mouth germs from your sandwich.
Right.
Like, fuck.
I have a friend that we would like. I'd buy a bag of potato chips and we'd be sharing them. He would take a chip out and eat it, and then lick his fingers, and then stick his hand back in the bag.
Okay, that's different.
Gross. Yeah.
No, that's different because you're not expecting that. You're not. It's not like you're kissing that person or dating them.
No, but
That's
I bet I don't want any more chips.
He doesn't get any more chips either. Fuck that guy. Like, be like, no one gets chips now, man. Fuck you.
If you're sharing dip, and they put a chip in, and they take a bite, and they put the chip back in the dip, it's like, no, thank you.
See, I always just like, if someone offers me chips, I'll grab a handful and like put it on my lap or whatever, and then fucking I'll grab some more if I need it, and then if I'm gonna like whatever.
Well, see, Pop, how do you think that nobody wants to share food with me? Just double dip that shit.
I remember when I was a teacher, it used to set me and infuriate because when we had meetings, they would bring in like sometimes donuts or bagels, and every time you went up to grab one, everybody took half of one, and all you see is fingerprints on half the pieces.
Gross.
They would tear them in half and then leave the other half behind, and you just see fingerprints. They do that all the time. I remember that. Oh, it's like, oh, I didn't even bother.
Why
Obviously,
couldn't they have a butter knife handy, like a fork and a butter knife? You put the fork on one side of the donut, you use the butter knife to cut the donut.
I know.
It's so
Yeah, you
simple.
can't have knives. You can't have a knife in school. They're afraid that they'll stab each other.
Oh, this was the teachers. They had butter knives, but they didn't care. They had some of the nastiest habits I've ever seen.
Ugh.
They were stealing my food and taking my stuff out of the refrigerator. This is the teacher's lounge. And I remember I had milk in there, and I put a milk in there, and they kept taking it and using it for their coffee.
Oh.
And I got mad, and one time I finally put my name on the carton, and I remember that I put my name on the carton, and then a teacher pulled it out and said, "Oh, Ron won't mind," and dumps it into her coffee.
Oh, my favorite one was I was having that problem at work there with people stealing my food till finally I put a note on top. I put a note on the fridge there that said, to the person that keeps stealing my food, that took my food there, my medicine was mixed into it to save me some time there. If you experience any of these symptoms, you might want to go check yourself into the hospital there.
Yeah, I wanted to. I was thinking about loading that shit up with laxatives.
Well, that's illegal, but put a note on the refrigerator saying you mixed your medication in
I know.
with it, and then that person's paranoid. That person is paranoid throughout the day. Then they'll magically create those symptoms for themselves that they will check themselves in the hospital. It's a psychological thing.
Makes sense.
Psychosomatics.
So here we have the bad guy introducing himself, Tommy Ray Glatman. He goes by Tommy Ray. Well, yeah, Paul told me about you, he says. You're the Neil Armstrong of dream linking, right? It's like walking on the moon. So this guy is supposed to be the best at it, and he's got more experience than the others. See that profile? That's why he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
And he says, listen, I want to put on some clothes. Why? I know what you want. I knew it the second I saw you. You want my secrets. And he said, I just want some advice. I'm in this with me, myself, and I. That's it. Novotny gives me free reign. You know why? It must be your sparkling personality, he says. Oops. I'm the only guy, Alex. I'm the only guy who can do it. And he says, what about Edward Sims? They had to carry him away in a basket. So yeah, that's a reference to the guy they had to carry away in the ambulance. Now, well, Novotny seems to think I'll be able to do it. I'll order your basket.
Such a jealous, envious little prick. But that's
Yes.
good for the movie.
Right, they established that very early on. Very competitive, and he's an asshole.
Like, sometimes you got to be an asshole.
So here we have our first test with this gentleman here next to him, next to Alex in the sleep chamber, and they're getting ready to be induced sleep. And there's Dr. Novotny. Just remember that the first time out, all we want you to do is make contact. Once you get inside his dream, you're an observer, not a participant, okay? Sort of a cerebral peeping Tom. Bill Hardy has been a good test subject for us before. I'll probably wind up in some bad beer commercials. Commercial. Just make damn sure you can get my ass back out, he says.
What year was this movie made?
84.
Yep.
I'm telling you, the 80s. We'll never get the 80s again when it comes to movie making.
Nope.
This seems vaguely familiar to a couple episodes of DS9.
Which came afterwards.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this ripped off many times.
Notorious for plagiarism. Notorious. And oh, geez. TNG also a little bit, but not as much.
Absolutely.
Well, DS9 there, they had Bashir and O'Brien go into Stallone's mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there were so many. It's one thing that I used to bitch about on the other channel was every time I would catch an Outer Limits episode being ripped off, it would just outrage me.
I understand. Yeah, I completely agree. If it's done tastefully, fine as a homage, but when it's just totally ripped off and done worse, yeah, that's blasphemy.
Yeah. And here we have lovely hair again. I mean, I love the fact she dolls herself up for every one of these scientific outings.
Right. As you know, most nurses and stuff would not.
Oh,
No.
she's trying to catch a man.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
she's
right.
at it.
Now she's got him trapped in a room. He can't escape.
All right, now here we go here, and they're getting ready to turn the lights down, and then to induce sleep.
The
Bear with
lighting
me
in
here.
this film, the cinematography is just so choice, especially for the time period where you did not get such attention to lighting and camera work in a lot of horror films. A lot of it was a little bit cheaper, a little bit rushed. None of this feels cheap or rushed.
I agree completely. This movie is like the best we described as an underdog.
Yes.
It's like the studio didn't really expect much out of it, but it packed such a punch. It's such a good movie. It stands head and shoulders above so many other movies.
Well, I will commit blasphemy and say that there are similar elements to this in Nightmare on Elm Street, but I think this film is better than Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yes, it's in a completely different vein. So here we are, Hardy, who is the subject, and then we have Alex, and Hardy has entered REM state, which means he's now dreaming. And now Alex is going to enter the dream. We get a little bit of visual here.
Whoa, so trippy, dude.
That's a DMT trip right there.
Oh, not even close.
I love the surrealism too of how they did the clouds and everything because it looks so like exactly like a dream. It looks not quite real. So I love the way they shoot the dreams in this movie.
All right, we got well, they're obvious matte paintings, but we got a few chats here.
Thank you, Rilla.
Jim says, "Hey, Herc to 130." Lemon says, "You like saxophone? Take this, bitch." Then then says, "Haha, scurvy." And welcome, Mad Scientist. Welcome. Says,
Hello,
"Good
Mad
evening,
Scientist. So good to see you, Mad Scientist. Check your messages. I sent you a text.
Gorilla, Snow Woman doing well? No frostbite, I hope. Oh, that's hungry, right? That's hungry. That must be on hungry side because that's not no American siren.
Believe it or not, it wasn't. But I kind of for a second was checking my window.
Yeah,
That's not me.
Well, that's not an American siren because American siren has a different sound.
Oh no, it has that. That's a fire engine, if I remember correctly. It goes through a series
Weird.
of different tones.
We were invaded by a fire engine. How bizarre.
Yeah, it's not.
And I mean,
it's not on
as
my
someone-
end.
no, well, whatever. It's
No,
gone
it was
now.
me. It was here. It was me.
Oh,
sorry.
Aha.
Sorry, guys. I had the window open.
Oh, whatever.
oh,
Yes, how dare you? How dare you let that
These
fire
stupid
truck
pills.
go by?
These stupid pills give me like heat waves, so I have to.
Keep
Oh,
the window
cool off.
open, dude. Keep the window open. Stay comfortable. None of us are going to care if we hear a damn fire engine, especially watching a film that's based in surrealism. It kind of works with the stream, honestly.
yeah. No,
Oh,
no, I
definitely
was just making an observation because I thought that sounded like the European sirens there, which Australia's ran by a bunch of Europeans.
well, a bunch of convicts.
Yeah, and
Hell.
I was gonna say, yes, I agree that the dreams are clearly blue screen, but for some reason, considering the plot of the movie, it fits
Yes,
because
it
it's
works.
surreal. It adds this surreal effect where it doesn't look exactly like he's just standing on the street somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit. What's the term? Hungry. You know what I mean? Uncanny Valley.
Yes, Uncanny Valley, and exactly, perfect point, Nemesis. And I was going to say, if it was any more realistic, then it wouldn't work for the film because then it's not in an actual dreamscape as per the title.
right? And like, as someone who's worked in construction and been on plenty of skyscraper rooftops, like that's some scary shit. Like to stand on the edge of the building like that, and like he's not looking down, but I have stood on the edge and looked down, and that's holy fuck, man.
Why
Jesus,
would
one
you-
wind blast and you'd be taken off.
Why would you do that?
Ugh.
Well, why
Well,
not?
I know
'Cause
me. I know me.
I
have
personally
vertigo.
had a safety harness on. I wasn't going to stand on the edge like that. That's ridiculous.
My stomach is churning just looking at it. Can we do the next frame? I have a massive height phobia. There we go. Thank you.
Well, so do I. That's why I like roller coasters so much.
How bizarre.
Yeah.
Hey,
But I-
pop culture. Over at Valley Fair, I got the perfect ride for you.
Well, as long as wait a minute, I don't like carnival rides where they stay in one place and just go up and down. I like
Yeah.
roller coasters.
Oh, I was gonna say this one's well, there's the steel venom which shoots you way high up in the air. It has like a twisting thing on one end where you're looking up there, and this thing goes about 80 miles an hour. Then when it goes down backwards, and then it goes up this a straight pipe, and you're looking straight down, and then it just stops for a second, then goes. But then there's also the power tower, which you can either choose to go up slowly and drop straight down, or fly up and then drop slowly.
And that's like the one I sent you the video of, right? Where the guy was hitting at the girl.
I like the old classic 1950s style roller coasters made out of rickety wood, where they got the big lead up and then the big drop at the beginning.
That
That's
hurt.
my
We have a wooden roller coaster down there in Arnold's Park, and that thing hurts my back.
Yeah.
I'll bet it does.
Yeah, they shut down some good ones at Magic Mountain because people complained, and it was too bad because they were really good roller coasters.
Oh, I didn't complain. I just don't go on it. But
well, those people complained.
yeah. Well, I didn't complain. I just chose not to. I just haven't gone on it because it is really rickety, you know. But some people enjoy that aspect, and I'm not going
Well,
to
it's
wreck.
designed to be that way, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to wreck someone else's joy just because I want to bitch.
Thank you. I wish everybody felt the same way.
Steel roller coasters that are all made of perfectly safe metal and various alloys. When you ride on them, the feeling is like seeing CGI instead of prosthetic practical effects.
Yeah.
I like feeling, you know, when you with those coaster wheels underneath what you're sitting in, when they're rattling against the metal and it's shaking your entire body. That's part of the thrill and the fright and the enjoyment. You know, it's supposed to be reckless. It's supposed to be dangerous, and well, that'll feed into some of the things we see later in this film, anyway.
I agree. So here we go.
Yeah.
And here we have where Alex has entered the dream, and he's looking at the construction guy, and the construction guy does notice him.
I thought he was supposed to just observe, not.
He is. At this point, he's just observing. He's just watching. And the construction worker who is now, this is the guy who is asleep next to him in the next bed. Gets
Yeah, but I
tripped by
didn't
this
think I
high
was
beam.
supposed to notice him.
Sorry,
you know,
what's that?
I thought he wasn't supposed to like notice him at all. Like he was just like a background observer, not like
You mean like invisible?
Yeah, pretty much.
No. Because the doctor told him that eventually he'll be able to interact with them. But he said, but for the first time, you're just an observer.
It's a training exercise.
Yes. But unfortunately, Alex jumps into action when this guy trips on the I-beam and he's hanging from the skyscraper. And he jumps on there to help him. That's some pretty good shot. And that's not blue screen.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I would be terrified too. And of course, I'm slipping. What's good about this too is it makes sense because this is a very common nightmare for a lot of people is the fear of falling. I used to have these dreams a lot.
Yeah.
I still get them. Yes.
Oh yeah.
I guess I'm the oddball one out.
Well, let me put it this way. So for any of you guys that have had a dream where you have fallen, you know that feeling you get in your stomach. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. When I did a ride experience, it was similar to a bungee jump. It was at Magic Mountain, but they dropped us like 300 feet. Just to let you know, in real life, you don't get that feeling. That's only in the dream.
I was told that you only get that feeling if you drop from a stationary object and you're really high up. So that's really interesting.
We were. They pulled us up, But we were on. See, I won't do rubber bands. We were on 2 wire cables that were suspended from either side of this big, like a U, and there was wires coming from each side. And they pulled us up to the top. They locked the harness in place, did a countdown, and then released us, and we fell. And I loved it. But I also, like I
So what
said,
did you feel?
you
Like
don't
just
feel anything.
exhilaration, or-
You don't get that certain tingle in your stomach, that pit in your stomach that you do during a dream.
Yeah, see, because I get that feeling when I'm on a roller coaster and there's the drop, or like a log flume and there's a drop. Anytime there's a drop, I get that feeling.
Well, for me, I
So
have to. I'm also just before we get back to the film. I am in the same boat as Pop, and I think probably it's because a large part of my brain is aware that I've got a harness, I've got all the safety equipment. Whereas in the dream, that's not happening. You're just falling, and your mind, in your subconscious state, is just aware that you're falling, and you're going to go splat when you hit.
Oh, and you apparently never had the bar pop open on you in the middle of the ride.
Oh
no.
shit! Thanks a lot, Gorilla.
No, yeah, you don't want that to happen.
Part of the reason
Well, I'll put
why
it
I
to you
don't
this
like
way, you
that.
guys.
That's part of the
I was
reason.
in a. Go ahead.
That's part of the reason I didn't like the roller coaster there at Arnold's Park, is because the bar opened on me when we were going up. I'm just glad that roller coaster didn't have any loops.
Oh God.
You would have been fine, just hanging there, and you would have fallen and would have like landed, and it would have been perfect. You would have been fine. Let me tell you this: I was in an elevator that failed and fell 2 stories and smashed into the ground with me inside of it, and I did get that feeling in my stomach, and it was awful.
Oh. Oh
I'm
God.
also an inch shorter than I used to be too.
Can we hit the next frame, please?
Well, here I got something for you. Then here I got something for you, Hungry.
Hey guys, getting off the the topic. So if we could all get back on the the thing and stop all these distract. Oh look, ice cream.
I'm fine with the distractions. It's just my stomach was dropping just talking about this crap. But look at this grip. I mean, God, again, I hate to go back into this, but the cinematography is so good, but they know to use this action stuff to keep, as I said, the normies interested. So no one in the theater I saw this in was losing interest. Almost no one was getting
Oh
up to go to the bathroom.
no. And everybody identifies with it. Like I said, so many people have dreams of falling. And I have to mention this shot is not blue screen. So when they only use blue screen when they had to. So that doesn't totally pull you out.
And credit to Mr. Quaid. I mean, he is a relatively tough guy, as we learn in other films that he did. I mean, he's not a fraidy cat guy, so he was a perfect choice of casting for this film.
Yes, I agree. Or a quick question: Inner Space? Anybody seen that?
Long time ago, barely remember it.
Okay, he was good in that too. It's like a remake of Fantastic Voyage.
Yes,
Wasn't he in Day After Tomorrow?
yes.
I think so.
Yeah, that's the first one I saw. He was the dad of Jake Gyllenhaal. He was like, "I'm gonna go find my son." He's like, "Ah, boy, fuck yeah."
He's never played a weak sauce character in his career, not once.
Which is good. That's good.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. You know, there are sensitive actors who play certain things, and I'm fine with them. All right, but I appreciate a guy who just says, nah, I'm the guy wearing blue jeans, cowboy boots that gets the girl in the end. That's the way it's going to be. That's my career. That's it.
Yep.
Oh God, it was
The man we can all aspire to.
Oh God, I'm remembering seeing this in the theater. My guts. Oh my guts.
Yes, you do get that feeling in the pit of your stomach. So he does wake up. He does recover. He's not a vegetable. Looking back, it was incredible, and he does remember, unlike the last guy. Get this shit off of me! It was so damn real. He says.
So how did he survive that? If you die in your
They woke him up before he hit the ground.
Yeah, split second timing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to assume.
That's another thing is I used to have dreams where when I hit the ground, the dream would end or I'd wake up. But then they started evolving into I would hit the ground and still be alive. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's happened to me too. Or like I hit the ground and died in the dream, but like the dream carried on. There was like it was weird. I saw like
And
people. Yeah. Anyways,
they asked the guy if he remembers anything. He said, I was there. So the guy doesn't really, the construction worker, I'm guessing he's a construction worker, doesn't really remember the dream very much, but Alex does. And he's all excited because he says, I was there, I was there. And then we have the bad guy here with rings around his eyes to prove that he's a bad guy. So
Yes.
I want a CAT scan and an EEG on Alex so he knows, oh no, this guy may be more than what I expected. Maybe I
Yeah,
underestimated him.
sir, did they ever explain why he had those rings around his eyes?
They always do that with bad guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was like an in-universe explanation.
No, it's just an old trope. They do it for people that are lacking sleep, people that are crazy, people that are bad guys, people that are ill. It's such an old makeup trope.
It's especially true for people who are slightly or more than slightly mentally ill, because you would see the shadows under and around the eyes for femme fatales in a lot of movies from the 1950s onwards.
Yes. And I know what this
I get the
experience that
dark
he's going through
shadow.
right now. I did this just last week several times. In fact, several times over the last few months.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that goddamn MRI machine. I've been through that 6 times in my life. God, it's so loud. It's so loud, which is something they don't. Oh, it's an X-ray machine here, not an MRI. Okay, that's different.
Yeah. Hey, well, Hungry's just gonna be glad like it wasn't like that one guy there a few months back there. Yeah, let's just say he forgot he forgot that he was strapped
Yeah.
to the MRI eye machine.
Well, the thing about the no, I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna distract us on this point. Pop and I can bitch about MRI machines later. Oh God, they're horrible torture devices. Ugh.
Yes. And now to make it worse, but they put you on a hard plastic bed. So it's not like you're on a nice, comfortable bed to lay in there for the next 15 minutes, a half hour. But it's a hard, like laying on a tabletop, I'll put it that way. And you have to be perfectly still.
And it's
Yeah.
the assault of sound, which is so horrible. Which, unlike the X-ray machine, which is just a gentle buzz, where it's bum 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 bum
Bang,
bang,
bang, bang, bang, bang, all these weird noises, right?
torture.
It's like you guys have never been on a construction site. Like to me,
I
the
know,
worst part
right?
is having to lie still for like perfectly still for 30 minutes. It's like this is fucking torture. The
That
noises
was
don't do
right. That
anything
was
for
the
me.
most difficult part was lying absolutely still because guess what, kids? If you move, you got to do it all over again.
Exactly.
Oh
Even
God.
if you say I got to scratch something, they say no, don't. No, don't. Just sit there. They yell at you, and then you got to sit there with this horrible itch, and you got to get through it. And it could be on any part of your body. And God help you if you suddenly need to pee. Forget that.
Exactly right.
Well, that falls under the rules of. All right, kids, we're not stopping. Make sure you pee before we go.
Yeah, yeah. But at least this is an X-ray machine, and it's not going to be as bad for him.
I agree.
And Christopher Plummer, I don't trust you for a second. It's about time we met. Yeah, I reckon it is. Oh,
Sorry.
Pop. Here's the other.
Sorry for the delay, guys. People are texting me.
So the other thing, Pop, here that goes back to like our generation was you remember when all the sinister guys who work for major corporations or facilities, they'd all have the suit, but they would always have the folded handkerchief in their pocket to indicate they were a bad guy.
Of course, yes.
It's an old trope. I love it.
Isn't it so? Wouldn't that just be a dead giveaway then? Like you'd see, be like, oh, that's the bad guy for sure. Like
Oh,
I mean,
Yes.
okay.
He's got the jacket is buttoned and not loose. Plus, he's got the triple peak handkerchief. I mean, 2 peaks, might be like gray hat, not white hat, not black hat. One peak, possibly white hat. Three peaks, black hat. Dude's total black hat.
I agree.
Well, and like he was able to tell that he was there immediately. Like you saw his head turn before
Yeah.
Buddy even got into the room. He was able to sense that someone was coming.
Yes.
So here's where he meets the new bad guy, right? He's like, "Who are you?" And he says, "Of course, we don't particularly want our involvement in this advertised. Hey, I'm through here. Would you mind unstrapping me?" That's one thing I give him. I do have to admit that's the movie trope. They don't strap you down when you go. They just tell you to lay perfectly still.
Yes.
Well, maybe he was fidgeting.
Possible. I just wanted to extend my congratulations. He's such all the acting by Christopher Plummer. He's such a snake in this. I
Yeah,
just
so
wanted to extend my congratulations to yes,
So that's what he looks like without all the makeup
yes,
and the eye patch.
right. And this is about 10 years before Star Trek 6.
Yes.
We all feel that the possibilities for our program are tremendously exciting. But we've got to see that you don't jeopardize while you have been playing it. So apparently, Tommy Ray, the bad guy, this is, by the way, went to this guy. I shouldn't be giving away too many spoilers, and then told him that, hey, this Alex guy is a threat. He's something we need to watch. So that's why Alex is being paid a visit. So a little fast and loose since you got here. Those unauthorized visits to the Dream Chamber, for instance, so he knows he's been spying on the Dream Chamber. I feel a lot more comfortable knowing that you understand that. If you could find someone to get me out of this rig, Alex says. And thanks.
Yeah, he basically was just make sure he understood what he wanted him to do. Then he'll get someone out of there. He might have strapped him down to make sure that he could have that conversation.
Yes. And here we have where Alex is jogging, and they're at the hospital, and there's I can't my character name. I need to look up. I feel bad, but Kate Capshaw's character. And we have Tommy, the kid who's having the nightmares. And how we know he's having nightmares? Because he has rings around his eyes.
Yeah. Well, Stranger Things ripped this off with Will.
I didn't see that. I got tired of that after the first season.
It was season 2.
That explains it. Yeah, Stranger Things, I'll put it this way. I think I watched the first or second season. I'll just say there was very little original things in there. But I know a lot of people like it, so I'm not going to knock it.
Well,
Never seen
yes.
it.
the thing is with Stranger Things, it's designed for people who did not actually live through the 80s. It's people who saw the 80s through a different lens, and I can understand that. But for people who actually were kids and teenagers throughout the 80s, you see a whole bunch of faults in what they're presenting. And you see, we have watched a bunch of TV that they were taking things from and a bunch of movies they were taking things from. So I grant it being a great series for people who are, say, under the age of 42. But if you're over the age of 42, it's a different thing to watch.
Well, Hungry, sorry that my parents got it on late in the later 80s there, and I was third in line.
I apologize, Gorilla. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying people who were there see things differently. Like it was like you're probably a bit young for this. Sorry to be ageist, but in the 90s there was this whole bunch of stuff that was harkening back to the 60s, and then in the early 2000s we had that 70s show, and you're sitting there going, okay, you got some of this right, but a lot of this is just made up crap. We were there. Don't talk to us about this.
We were there.
We were there. I mean, people talk about what Archie Bunker was like when the show was off the air, when they were watching the show in reruns. I mean, watching Archie Bunker when it was a fresh show every night in the 70s.
Oh, yes.
Totally different experience to people who were catching it secondhand. So
Well, and then that was the days where we had 3 networks and the whole family was excited to gather around the TV and watch the show.
Exactly.
Well, back then they could say they could actually make a joke and people would laugh about it.
Yes, yes.
Because I still remember with Sanford and Son, there we were talking about it. I actually had to look it up because I was like, they actually allowed them to say the Tarzan joke on
Yeah.
TV at the
The
time.
courtroom, yeah, the courtroom scene.
Yeah.
Oh, Sanford and Son is one of my favorite shows. Hey, dummy! Oh,
Same
hold on.
here.
It's
Same
the
here.
big
It still holds up and it makes you laugh.
It's
I
hilarious.
well, here's what that reminds me, and I'm gonna bring this up if it's okay with you, Gorilla.
Go for it.
But Hungry Boy, I wanted this is directed at Hungry Boy. Is Gorilla and Resolute Germ were doing a stream of a comedy, Top Secret, and I asked them, "Do you guys know what a belly laugh is?" And I don't think they did.
I know what belly laugh is.
Was it Germ that said he didn't know what it was?
Yeah, no, he said he doesn't do belly laughs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's right. Thank you.
Oh, that belly laughs were a big thing. That would actually be belly laugh would be a term that would be used because I had a few when I bounced back and forth between the United States and America, and I remember the old TV guides, and they would do reviews, and sometimes they would actually use the term belly laugh. Good for a couple of belly laughs, they'd say. And that was in print. That was a proper literary term going back to stage and theater in the 1920s and vaudeville. People would talk about belly laughs. It's a very important term.
Yeah, it used to be. They used to in the Laurel and Hardy film.
Yes.
Stan Laurel, he directed most of their shorts, and he was in the editing room. And if there was, and he would be in the audience doing the test screenings. And if there was not enough belly laughs, he'd go back and rewrite it and reshoot it until there was more belly laughs. It had to be belly laughs. That was the stipulation. These days in comedy, they're like, "What's that? Huh?"
Yeah.
Especially with all these horrible sitcoms and the canned laughter. Ugh.
Well, the thing too that people tend to forget is there were different definitions of laughter. And in the 1930s, there were more than 4 definitions of laughter. So you could have a cackle, a snigger, you could have a giggle, and you
That
could have
sounded bad.
No, I know, but it's actually that goes back to Shakespearean terms. SN. I won't complete the spelling, but then you would no. I'm not going to do it. Not on Pop's channel. I'm not in trouble. But
No, please don't.
You also had a bigger than a belly laugh. Bigger than a belly laugh is a classic word I love, and that word is guffaw. G-U.
Yes.
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 I love that word too.
That is when your belly and your shoulders are shaking. Whereas with the belly laugh, your lower torso is shaking. And with, a cackle, barely any movement and a lot of sound. But with the word I was describing, but I would not actually finish spelling, it was just kind of like, and that's what we're getting a lot with modern day so-called sitcoms and pseudo comedy, where you're expected to be sarcastically laughing in agreement in a small way with a political thing that's being said, versus making a massive joke, even a physical joke with no language involved, like when Sammy Davis Jr. turned around and kissed Archie for the photo, which knocked people over back then in the 70s. That was just it was massive. And you could even get, to a lesser extent, some of those belly laughs in the wonderful soap opera / sitcom called Soap, which was a great show too.
Yes, it was.
All right, should we catch up on chat real quick?
Yes, please.
Good idea. Thank you, Gorilla.
Scurry says hi to mad scientists there. And Lemon says, the thing. I've had the bar come off me on a roller coaster as well once.
Oh, God damn it.
So luckily yours didn't have any loops either. Or else it'd be like that one guy on freaking 911.
I've been on loops, and the only time I had the bar come up about halfway and I nearly soiled my pants was on a classic coaster, and it was about 100-foot drop. And it was very old, but on all the metal coasters with loops, I never had a problem with the bar, but I was always terrified of the bar going wrong.
See, I always had my biggest thing was there was one ride at our place called the Ocean Motion, and it was one of those fucking ship rides, right?
Okay.
But the bars were at a set height, so if you were a kid, it wouldn't matter. You could like flip and flop and like you could like jump over or whatever, and the ship would go like basically 90 degrees at an angle. But you could see all the gears and shit whirring and going and rolling. And my biggest thing was like when you'd hit 90 degrees, you'd have to hold yourself up on the bar and hope not to move forward and fall into the spinning gears and get crushed by the ship.
Oh, that
And that
sounds
was my
like
biggest thing.
that sounds like the pirate ship they have up at Valley Fair there that goes in a loop. I think
Oh,
they call
God.
it the looping starship or the looping pirate ship.
Cool.
Yeah, there's
All right.
one up in West Edmonton Mall that does that too, and I refuse to go on it.
Yeah. Oh, Jim, sorry I didn't see this earlier here. He says he's going to bed. Night, everyone.
Good night,
I
Jim. Have
know.
a great
Sorry.
night. Good to
Yeah.
see you.
And Scurvy says later, Jim.
Night,
And
Jim.
Scurvy here says villains are snazzy dressers, apparently.
Yes, they are.
And welcome, LDG. Welcome, welcome.
Hey,
He's
Hello.
LDG. Good to see you, sir.
And-
Facepalm.
He's past. Says Gorilla, do not. I don't think there is no past comments. You just got here.
Oh, and speaking of which, all of the helicopter parents right now are looking at this frame that Pop has on screen, saying, "Where's the safety bar on that chair for that kid?"
Of course, right? Where's the helmet?
That's fine. That's too much stuff on his stuff. And then he goes, YouTube. This is spelled SINGGR. I am saying snigger, not the other word. It's SINGGER.
When I grew up, we called it snickering. Snickering. You'd snicker behind someone's
like
back.
a Snicker, like a Snicker bar, right? Snicker.
Yes. Yes.
I'm just reading it. And,
There are two spellings. That's the Americanized spelling. I grew up with the British, so yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm just
No,
making
well,
sure-
that explains a lot.
I'm just reading the comments here and making sure YouTube understands I'm not saying the other word. He says one. If you just got the and one, YouTube block. Oh my god. Oh, what did I do to you? What did I do, LDG? It's not like. All right, I'm tempted to play tennis balls. If you hate me, I'll make a reason why you hate me.
Oh, dude, yeah, tennis balls. Sorry. They help me forget about my cancer, yo.
Well, I can't believe they made that commercial, or that has to be a fake commercial. That has to be, because I don't think anybody's that stupid to make a commercial like that for real.
Oh God, look at that hair. Oh boy, I miss that hair. Dating.
Definitely
Hey,
80s. Yeah.
And welcome PvP. He says, "Hi, is there a link to the panel? Can't find one."
Hey,
Hold on,
PvP.
PvP. Good to see you, PvP. Give me a second.
And the tennis balls are to help you forget about my foot up your ass.
Can we go?
Oh,
back?
don't you tempt me with a good time, LDG.
Oh God, whose stream was that? Maybe it was LDG's stream I was on. No, I had control, so I was able to. No, it was on my stream. I got the record for most times that LDG is starting to put a foot up the ass. I got the record for that in one stream.
Wasn't that the 7-hour stream that we did the other day for Pop?
No, it's a 3-hour one.
Okay.
Can we go to the next
Because
frame?
he did threaten that a lot too.
I love Dennis Quaid, but I don't want to look at his inner thigh too long. Can we move to the next frame?
Thank you. So they're discussing Buddy, the kid in the wheelchair.
Yes.
And these are some of the drawings that he's made of his nightmares.
Foreshadowing.
Which is awesome. You're looking at which is cool because I've had to deal with a lot of child psychology and child psychologists. And so looking at this as an adult now, I've looked at a lot of pictures like that, and it's really fascinating to see just a slight insight into someone's mind. I think other people's minds are utterly fascinating. It's
But and I have a twisted interest. I would be like, well, I'd love to see what he's talking about. I wish I could figure that out exactly what he's seeing, because all this is a child's interpretation on paper.
Yeah, see,
Exactly.
this
Right?
is where Stranger Things ripped it off. Where Will was drawing the monster, only then he started making like these real gigantic house size drawing of the monster. You know, and they had to try to play connect the dots with it.
Right.
Right. The thing here too to remember is this kind of stuff. Speaking of the pictures that the kid has drawn, talking to him about his dream state, this was still relatively new in 1984. This was still fresh. This was still something that you could really suddenly be enticed by in the film if you weren't paying attention up until this point. So it only seems cliched in retrospect after so many other films and TV shows have done this sort of thing, but it was still fresh in 1984.
And hey, PvP.
Hi guys.
Oh,
Can
PV.
you hear me? Yeah, sorry I'm late, but got work until 7 and didn't get home till like almost
No, it's
8.
fine. It's fine. Better late than never. Good to see you, PvP. Did you get a chance to see the movie?
I did. Silly me. Since you canceled Lost in Space on Monday, I kind of assumed that maybe you were canceling tonight as well.
No, yesterday. By the way, everybody, yesterday, for those that anybody who might have came in late, I got home from the hospital so late yesterday I wasn't able to prepare and hold the stream,
Oh,
and I
that's
didn't
why.
want to disappoint tonight. And this is my last stream, so this is my last chance to enjoy myself and have fun.
Oh,
So I
geez.
appreciate you guys being here with me.
No, that's not good news. Gosh, I hope you
Yeah,
can start again. Not too long
not
from
like
now.
no, not likely, but
Damn.
no. Yeah, though, I don't know how long YouTube will keep my channel up if I don't put new stuff on it. But
Oh crap.
No,
Well,
there's
it'll stay
channels
on for
that
years.
no,
It'll
there's
still
some
be.
YouTube channels that haven't posted for 9 years, and they only got 2 videos on it.
well,
Yeah, I
maybe
actually.
if I get me an Obama phone, maybe I can watch them someday from a park bench
Oh
or a
God.
cardboard box.
Oh Jesus. So yeah, I just kind of took a little peek at Twitter there, and it sounds like things kind of took a turn for the worse. I
And I
thought,
knew it. You know what? I knew it. I'm not surprised.
yeah,
Not surprised. I was
damn.
telling my good friend Manny, I said, this is too good to be true. I thought I was going to lose everything. It's too good to be true.
Oh shit. Yeah, God, I
There's
just don't know
still
what to
hope,
say.
Pop. We'll figure something out. Like,
Yeah, damn.
I believe me, I've had plenty of time to go through everything. The thing is if I wish I would have known, I would have put it. There's a waiting list for everything. I would have started the application process much sooner.
Hmm, damn.
But that's neither here nor there.
I know you
Yeah,
had mentioned earlier,
really.
Pop, but just before we get off too much more, you had said that it was you could do something through the hospital. Maybe just try through them again.
No. When I
I'm
was
sure they
still
would.
there, they could see. Maybe they suggested. They said maybe we could see about transfer you to. I can't remember what it was, but it was something like some kind of care. But I told them no, thanks. I don't need it. I'm moving to Arizona, and they said okay, good luck.
Oh shit.
Well, maybe go back and be like, hey, look, I'm
I know.
I'm
But
maybe
which puts me
it's just
back
an
at the
idea.
bottom of the list again, right? At that point, I
At
was at
least
the
you're
top
on
of
the
the list.
list.
At the, but it doesn't matter. I run out of time on the first of the month, but I just don't want to think about that right now.
Well,
Okay.
uh,
Yeah. No. Let's carry on with something
I would
enjoyable.
I would contact them and tell them that you had your plans fall through anyway, and maybe it won't help, but even if there's a 1% chance
I
it
don't
might.
want to talk about it if that's okay.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to talk about it on our stream here, but
Yeah, I don't want.
everybody
I
else
want to
was
enjoy
kind of
myself. This is my last stream, so I want to enjoy myself.
yeah. Anyway, I silly me, I didn't watch it last night, so I just got home like about an hour ago, and I watched it. Luckily, there was a great copy on YouTube here, so I watched it on like double speed, to
Oh,
try and catch up because I thought, well, you guys will be done by the time I end up watching it if I watch it normal speed. But it actually didn't matter because the story was what counted, right? So I actually still really enjoyed it, and because I had the captions on, so I could follow the dialogue, right? And it's really, really great film. I really enjoyed it.
well, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so here we go, and Here's where Alex is introducing himself to Buddy, the kid with the nightmares. And Buddy asks, "Are you a doctor?" He says, "No, I'm not a doctor. I'm just staying here like you. How are you doing?" And then, of course, Buddy immediately starts explaining about his dreams. There's somebody in my dreams. Oh, yeah? An awful, ugly monster. Yeah, a monster, huh? I'd punch his lights out, but he's too big. You punch his lights out, huh? Keeps making me miss Little League. When I was a kid about your age, still a kid, but I mean, I used to have bad dreams. You did? Yeah. That's what I want to tell you. So, that if you ever want to talk to somebody, talk to me. Okay, Alex. What do you say we get you back? Oops, sorry. Let's turn this train around here, and they take the kid back. So honestly,
like,
I like it because the kid earnestly and honestly is a good kid. He's not like one of those snot-nosed little brats.
He's like a real
but he's
kid.
got dark eye shadows, so isn't he a villain by our logic?
No, it's because of lack of sleep.
Oh, of course.
Right, the eyeshadow. It's another right. It's one of those. If you look up the trope, there's probably like 5 different things under it. What the rings around the eyes mean, or whatever the eyeshadow.
Oh, right.
No, I look like that kid most of the time. I've just got dark rings under my eyes. People are like, okay, I'm like, shut up.
No,
So
no,
here-
Nemesis. He's a villain because he's a ginger.
Oh, bro!
Oh.
Whoa! Soulless abomination. I mean, whoa! Who said that?
Oh boy.
I got 5 gingers in my family, man. I say it with love.
Oh, dude, me too. I've got one in my family, but she's incredible. Just a gem of a human being.
And the other thing great here to back up, Pop's love of the film and everyone else's love of the film is, okay, so Alex is a bit of a rambunctious dickweed, but he is being so kind and so strong for this kid. That's a good term though. Yeah, rambunctious dickweed. But when the chips are down for somebody like this kid, and we don't know if Alex was experimented on as a kid, he's like there for that kid. So we got a guy who is being totally sexy for the ladies. He's not showing any fear in front of any other male guys, but he's being a kind adult to a child, and we don't get that with men in shows anymore.
Oh yeah, you're definitely not allowed that. No, got to be a bad guy.
No, exactly right. Like he came jogging up, like as a form of masculinity, just boom, boom, boom. Hey, what's going on? Flirts with the girls. Like, here's this kid. He's like genuinely wants to help him out because he's like, I had nightmares as a kid. Like, I get it, dude. Like,
Yeah, I just want to add that when I first started watching the film, when Alex is at the racetrack and the goons try and make him a partner or whatever, I thought, well, this guy's kind of a bit of a dipshit, really. I'm kind of thinking, and then as the film progresses, as we learn more and more about him, and I guess it's the Max von Sydow character, his old boss or whatever when he was doing research years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they kind of have this love-hate kind of thing going on, which is kind of fun. And it's like we start bit by bit, we learn that Alex is actually a very layered guy. He's actually quite complex as a character. And he does have all these different aspects. Of course, he's a gambler. He's a ladies' man. But he's also a decent guy that actually really in his heart wants to do the right thing, even though I think he made some bad decisions, in his life, and he just went off track, right, for a while.
As we all have.
Yeah, well, that's why I can find him such a relatable character, because I've made those big dumb mistakes myself. And when he gets back, with Max von Sydow, I can't remember the character's name. I watched it so quick, but and Kate Capshaw's character, of course, that kind of swings him around, brings him on board, so to speak.
That's true.
It's like he starts to actually give a shit, right?
Well, this goes into something that Pop talks about a lot, and I know this is going to be your last stream for a while, Pop, so I'm going to be complimenting you a lot and referencing things that you say. I'm sorry I'm going to do that. That's what guys do. But you often bemoan the lack of character arc, and we have here exactly with what PvP is saying, what you said. This is a big character arc for the Alex character, for the Quaid character. And we see him in one way at the beginning, and we're going to get to it very soon. I mean, this guy, it's better than Luke Skywalker. I'm sorry. He starts out as a farm kid. He becomes a hero out of extremis and a crush on Princess
Right.
Leia. Whereas
Uh-huh.
Quaid and his Alex character is doing it out of knowledgeable understanding of how this internal world is working. And he would rather be selfish, but he can't be selfish because you got people like this kid here. And then later on, we're going to see what I refer to as, in capital letters, the greater concern. And I think you know what I mean by that.
Right, and we also got a hint because during the first nightmare, his first instinct was try to help the guy from on the beam.
Yes.
You know, he was told to be an observer. So yeah, he starts out a little selfish and cocky, but he's willing to jump in and help.
Yeah, that was the first time I thought this guy has compassion when he tried to save the steel worker on the beam, right? So that was really a cool moment.
That was like a big green light on the street for empathy. That was his green light for empathy. That's when
empathy.
The audience all knows this is an empathetic guy, because empathy is an ingrained trait. You can't learn it. You either have it or you don't. So the fact that he was doing that with the guy on the construction site means it is an instinct. He has an instinct to help. And that is a male trait. And I don't care what Hollywood says. We still all have it if we're decent people.
Yeah, I think
that's right. Like he literally died for that person in the dream. He would have hit the fucking ground. He literally risked his life for a stranger.
Yeah, he was falling to his death before he woke up. Yeah,
right. And it's funny that we danced around, but we haven't really hit on the head on the nose, whatever it is. But this follows kind of like the same logic as the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, that if you die in your dream, you die in real life.
Right.
So that's why we're mentioning that.
Well, that's said in the movie, isn't it? Is it Max von
Not
Sydow?
yet. Not yet.
Oh, sorry. Spoilers.
Right. Well, spoilers, PvP. Jeez, and also hello. I don't think I said hello, buddy.
Hi, Nemesis. Oh shit. Well, I caught up late, so good, buddy. You know.
All right, we got a couple chats here. PPV says hi, Lumen. Apparently, we got a Lumen in the chat.
Misspelling. Then I corrected myself. Thank goodness.
The Nemesis says bounce, 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 bounce. And,
tennis balls.
LGG says yes for some reason.
Yeah, see, he's all about it. He loves the tennis balls. LGG's favorite.
There you go.
And Lemon says rambunctious dickweed. Haha, I love you, Hungry.
Thank you.
Then Nemesis says Hungry is one of my favorites.
And Nemesis is one of mine.
Aw, thank you. Yes,
you're all my favorites.
Same with Pop. Aw, wow, bro, way to outshine me. No, that's amazing, Gorilla. Everyone here is just incredible. Like Pops, you're wonderful, dude. I'm really glad you were able to.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys are great too.
I'm including the chat too.
I'm gonna.
Yes, of course.
Sincerely though, I really do appreciate everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel who've been coming to my streams. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot.
Yeah, I think all you guys are awesome. Like, really, I can't think of another channel, like another group of people where I have more fun with when I go on a live stream. It's just fun.
I know. I'm gonna miss it. I know.
Oh man, we're gonna miss you, man. Like, geez, there's got to be some solution. Anyway, I won't digress.
Okay, so here's where we have the bad guy. Obviously, we can tell he's a bad guy because he looks like a bad guy, who's been watching Alex and the doctor and the little kid. And here we have another dream sequence, another nuclear.
My beautiful, I mean, I know it's stock footage of the nuclear blast.
I was gonna say, can I show it then if it's stock footage?
I feel like you can.
It's been altered by the studio, so technically the copyright is theirs.
You're right.
I'd be careful.
Polarize it, yes.
This was quite. When I first started watching the film, I thought some of the effects were kind of like, movie of the week quality. They weren't particularly fantastic. Some of them were pretty basic. But when I got to this scene, I thought, gee, this is actually pretty damn impressive. Like, this is really kind of cool.
Right. And when you think about it in your dreams, they don't really have a lot of scope because your mind is focused on what's in front of you.
Yes.
I've had dreams that have had more scope, and I've had dreams that have had less.
But yeah, that was a cool sequence with the nuclear explosion and all.
We hear the voiceover. Why did you do it? It burns. Or why did you do it?
Oh, horrifying.
People
Especially
screaming.
when you've been told in grade school what atomic war would do to you. You know,
Right.
so we in the 80s were kind of set up for this. So when you set up an audience for the horror and their subconscious is working with the script, it makes it more horrific when this frame happens.
Mm.
Because a lot of us as kids had seen the pictures of Hiroshima.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. That's for sure.
So this part really got to me because I get really protective over innocent people who can't defend themselves, who get hurt. So I don't like stuff against elderly, dogs, or kids. That really bothers the crap out of me. So when I saw this in my teens, oh boy, I was ready for the worst things to happen to the villains that might cause this nuclear thing to happen.
Well, you know, the sad thing is the villains that would cause it would be the leaders, right? Because they're the
That's
only
right.
ones with the power.
Right.
No
Right,
comment.
because the actual people are actually not bad. Russians, Chinese, whoever, Americans,
Yeah.
the actual working families were all the same. It's our horrible, corrupt governments.
Yeah.
They compete for power.
Governments have always caused the problems most of the time on Earth, haven't they? Really, when you think about it.
Exactly. But you know that was what led to the innocent people being burned horribly in Hiroshima. So, Pop, when you saw this in the theater when you were a teenager like me, did this scene gut you?
Yes.
Oh, God. This was so hard to take. I nearly had to get up and go to the bathroom when I was a teenager watching this. It was just, whoa.
Which
Well,
is bizarre. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say it's bizarre. Like, it's you grew up with the fear and the knowledge of that, whereas like it's a different kind of horror to me. It's like because I've seen it in so many different forms of media. I don't want to say I'm used to it, but at the same time, it's just like, yeah, that's what it would be like. People are gonna burn. There's gonna be fucking horrible mutations. People are gonna be like gathered together and dying of radiation, and it's not going to be good, and it's just bleak and depressing.
It's horrible. Yeah.
I agree, and I understand that 100%, Nemesis. I think the word that you were looking for is not getting used to, but the word is inured. You become inured to it because it's presented to you so often and so many times that your brain becomes to just almost sociologically accept the situation.
Well, the thing is, too, after a while, you mentally just get exhausted even thinking about it, right? Because, you know, as a kid in the 60s and a teen in the 70s, there was a constant threat hovering over everybody's heads of a nuclear holocaust, right? Because, you know, the doomsday clock got pretty close to midnight at times, as they called it back then, right? The doomsday clock.
Yeah.
And it was just a fact of life. I mean, if you spent all your days thinking about it, you'd go crazy, right? So most of us didn't. Because it was just like, well, if it happens, it happens. And
Well,
there ain't nothing I can do.
That's exactly why they had duck and cover. We all know that's not going to help you in any way from radiation, nuclear fallout, or any of that crap. But it was just to soothe people's minds.
Yeah, we actually never had that in Canada. I think that was more of an American thing. But
Hey,
I know
Pop,
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
I'll make a joke for you, Pop, and I'm sure it went through your head too. Duck and cover only meant that your ass got burned before your head did.
Right.
Well, that was that old joke about kiss your ass goodbye, I guess, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hey-o.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. How did old Eddie Albert get such a hot wife? Looking at this, frame?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, he's the president,
He's the
right?
president.
If you're the president, you can have any hot wife you want.
Right, and he had Ava Gabor in Green Acres, so I give him credit for that.
There you
Oh
go.
God, the Gabor sisters. I love them, but I'm glad they weren't in this movie.
That would have been weird.
Always like
Especially
Ava
with Eddie
Gabor.
in it. Yeah.
And the blue lighting. I mean, it's only 2 years after Creep Show, and look at that blue lighting. It's a little bit Creep Show. I like it.
Yes, well, and also represent nighttime. So we have the president waking up from another nightmare. His wife comes in to comfort
No,
him.
it says his dad, so it must be his daughter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all right. It was just a dream.
Well, I think this is the son by the door saying, "Dad, it's all right. It was just." Oh no, you're right. Maybe it is the daughter. You're right. Sorry.
Oh, actually, yeah. Didn't they mention the mother had died? Or
Yeah,
something?
you're right because she looks very young, so that makes sense.
Okay. Well, I guess the president didn't have that much power after all.
And he says, "I can't stand this. It gets worse every night." Excellent acting job by Eddie Albert.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a great actor, really.
And in reality, I wish presidents cared this much. They don't. They know that
Yeah.
even if this happened, they've got a safe place to go. So screw them.
I would say there was one, even though I'm not American, I would say there was one president who did care this much over 100 years ago, and that was Teddy Roosevelt.
Yep.
I'd argue with our previous president there, number 45.
No comment. I plead the fifth.
Yeah, I try and avoid politics.
But
He usually doesn't lead anywhere constructive.
The only reason I bring up Teddy Roosevelt was he was the guy that was so concerned about the natural beauty of America and set up the National Parks and Forest Program.
Hey, good man. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was good thing to do.
And he also created the teddy bear because he didn't want to shoot that bear.
Well, did he create it, or did they just create it and name it after him?
The teddy bear?
Well, I don't think
No, that was created in honor of him.
I'm not sure. I think it was created in honor of him by some other people.
PvP is correct. It was not created in association with him. They did it, and then they kind of asked for his unofficial approval, and he loved it. So that's where we got Teddy Bear from.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to read these two comments real quick, Pops. Scurvy here says, Pops is awesome, and all his friends are awesome.
Yes, thank you, Lemon Pie. I totally agree.
And Nemesis says, agreed, Pops is a diamond of a human being.
I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too, buddy. We really do. I really do.
And the other nice thing here that they're showing is that the person who at this point would have been considered the most powerful human on the face of the planet has got such a gentle, non-opulent place to sleep. That is like where a normal person sleeps. That's where your grandpa sleeps.
Yep.
He's got a picture of his wife. He's got a very simple lamp. He's got a few things on the wall. There is nothing to say this man is taking advantage of his position. This is very much presenting him as a man of the people.
Yes, and remember, this was the Reagan era.
Yes, precisely.
So it was a little more realistic back then. Now, no, forget it. If this was the current president and that was a picture next to him, it would be a naked 5-year-old girl.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, damn, Pops. Well, it's your last stream. Go for it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? What the hell?
Yeah. Put me in jail. At least it's a roof over my head.
Oh my God. I ain't touching.
Welcome.
I ain't touching that comment with a 10-foot pole.
Bite my tongue, bite my tongue, bite my tongue.
Oh, that hurt. That was so funny, Pop.
Oh my God.
That was. Yeah.
I can't stand this. It gets worse every night. It says,
Before YouTube brings people with guns to our door, let's hit the next frame.
I've got nothing to lose. Believe me, guys. I've got nothing to lose. Bring it on.
Yeah, Pops is like, what are you going to take away from me now? Oh, God, tears in my eyes. You're hilarious. Dude, even at the lowest part of your existence right now, you are showing such heart and courage and bravery and being hilarious. I adore you, Pop.
Well, like I said, this is my last chance to have fun. So
do it, dude. Go for it.
yeah,
That's
I'm not supposed to be drinking, but I'm swigging beers now.
Oh,
Nice.
Fuck, go for it, man. Go for it. Fuck, you've earned it, man. With all the bullshit you've gone through with lately. Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't deserve a few drinks, like
And
nobody
I haven't
does.
eaten all day, so it's gonna hit me pretty hard.
Well, yeah. Oh well.
I'll live.
I haven't
I'm
eaten
not gonna
since,
complain about that.
I haven't eaten since 8 o'clock this morning or whatever. So we're
Last
all
thing I
kind
ate
of in
was-
the same boat.
Last thing I ate was breakfast yesterday morning.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh God.
Oh, shit.
Well, feed yourself something later.
These meds, I don't have much of an appetite, and a
I
lot of
know
my
the
food
feeling.
here. Now that I'm back at the house, like I can't open any cans. I got canned poop. I can't open it with one hand.
You can't get no roommate will open a can for you? Shit. This is bad.
Well, if there's somebody in there when I get hungry, I don't know. But I'm not gonna go bang on their door and wake somebody up and ask them.
Okay.
I respect their privacy too much.
Maybe just leave a note on the kitchen counter, like, "Could you please open a can and put it in the fridge for me?"
Yeah.
Yeah, just a thought, you know. Oh well.
Well, I have eggs. I can crack an egg with one hand, so
There you go.
I can make some eggs.
There you go.
Okay, how we doing on the chat, Gorilla?
Dude, just got a few coming in right now.
All right, I appreciate you covering that.
All right, so Scurvy says, I grew up knowing nuclear war may wipe out the planet in my sleep, but you come to peace with it. Yeah? Why is this the last chance you'll get to stream again one day from Arizona? Right?
I'm not moving to Arizona, lemon pie.
And he says, eat PvP and eat PCC. Yeah, with the nuclear war thing.
I will. I'll try. I'll do something.
Yeah, with the nuclear war thing. Now we're just making memes about it. Like, why is the sun out at 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.?
Yeah, but when we get to the later part of the film, which isn't that far away, when we start seeing some of the dream stuff, dude, some of the imagery, this film is just heating up at this point, which makes it so beautiful, and I think it's one of the reasons Pop likes it so much. Whereas it's not a film that starts out well, then has like a crappy second act that is just all weepy waily Oprah crap, and then hits a mediocre third act. This film goes from strength to stronger to strongest.
What I like about the film is it starts off like kind of average in a way, and it builds and builds and builds and builds. And they keep adding little elements to the story, right? First, Alex is kind of a douchebag at the start, and then you kind of figure out maybe he's a decent guy, and then he gets like sucked in by Max von Sydow's character back to the Institute or whatever the hell it
Dr.
is.
Novotny or whatever his name is.
Yeah. And so he's like, okay, I can, maybe I should, help out after all. And he gets caught up in the program and he's doing well. And then all the other complex stuff just keeps building and building and building, right?
Yeah.
So it's a great film that way.
And this is also very rare for a horror. I would classify it as horror / sci-fi film, where so much of it is shot in very direct sunlight, very high lighting, and it saves the moments where we have tenebrous lighting, dark lighting, for when it really matters. It's very careful in the way that it is visually composed.
Yes, I agree.
I imagine a lot of the daylight shooting was probably just done, because of budgetary reasons, though, right? And that gave them more money for the special effects scenes.
Maybe, but I mean, honestly, when you're dealing with so many of these government assholes in this film, they are. I mean, let's face it, the film is being honest. These are governmental assholes. The thing is that a lot of what they do is during daylight hours. So that sort of, as a teenager, that fed into the reality of it for me. It made it more real rather than less real. It didn't occur to me that it might have been due to budgetary concerns, and it makes everything look better,
Yeah, I get your point totally, but I think the budget probably did play into it as well. But your point about the storyline and them working in the daylight hours does make probably more sense actually than my point. So.
Well, like right here, this is supposed to be this. Okay, this is Christopher Plummer's character. If I remember, I think he might be the vice president. But if he has a meeting with the president, why would he meet him at nighttime?
Yeah.
So obviously he's going to meet him during the daytime. I'm guessing this is supposed to be like the president's vacation home.
I think the only government operatives that would work after hours, so to speak, at night would be the sort of shady ones that are kind of doing covert, sneaky, nasty kind of stuff.
MK Ultra.
Yeah.
Here he is, Bob. So you see that they're close friends, and the president greets him. Thanks for coming. So in other words, I think he's the vice president. I think he's the closest to the president.
Yeah, what this year was a typical trope in the 80s. What we know with no coming up soon.
Okay. Yeah, Fred, give us a moment alone, huh? It's good to see you. Well, we've been through a lot together, haven't we, you and I? Fought quite a few battles. They're getting progressively. So he asked him about the nightmares, and he says they're getting progressively worse.
Mm.
It's terrifying. I haven't slept in weeks. And he says, and your doctor? That's the real reason here. Well, I didn't. Sorry, I couldn't get all the text, guys.
No,
You're fine.
doing great.
That's all right.
But you guys, if you guys remember, then you feel free to
Yeah.
chime in. But he says that's the real reason why you're here, isn't it? So he knows that that's the only reason why this guy's here. I'm here because I'm your friend, he says. But even apparently the president doesn't trust him completely. One of the projects I've been overseeing concerns the foremost specialist in dream research. I think they may very well be able to help. I'll be honest with you. I think there's a reason for these dreams. And of course, this guy's just listening. It's my responsibility to bring the world back from the brink. And I have to say, no matter how old Eddie Albert got, he looked great.
Yes.
He was like in his 80s or 90s at this point. So, yeah, he always looked great.
Yeah, he does look good. Like for a man of his age, he's still got a real character in his face, right? Like a real
Yes.
character.
Right. You can easily, he's very distinguishable. You could tell him in a crowd immediately who it is.
I would
And
say distinguished would be the word I would use to describe him.
Right.
But also passion in the eyes. He's working
yeah.
with his eyes.
Intense. Yeah.
It's my responsibility to bring the world back from the brink, he says. This nuclear madness has to end. So yeah, this is kind of like a reference to Reagan, because remember that was Reagan's big thing back then.
Yes.
That and bring down the wall.
Bring down the wall. I remember the week that the wall came down. Actually, I actually watched it on the TV. It was incredible. It was incredible.
And him and Gorbachev remained friends clear until he died. Gorbachev went to his funeral.
Yeah, I remember.
Can you imagine
yeah.
that these days?
Ah,
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
who died?
It seemed like
Ronald
seemed
Reagan.
like-
Okay.
Yeah, there were a few times it seemed like there was a chance for Russia to come around and actually join the international community on a decent level, but that ain't happened. Oh well.
oh, but these facial expressions are just brilliant. I mean, I never thought I would see Eddie Albert as a serious actor until I saw this, and then I just respected the guy for the rest of my life.
Have you ever seen The Longest Yard with Burt Reynolds?
Yes, great film.
Eddie does a great job as the warden in that film.
Yep.
Yes.
And he did some war movies too. So yeah, he's got a very storied career. I'll make this quick. There's a fantastic YouTube interview if you guys look for it. There's an interview with him and his son Edward Albert. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh yes.
No.
I didn't realize. Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
what happened was Eddie Albert here did very well up until like his 90s, and then sudden decline from Alzheimer's. And his son retired to take care of him, but his son was a chain smoker. So what's interesting is Eddie Albert died, and then his son died just a couple of years later.
Oh jeez. Oh man.
But in an interview that I still remember that he did one of the first tests for color television, where he had to paint in order for him to show up on camera, he had to paint his entire face green.
Yes.
Wow.
And by the way, he's also, if I remember, the founder, or if not, one of the main people who started Arbor Day.
Wonderful.
Wow. Wow.
And not only Green Acres, but the actor himself, he loved the show so much. At his estate where he lived, he actually had corn in the front yard and actual fruits and vegetables. So,
Oh, that's
Cool.
beautiful.
That's
I
cool.
love that.
yeah, anybody who understands Green Acres will understand that reference.
That's awesome. I love Green Acres.
Unlike Green Acres, he was actually a good farmer in real life, right?
Yeah, Green Acres was a classic.
That's
It was
great.
so funny. Oh God.
So here's where the president says that he thinks they're making advances, and he says, "John, you can't be serious." No. I know you're against me on this. A disarmament deal with the Russians, but of course this bad guy doesn't want that. One thing at a time. Our first priority is your peace of mind. Peace of mind. Who the hell ever has a peace of mind?
That's
Yeah,
a good line.
Yes, but as a reminder, though, do check out the interview with Eddie Albert. It's one of his last times that he did an interview. He plays a little bit of guitar, talks about his life, and he's got his son with him, who was his caregiver. And
No.
check out that YouTube on video if you guys are fans of Eddie Albert.
I mean, to also back up this scene here with how evil and sinister we as the audience know Christopher Plummer is being, but Eddie Albert's character does not know. I was watching this. I was watching this again when I was about 25 years old, and I was looking at Plummer's portrayal here, and I was just thinking, my God, this is Henry Kissinger, but in a sci-fi movie. This is Kissinger, just wanting to be the guy with the muscle against the rest of the world,
Yes.
no matter what cost. No matter what cost.
Sort of
Right.
the guy behind the power that wants to be the power.
Precisely, which was Kissinger.
Yeah. Is
And-
Kissinger still alive? Like,
Yeah, he's still croaking along.
he's like, he must be like 99 years old or
100.
something by now.
He just celebrated. He literally just celebrated his 100th birthday not too
Oh
long.
my
Good
God.
God.
Well, that just shows you that evil doesn't always die young.
Well, one of the people you'd hope would croak over early doesn't.
Oh yeah, I never did
Of
care
course
for
not.
Kissinger much. He was pretty manipulative.
No, only the good
guy.
ones die young.
Exactly.
Yeah, we
So-
lose Jim Morrison. We lose Jim Morrison at 27, and Kissinger is 100.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
Really.
exactly, right?
But
Yeah.
didn't Jim Morrison do like a lot of cocaine in the?
Yes, he was
Oh,
on
shit.
everything.
Probably a lot of
All the things.
alcohol and cigarettes too. I
Right.
would
He
imagine.
could have starred in that movie Everything Everywhere All at Once.
And probably, yeah, and he probably forgot to wrap it a few times, so that might have contributed to it.
Yeah,
So
sure
they
is.
didn't,
Yeah.
they didn't have sexually transmitted diseases like that back then, Gorilla.
Well,
Oh,
he
he
yeah.
still had the usual-
He still had syphilis and stuff.
Right, as I was going to say, they
Gonorrhea.
had the old-fashioned stuff, but they didn't have AIDS and that kind of stuff.
Oh, you could have cured that with penicillin back then. Though.
Yeah, there was cures for that
Yeah.
stuff back then. Because back then they were looking to cure diseases, not make money off the treatment.
Oh yeah, the '60s was an optimistic time for sure.
Yeah.
And the thing with Morrison we have to understand is he died because mainly his heart was incredibly enlarged from the alcohol, and he also was very, very careless regarding his LSD use. And that is
And
that's
he
a
also
combination.
gained a huge amount of weight towards the end. I mean, if you see photos of him, it's
Yeah.
like a 3-4 year span. You wouldn't recognize it's the same man, right? So
It's what I call Marlon Brando syndrome.
that's a good one, Hungry.
Yeah, I can remember that. No, the reason is you look at Marlon Brando on the waterfront, and you look at him at
Like
the
in Superman or
Island of Dr.
Apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
Island of
Oh my
Dr.
God.
Yeah, there's
Marlon
quite a
Brando-
yeah.
Marlon Brando and Island of Dr. Moreau ate Marlon Brando and on the waterfront.
Right.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, I can't argue with that actually.
So here we have where she's interviewing a patient, and she says, "How often does this occur, Mrs. Weber?" And she's about twice a week. And here we have the guy with the hairpiece. I wake up in the middle of the night, and every time I find him in the same place, on the front lawn in his pajamas, calling my name. And then he continues, when Melanie wakes me up, the life of me, I can't remember what I was dreaming. All I know is I had this terrible feeling of anxiety. And she says, "Have you been under any unusual pressure?" "No, not really," she says. "What about at home?" "Well, you refer to our sex life. But I feel certain that's just a passing thing. Isn't that right, honey?" Oh, yes, sure, absolutely. Of course he's going to speak up. "I'm just a little drugged down, that's all," he says. "Is there any pressure at work?" And then now we cut into the room where we can see where they're being watched through the glass. "Well, whatever Weber's dreaming is the key to all his problems," says the doctor. Oops. "If you could go in, Alex, and observe his dream, that would be your first. How does tomorrow night sound?" And thank goodness they don't waste any time. They go straight to tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So here we have them in the sleep chamber, hooked up to all the machines. And they're checking, of course, the vitals, the body signs, and all that. And he's in REM sleep. Alex, stand by. And it's time to enter the dreamscape. And we get the little flashy practical special effects. Remember what? Ah, come on! I had to pick up my dog.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. My dogs, they get down to drink water, then they won't back up on the bed, and it hurts to lift them because I'm so sore. Here we have him driving in his dream, fisheye lens, which already makes it look like awkward and off.
And surrealistic.
Surrealistic,
Yeah.
yes.
I just want to say this guy's face looks awkward.
Oh,
He doesn't need the fisheye lens.
The guy was a character actor in a lot of TV commercials in the 80s.
I remember him.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Now remember, that's another thing. There's a dying breed in Hollywood as character actors. You won't see them anymore.
Good
Yeah.
point. Hmm.
So it's funny because it immediately starts off with he's having a conversation with the guy with Alex, who's in his dream. And he asks, "What is it? Ever been married?" Oh, that's right. No. You have to keep your eye on them every minute. And this is where Alex starts slapping himself because he's like, "Is this real? Am I really here?"
That's funny. It's very funny. He probably can't believe what the other dude's saying, actually, because it's kind of silly. You know,
Yeah.
you married the wrong woman if you got to watch her every minute of the day.
yeah,
Right.
dude. The more you squeeze, the more likely she's gonna fucking do stuff. Like,
Do somebody else.
yeah, there you go.
Great job on this car, though. Oh,
That's what the hell kind of car is that? I didn't even think about
It's
the
a
car.
classic. If I can get a better look at it, maybe the
Jeez.
front or back of it. I don't want to give her
'Cause
any warning.
it
You know
just
what I mean?
starts in the car. I don't think we get a frontal shot of. Oh no, there we go.
Right from the distance.
I'm not a car guy.
it's by the way, dual headlights. That's a Chevy.
That looks like a 70s car, kind of. I mean, it's hard to tell
I'm
from
guessing
that distance.
60s.
Really?
Well,
Okay.
Oh, finally, a dream we can all relate to, and anybody who's ever been married there knows that if you cheat in our sleep there, you cheated in real life. You're gonna have to deal with that for the next 3 weeks.
Well, just don't tell her, dude. Fuck.
No, she's the one that has the
Don't tell her about
dream. She's the one that has the dream.
Oh,
So
oh
here's where
god.
he
I've
tells-
If you
been
cheated in
lucky
her
enough not to
dream-
have to deal with that. That's her insecurities.
Here's where he
God.
tells Alex, "You go in through the back door." We've lost a lot of viewers. We were at 10 at one point. Now we're down at 4.
Oh,
And remember, no prisoners, he says. Hurry, hurry. And of course, you got the smoke. And the
I
stuff
like
is,
the
"Come
red
on,"
light
he says.
here. It's like, it's kind of like, is this getting like RX rated here with the red light?
well, it is a warning. Oh, hello.
There you go.
Oh, dude, like, yeah, it's and with my own brother. And, hi, and in front of the children.
This is hilarious. Yeah, I laughed my ass off
Well,
watching this.
the one issue I had with this that the camera had sucked. He should have just gone a little bit low, like 6 inches lower.
No, it's okay. Because it makes it easier for me to worry about YouTube.
Yeah, we had to kind of keep it like R-rated gorilla. So
And I love the way they created the messed up flooring where that really makes it very surreal. It's not square, it's not diamond. They're just all messed up
Right.
shape.
Right. Because he's not focusing on that, right?
yeah, that is kind of dreamlike, isn't it? The floor. I didn't think of that when I watched it. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
subliminal.
the set design in this movie is fantastic.
That's a great little detail that they put in there. Jeez, that's really good.
Phil, Dave, Herbie, some
Herbie.
golf buddies you are. So all his friends are popping out from under the bed.
Oh my God, golf buddies, I love it.
Good God.
Love the underwear there. Is that the
Right,
priest? That's the
Right,
priest.
even the priest.
No,
Oh,
yeah.
man.
You too, Fukuda?
I don't know who Fukuda is.
I think he's the gardener, the way
He's
they have
got
him
the
dressed.
Fukuda. He's got the appropriate name for what he's doing, though.
Well, we know it's not a reference.
Heyo.
We know it's not a reference to Sulu, don't we?
Oh, jeez.
There's no way Chikane would have been in bed with that man's wife. There's no
No.
way.
No.
Guys,
No.
I need to step away. Give me a few minutes. I'm going to let my dogs out. They're driving me
Yeah,
crazy.
we'll take.
Thank you.
We'll
I'll
keep
be
it
right
going
back
there,
as soon
Pop.
as I can.
All right, I'll catch up on chat here, even though we only got 4 chats. Scurvy here says, okay, I suppose I missed some development, but you don't need to get into that now. My cousin lived in Germany when the wall fell. Oh, that's cool. Cool there, Sean.
Yeah,
That's
you
very
got
cool.
a collector's item there.
Very cute.
It's probably worth some money, actually.
Probably would be.
If you can prove it was from the wall, you could probably it's probably worth.
Well, that's the problem. You could take any old brick and say it's from the wall, right?
Well, it might have a piece of graffiti, or they could do like a chemical extract to show. Yep, this was part of the dispatches pieces from the wall there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Excellent
Yeah,
point.
maybe.
Well,
Yeah.
Excellent point, but also to back up PvP. I remember when people were taking fireplace ash and saying, "Oh, this is from Mount St. Helens," and selling it for $5 a pop.
You know what pisses me off is I actually, I'm only like here in BC, we're like maybe a 5-hour drive like from Seattle. So we got all the white volcanic ash from Mount St. Helens the morning it erupted, right? And it was coating everything. And, we didn't know what it was, right? I was at a lake party, a cabin party with my bunch of my friends. And of course, we sober up on the Sunday morning after we wake up and everything's, white. It's just like, a quarter-inch of white ash on every surface. And of course, we didn't know what the hell it was. So we just drove home. And then later we realized, we see the news and it's like, oh shit. And if I had a brain, I would have took a whole bunch of that stuff and put it in a jar, right? Because,
Yeah.
but I didn't.
Tupperware. Put it in Tupperware.
Yeah, but I didn't. So it's all history now,
We don't have Tupperware anymore, damn it.
I still have a couple somewhere in the kitchen, I think.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
from
but
my
they're not gonna
mom's
be
back in the
making it anymore.
60s.
They're not going to be making it anymore because, like everything else, it's not economically sustainable anymore. So
I heard that the company that makes Pyrex has actually filed for bankruptcy.
oh God, no.
Yeah, I read that on the internet like a week ago. I couldn't believe it. Like Pyrex has been around for I don't know how long, since the 50s or something.
Exactly, and it's great to cook with. And damn it, now my life is over. Thank you, PvP.
Well,
My
I
life
say
is
buy
over.
as much Pyrex as you can in the near future, because I don't think, well, if they go bankrupt, they ain't going to be making it. So, but I'm sure there's still tons of it floating around out there.
I mean, I'm just so pissed off I can't get the art supplies I used to get as of the 1990s. Everything's being made on the cheap. All the recipes are being changed. All the ways that they make certain nibs are being changed. It's just, I'm the old man shouting at clouds now, and I don't care.
So is it all being made in China now or something? I haven't bought art supplies in so long because I haven't
Yeah.
been doing any art. But
So stuff that was being made in Germany is now a co-production with Japan, sometimes co-working with China, and a whole bunch of stuff is just being made in China.
it's just
And-
crap, I bet.
It's actually
Japan is usually good though. Japanese guitars are fucking fantastic.
No, Japan
if it's
can
all
produce some
Japanese,
good stuff. Yeah.
if it's all Japanese made, the art materials are superlative and better than anything you can get, particularly
Well-
for inks used for comic book art, or their oil paints are superlative.
Wow.
Their acrylic inks are superlative. Their
Excellent.
nibs are better than anyone else's. But things have gotten, you're going to laugh at this, things have gotten so bad in the art materials market that Russia has cornered about a quarter of the market share.
You got to be fucking kidding.
No, I'm not.
I wouldn't buy a damn thing from Russia these days with what they're doing.
I
Fuck
mean,
Russia.
they're making designer markers, they're making oil paints, they're making brushes, and they're better than a lot of the. I mean, to be honest, Winsor Newton has really fallen off, and it's the Winsor
Really?
Newton. It's a Winsor Newton brand, but a lot of it is made overseas, and we know what overseas means.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Windsor Newton used to be like a standard, right? Like, for good quality stuff. Like,
That was
well,
the go-to brand for Barry Windsor Smith.
yeah, when I was at art school 30 years ago, that was like a major name, right? So,
Yeah,
shit.
I've got huge tubes, like 200 milliliter tubes of Winsor Newton oil paints that are still working the same as I bought them 30 years ago.
Now that's quality, right?
Yeah,
Quality lasts. It doesn't matter if it's material, like a tube of oil paint or a great movie or TV show or album. It's like quality stands up the test of time.
precisely. So yeah, I just want to also back up Nemesis. I would always advise people to buy Japanese when they can. In the current art market, art materials climate, because the Japanese, as a credit to them, do not give a flying F about what anyone else thinks or what else is going on in anyone else's culture. They take pride in a lot of what they make. They take pride in a lot of the stories that they keep alive, and they don't give a damn about Tumblr, BuzzFeed, whatever other company is selling off on the cheap. And I respect that autonomy, a cultural autonomy.
Autonomy, that's the word. Like Japan must be one of the last countries on earth that kind of prides itself in being separate in a way, like doing its own thing and not being influenced by everybody else.
I would agree with that. They're not bowing into pressure with their manga. They're not bowing into pressure with their film industry. And
Right.
I mean, you look at films like Shin Gojira. They're not worried about what some little weakling in Berkeley is worried about. You look at, they even made Shin Ultraman. They made a new version of Ultraman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a wonderful film. I'll share it
Hmm.
with you later via DMs if you like. It was on archive.org. It still probably should be.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's a modern version, but it's fantastic, and it's not allowing any current Tumblr tropes to infect it whatsoever at
That's
all.
good. Yeah, I remember seeing some Ultraman years ago, so I totally forget it now. But yeah, that's kind of cool that they're made more. Shit.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that they want to do that I hope they keep doing. It's just a matter of what the world market will accept.
Mm.
But they've also made a whole bunch of wonderful, spooky, supernatural horror films, and we don't need to go into a whole bunch of the anime they've done which is magical and wonderful. And
Yeah, well,
go
I
ahead.
always think of the Studio Ghibli films,
Yes,
if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Like
Ghibli.
that stuff is amazing.
So Gibli would be Ghibli. GH is Ghibli.
Okay, well, I
Yeah.
mispronounce all the time,
All
but
right,
you know what I mean, though.
Yeah, I do.
all right. We got 3 more chats here, real quick.
Oh, here we go.
Lemon says, "Good old syphilis." Uh, I have been present 90% of the stream, but I did miss a major piece of news. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
And John says, "Oh, I'd never sell it. The meaning behind it is too special." Yeah.
100%. I hope Pop's okay.
Yeah, he's been away for a while now. Maybe
He
he's
Oh,
just
he's taking his dogs out.
maybe he took his dogs for a walk or something.
Well, maybe
Well, that's what
maybe
they were whining about.
It's too
I
bad
think-
nobody can move the images forward here because we could kind of just continue on a little bit while we're waiting for Pop, but I guess that's not possible.
Hey,
Oh.
Lemon, are you on Twitter at all? I could DM you that.
Yeah,
stuff
if
there.
you're on Twitter, Lemon, I think it was in the group,
Or
the posting group, I believe.
I could just mention it to him on Twitter there because I don't think Pop
Yeah.
wants it online here. So
Yeah, I understand. But yeah, I was kind of surprised when I read some of that. I just read a little bit, mind you, because I wanted to catch up on the movie and get on here with you guys. But I'll have to go back and take a look, the details more later. But yeah,
Well, anyway, we cannot move the frame forward. That's okay. I want to be respectful to Pop because we don't want to move forward past what he wants to talk about anyway.
that's
But
true. That's
I
true.
mean, I'm looking at this apparatus on the right, and I'm thinking, I bet I could play wonderful tape music on that. I want that thing. I don't know what it is, but I want it.
That's a reel-to-reel tape recorder.
Oh, it looks like it. Oh boy.
I actually still have one on my shelf over here that back when I was a teenager in the late 70s and in my early 20s in the early 80s, my cousin and I actually had a basement band. The two of us would get together on weekends and jam quite a bit often. And we'd come up with the craziest, weirdest songs. Well, he was on guitar and I was on drums, right? And I still got tons of hours of recordings, which I really need to digitize. I hope that the reel to reels haven't fallen apart yet, but we must have done, I don't know, 20, 30 hours of the craziest songs you'd ever imagine because we just make them up as we went along, right? Actually, the insane part is actually a lot of them are really good. Like my cousin had a real knack for coming up with great riffs and lyrics, and we just record everything and just jam away live, right? And every once in a while we get one or two crazy friends to join us, so that was fun too. So yeah.
And the other thing beautiful about this image, look what's directly next to the reel to reel. It's
booze.
Booze.
Well, kind of booze and music kind of do go together a lot of the time, I guess.
We're not allowed to say that anymore. You know that. We're not allowed to say that anymore.
Well, fuck that. I enjoy a good drink and listen to good tunes. Actually, I'll probably do that a lot of weekends here on YouTube. There's so much music on here.
And it goes against the caption. Mr. Weber has been repressing. Well, according to the bottles I see, he's not been repressing that much.
He hasn't been repressing his drink on, that's for sure.
Oh,
nope, he's repressing the memories through the drink.
Oh, nice one, Nemesis. Nice one. He's
hey, that. We all have our own ways to do.
Nemesis, that track has got like Pink Floyd's The Wall on it, and then there's the booze, and it's all about repression now.
Oh my gosh, yes. Or maybe if there's a little bit of heroin mixed in back there, we could be listening to some Alice in Chains, Dirt.
Yes, Alice in Chains. Yes.
Yeah, but Alice in Chains weren't around for a decade after this movie, so.
I'm back, guys.
Yeah.
They were
back.
90s.
Hey.
This was 80s, right? So.
Sorry about the delay, guys.
No worries,
No
Pop.
worries. We were filling everything for you there, Pop. We've been rambling on all kinds of weird stuff. So.
Well, we still have 4 viewers, so we haven't lost anybody since I last counted.
That's okay. You know what, Pop? They don't like looking at the analog technology we're seeing in this frame. That's why we lost the others.
Right.
Yeah, I love the tape deck is great. I would not want to have that computer again, though.
No, those reels are real. Especially like the TEAC model, fantastic.
Oh, reel to reel was a great recording system actually.
But yeah, they used it for many years.
Yeah, very high quality.
How are we doing on the chat, Gorilla? Are you still there?
We were all caught up the last.
Yeah, I think Gorilla caught up, I believe.
All right, so here we go. So here's the doctor says the deep-seated inferiority complex is what the husband has, complicated by feelings of sexual inadequacy. He's worried about who's stooping his wife. Well, at least now we know what we're dealing with. Well, look, now you've shed some light on the Weber's case. Maybe you can help me with one of my problems. And he says, Buddy Driscoll, the kid with the nightmares. Yes. I've already lost one sidekick over this Alex. He says, this kid's being eaten alive and nobody gives a damn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, listen, that's totally outrageous. I'm sick that we haven't been able to help him. I mean, look, if our research here, skipping text, then what the hell are we doing? Huh? So Alex is concerned that why don't they use this therapy on
Buddy?
But of course, The doctor is noticeably and obviously concerned because they lost the last psychic that attempted to do this. I will not destroy this program by going too fast. I either go in with Buddy or I'm out of the project. I'm not kidding around here, Paul. Either I go in or I'm walking.
Oh yeah, he's threatening to walk, but he knows it's not going to happen.
Or will they let him go? Is the question, I guess.
Well, he might have a couple ounces of lead in him, but they'll let him go.
Well, that's true. If you can climb the fence.
There was also an implication at this point in the film that Sydow's character is so manipulative that he knew what he was doing when he set up Alex with Kate Capshaw's character, and that Alex is probably not leaving until he fulfills, shall we say, a certain biological imperative with Kate Capshaw's character.
Yes.
And so he's got two reasons to stay. He's got the kid and he's got the woman.
That makes sense. Actually, yeah. I mean, Max's character and oh god, you know who I mean, the vice president or whatever the hell he is. They're both very manipulative bastards, really, in a way. Totally self-serving.
Yes. Two different professions, but both equally the same.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both looking out for their own interests, basically.
Yeah, different frostings, same cake made out of shit.
Right.
Get ahead in business.
That's a good analogy. A good analysis. Yeah.
So he says, I'm doing this against my better judgment. So he agrees to it. Don't thank me. This isn't my idea. I don't have to tell you, it could be in for a rough ride. Just tell me what I can do to help, he says, and he pours them both a drink. This is a tribe in Malaysia called the Sonoy. There is a tribe in Malaysia called the Sonoy, the dream people. They believe their dream life. This is where they explain.
Yeah.
They believe their dream lives are just as real as their waking lives. The children are taught to never lose control in a nightmare. You've got to face their fears and conquer them. And I think that's what you have to do to help Buddy Alex. Whatever his demon is, you have to help him face it. Okay, buddy, you're all set. So here we are. Buddy's being checked out. He's happy to see Alex. And now Alex is telling him that I'm going to be there next time you go under. He says, you are? Okay. Got something else for you, too. And he gives him a baseball mitt, and he says, thanks, Alex. Meanwhile, back at the sleep clinic, or the sleep chamber. I'm glad that, I love the pacing of this script. They don't waste any time. They're both going under. Alex, stand by and project. And we got our special effects. And this is excellent. Here's where the set design really stands out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is a really great sequence. This really impressed me, this whole sequence.
So here's where Alex sees the cake. Go ahead, Gorilla.
There's one thing I wanted to point out. They did not do the jingle in here, which I liked. They just made everything curvy and sideways.
Yes. Like the wall. Like the wall to the left on the left side is at an angle. You're right.
And that goes back to the 1920s with the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari when you're using German expressionism to tilt angles.
Yes.
And it was also even done in the first two Frankenstein films by Universal, where they would have walls tilting up and away at a certain angle, and it would make you feel very unsteady as a viewer. So this is a tribute to classic horror film stuff. And I might add, also a few things going on in Twilight Zone, the movie, which had come out before this. And this sequence actually reminds me a little bit of certain elements from Twilight Zone, the movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that movie as well. it had its weak points, but overall, I think it was the accident on set is what tarnished the movie forever, and that's why it never really hit big.
Exactly, but I honestly, again, heresy. I like this film, Dreamscape, better than Twilight Zone, the movie.
Oh, me too. I agree. This is better than Twilight Zone the movie.
I would agree as
And
well.
and I have to say, Steven Spielberg was probably the weakest one out of all of them in
Oh,
Twilight
hell
Zone the
yes.
movie.
Schmaltz. Enough
Yeah.
with the
Right.
schmaltz.
The kick the can. I mean, I've seen the original kick the can episode, and it still had that Twilight Zone edge to it. But Steven Spielberg just all that schmaltz in there, like you said, that's exactly right. It was just I don't know.
Well, Spielberg always kind of had that populist instinct in a lot of his films to kind of please the audience, right?
Well, and he was younger. He had a little like when he made Jaws and some of his earlier movies. He had a little bit of a harder edge, but he
Yes.
lost
True.
all that once he had kids.
You know, the
Well,
only movie.
once he had
Yeah.
full total control, because when he did the TV film Jewel with Dennis Weaver, it was all hardcore. It was all
Yep.
edge. It was almost no humor, and there was no schmaltz at all.
I
Correct.
love that film. That's one of the greatest TV
Yep.
movies ever made, I think. It's
And,
just,
well, of course, it's written by Richard Matheson.
it's
Yes.
fantastic. Yeah,
One of my
fantastic
heroes.
film. And it's like, what, 80 minutes or something? Like, it doesn't
Right,
waste
no
any
wasting
time.
time in the plot. Right, right.
Yeah.
It goes straight to the plot. And back then, made for TV movies, and even now, they're mostly talking heads. So
Yeah.
it was rare to get a movie that was just constant action with a gripping plot.
Well, the thing was, there's hardly any dialogue in that movie, right? Because it's
Very
just
little,
all
right.
action.
A
Yep,
lot of
very
it was
little.
Dennis Weaver talking to himself, babbling in terror over what
Yeah,
the
in terror.
Right.
like I can't believe this is happening. Yeah, right.
I mean, one of the greatest things, compliments that I appreciate about Spielberg, and I don't appreciate many of them, was that Weaver or somebody close to him said Spielberg was the only director who could make one of the biggest tough guys in American television, Dennis Weaver, cry like a baby on camera.
Which
in
he
Jewel.
did, yeah.
And that-
Yeah,
that
well,
was true. I mean,
I'd be crying like a baby too if I had a day like that.
it was horrible. But just to get back to this film, as Pop was saying, it in terms of the script pacing, it's not rushed. I would not say it is rushed at all, but
No.
there's not really 5 seconds of wasted screen time, pun intended, anywhere. Freudian slip. Scream time. There's no scream time wasted.
Yes.
No,
And
yeah.
us, the audience, we're not treated stupidly, where they have to keep explaining to us what's going on. We figured it out. They give just enough exposition to explain the plot. That's all we needed, and then to let us enjoy.
Precisely.
Yeah,
And
every
this-
scene there is to carry the story forward and develop it.
Yep.
Now look at those windows. Is it just me, or do those windows look cold
Yes.
with some frost on them?
It does cold, frosty, and crooked.
Uh-huh. Nasty place.
So he says, to Alex, are you the babysitter? Because most of the time they just leave me here.
Ugh.
Well, because they go crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, you don't have to be afraid, he says. Snake Man, what do you mean? Like the boogeyman? He says, yeah, he's outside and he wants to come in and get me. Oh, hey, hey, hey. So he's hiding behind the couch. I'm not going to let him get you. Just let me see who it is, all right? Probably not even him. Set design to see the crooked windows and everything. Perfect. Crooked door, odd shape, shadows. And suddenly, and from out of nowhere, and he screams for Alex. He says, "That's my dad, but he won't help us."
A bad dad, I'm guessing.
That's a dream, Dad.
Well, his real
Dream
dad
dad,
must
yes.
have been, but his real dad must have been bad to be in the dream like that, right?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm guessing his real dad ignored him most of the time by the hint that they're giving.
He was probably a neglectful father, I'm guessing. Yeah.
That's what it looks like. So it busts through
I
the
l-
window, and here they are.
I love this part. This is probably one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie coming up here.
That staircase.
Beautiful painting of those stairs.
The staircase was totally freaky. Like, it just blew my mind. I thought this has got to be the best special effect up till now, for sure. It was incredibly well done.
Yes, it is. I love it. And the fact that it's a completely dark precipice on both sides, you can't see where it is or how deep or how far. Yeah, it's
And that's
fantastic.
a physical prop. I mean, this is before CGI came in. So
Yep.
somebody had to physically, with their own fingers, make this twisted staircase.
Yes,
And they had to make it strong enough so the actors wouldn't die running down it, right?
correct. Yes.
I think it's amazing. It's like a marvel of engineering, really.
Look at all that. You can see where everything's crooked. Absolutely. I think it's fantastic.
I think, and in a lot of ways, I'm not going to disrespect the film Beetlejuice, but I think they took, Tim Burton stole a fair amount of the imagery from this film.
I would not be surprised. You know they're working on a sequel now.
Oh, don't get me started, Paul.
Oh, they've been saying that for 20 years.
No, Michael Keaton said that he's officially busy now and he signed the contract. So I'm not saying I'm looking forward to it. I wasn't a fan of the first one, but
Is Michael Keaton
Well,
in the
If
film?
you weren't a
Or?
fan of the first one, the next one's going to suck worse.
yes, it will.
I didn't mind the first film, but I don't think it's the all-time classic that a lot of
Well,
people
well
seem
for
to
me,
think it is.
I know people like it, but when I go to a comedy, I expect to laugh a lot, and I don't remember laughing in that movie. That's the thing.
I laughed a few times, but the thing about the sequel is they're bringing back Keaton, they're bringing back Winona Ryder, and they're going to have Winona Ryder's child as the main
I was going to
focus.
say, and her daughter, let me guess, her daughter, right? There's a secret
So
to
we know-
everything.
We know what kind of stuff that you hate, Pop, is going to be in this film.
So the daughter's going to be the center of attention, and she'll be woke, right?
Of course.
And she'll know everything and be smarter than everybody.
Right?
And yes.
She'll be smarter than
Yeah.
everybody. She knows everything, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh God. But anyway, back to this good movie.
yeah. Back to a great movie.
Yeah, it is great. I honestly, for me and Pop and I agree on this. This is at least a 9 out of 10. At least a 9 out of 10 for me.
Oh, yeah. I love
Well,
it.
I
can never
usually
get
use
tired
the
of watching this.
5-star system, so I'll give it a 4 out of 5.
All the firewood, like why is the firewood there? Again, surrealism, understanding of what dream sequences are like. Why the firewood in the house? It is so weird and out of place, but that's what dreams do.
Yes. Well, because anybody who's done dreaming or lucid dreaming within your dream, you can, like they say in this movie, you can manipulate your dream and change it depending on what you think of in your dream. I've done that before.
Yeah.
And then we have the joy of this kid who's been picked on. And this is how a lot of us felt when we were in grade school. We would have loved to have picked up a large bladed instrument and say, enough already.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I can think of a few bullies that would have done that too. They weren't snakes; they were real people, so that makes it kind of creepy, I guess. But yeah, I wouldn't have minded.
I hate to say this, but I want to make you laugh, okay? Because you need to laugh. This is a little redheaded kid. I wanted to see Billy Mooney do this in Lost in Space.
To who? Dr. Smith?
Any of them. Oh my God. I just wanted to
Oh.
see Billy Mooney just have at it with like a
God.
massive fucking weapon and say, I'm sick of being picked on by you.
Well, that would have been fun, but I guess the family hour didn't allow it, eh?
No,
Probably not. Yeah, they might find that down on something like that.
but this
All
is
right.
fun, man. This is
Oh,
all I
boy.
need. This kid having this courage and going at it in his dream. I mean, I literally, no joke, was pumping my fist in the air in 1984 going, yeah, you do it, kid.
Yeah, this is great. Well, Alex is hanging on for dear life too, going, "Hey, kid, go for it, go for it, go for it! Help me out here, kid."
All right, can I read 2 chats real quick?
Please. Yeah, thank you, Gorilla.
Go for it.
For the old
Sorry about the
fogies,
noise. I'm digging through my backpack. Sorry, guys.
yeah.
Fine.
For the old fogies, I sold my dad's old reel-to-reel a few years ago.
No,
He used it to help Jimmy Seals and Dash Cross, Seals and Cross.
Oh,
Ended
yeah,
up
Seals
being
and
their-
Crofts. That's very cool. Good to hear that, Sean.
Oh,
That's
damn!
another-
If it's got that kind of history, I hope you sold it at an auction and got good money for it. 'Cause
Yeah,
that,
did you
that-
get or did you get like $25 like at a yard sale, or did you get like actual value because of the, or unless they, but how are you going to prove it unless they autographed it, right?
Yeah, hard to prove the
Yeah.
provenance. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Okay.
provenance means everything. Yeah.
All right, there we go.
All right, and cry havoc and let slip the dogs of dreams.
Oh, that was beautifully said. Oh, well done,
Nice.
Gorilla.
Well done, Gorilla.
Oh, thank you. I like that.
Gorilla should do some voiceovers in some movies, I'm thinking.
I reckon.
Oh, he says, I think I got 250 on eBay, but I didn't mention the history of it. I still have the copies of the demo. Well, at least you got the demo reels.
Hey, sell the demo reels off. I'm sure you could get a mint for those.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's going to be worth
nice.
more than the actual machine.
I'd actually, but I wouldn't use eBay for that. I'd use an actual auction house.
Yes. Yeah.
I would. Yeah, those could be worth a small fortune, actually. Jeez.
But also they have sentimental value, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
but think the thing is, you got a fairly famous band, and you got demo reels of stuff that nobody's ever heard. Like the fans could go nuts bidding on that, right?
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Gorilla, how are you doing on the time? It's past midnight for you.
I don't work
It's-
tomorrow.
What's the next
Okay.
frame? What's the next frame? I think we got a juicy frame coming up.
Yeah, we got some good stuff coming up here. Maybe we want to get rid of the Sean Carter there because it's covering the screen. There we go.
Okay, so here's what's good too is, as Alex isn't exactly solving the whole situation himself, he needs Buddy for help. So he's asking Buddy to help, and Buddy's hitting whatever the creature is with a shovel.
Yes.
What's
would
it?
help-
An
help-
axe, I think.
Possibly, I can't remember. Good, the head. Hit him in the head, Buddy. Now do it now.
Do it, buddy. Get him.
Ooh.
You're right. It was an axe.
Ah, yes.
Decapitation.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Excellent scene. I love that. And I'm going to mention this really quick, and it's on topic. I used to have a reoccurring dream. I guess you could say nightmare, but I like nightmares. But anyway, used to have a recurring dream where something was very large, loud, and chasing after me. Like I'd be running through the woods at night, and I could hear this heavy breathing and footsteps, and I could feel the vibration on the ground. Whatever it was right behind me and very close and almost getting ready to get me. And then I'd have the dream. I'd wake up, right before it caught me, I'd wake up. And then I'd have another dream where I was on the, I still remember, it was like railroad tracks. I was one of those hand-propelled carts on a railroad track, but it was like winding around like spaghetti. So it was like looping around in circles, and I wasn't going anywhere. And I could hear this thing getting closer and closer and closer. And as soon as, of course, just as it got right to me, I woke up. And I had several of those dreams until one night I had the dream. I was underground in like an underground tunnels and caves. And it was behind me, and I was running. It was running and running and running, and it was right close. And I imagined in my mind a big, huge steel door with bolts and all that kind of stuff just slammed down. I snapped my fingers in my dream, and the door did it slam down. It was like a big metal door, and it, whatever was on the other side, hit it, and it hit the door, and then I never had the dreams again.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that.
Wow, that's really cool. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting.
So
because
you actually did kill the monster in your nightmare.
I actually, just like this here, because I would wake up thinking, wow, I had that same dream again. I need to figure out how to solve it. I need how to figure out how to get away with it. And I remember thinking, well, next time I'm going to match. It's almost like a big cartoon Warner Brothers door, like you see the Roadrunner cartoons.
Oh, yeah.
So I imagined a big, huge steel door with all these gnarly bolts and everything on it. And yeah, I stopped. It was right behind me. I stopped, snapped my fingers. The door came crashing down, and whatever it was, I never saw it through all the dreams. I never saw it. I only heard it. But it hit the other side of the door, and I never had the dream again.
Wow. That's really cool.
And with this frame, we are again having reaffirmed the good male adult in Alex.
And look at the relief on this kid's face.
And the rings around his eyes are gone.
Yes.
Well, he's
They're still
freed
there.
he's freed this little guy from a lifetime of fear, right? So
Yep.
of course that's fantastic.
And now Capshaw's character is totally horny for him.
Yeah, this is where she's really going over. Yeah,
Man, talk about a babe though, eh?
that's what I'm telling you. She was very beautiful. Now,
Whoa, she
now
got green eyes, or I couldn't quite tell when I watched it.
I'm not sure, but I know now with all the botched plastic surgery, she looks like a dead possum.
Oh God! Oh wow, that's one memory that's destroyed now.
It is. It's sad. She looks nothing like that. She looks just like
shit.
Jane Fonda and all the rest.
Oh God! Oh no!
Sad. What a waste.
Oh well, at least we still have this film to watch.
I don't mind the brunette on the news channel either.
Yeah, she's not bad. She's not bad. I would date her.
So we have here, we're in a lobby and we have the television playing. It says even the presidency, it seems, is not exempt from the flu. So apparently, what's going on is the president has been having so many of these nightmares. They're telling the public that he has the flu, and that's why he has not been in office. The president has retired for a few days to his California retreat to recuperate while he prepares for the Geneva Nuclear Disarmament Conference.
Yeah, another thing that's a callback to modern days, where they don't tell you what's exactly wrong.
Right, he's hiding in his mom's basement, kids. As soon as we can, coax him out, we'll let you know.
Oh God!
White House Press Secretary James Nichols announced today the United States delegation at the conference, which is scheduled to convene early next month, in an 11th hour compromise late last night. And you see, Alex is drawing a sketch of what he saw in Buddy's dream.
Yes.
The legislator passed a fiscal blueprint. And of course, here's Buddy Ray, comes along and says, "What are you, a cartoonist?" Oh no, and it scared the hell out. He's just telling him about the dream and it scared the hell out of him. You got these jerks thinking you can walk on water. Probably think that makes you a pretty important man around here. He says, "Well, don't worry, Tommy, you're still #1 lab rat. This thing really got to you, huh?"
Oh, and that long cigarette in the ear. We can't show that in Hollywood anymore.
No. Well, no, he's smoking and he's got a spare cigarette in the ear there just to make sure to show that he's definitely a bad guy, guys. Indoors? Oh, my goodness.
I always laughed on that when the person asks if they can bum a cigarette, and so the person holds out their pack. They'll take one and then they'll put one behind their ear.
Jeez.
I remember. So you ask for one, but you take two.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, something I did not miss from my smoking days, Gorilla. Oh,
I
books.
never did that. I used to smoke, but I never put a cigarette over my ear.
I haven't done that.
Found a wonderful Italian place. They make great linguine, he says. Sorry, I've got a pile of paper to get through, she says. I'm sorry, guys. I know it's late, so I'm going to try to get through this as quick as possible. Maybe I'm going about this all wrong. I like you, Jane. So he's being upfront. I like you too, Alex. But there are 2 reasons. Of course, I couldn't get all the text. I'm talking about linguine here. I just thought I'd save you some time. Since you're being so honest, why not?
That's a good line.
Yeah. First of all, I don't want to join. You're not a conquest, she says.
Yeah, she said, "I don't want to join your list of conquests."
That's it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
But then again, she's not really seeing the true interest in him here. But she's also kind of leading him on. She understands the hard to get thing is making him more hungry. Oh, bad pun.
Yes.
Hey-o.
Right. Secondly, I don't want to jeopardize. This program has got to come first. So, friends. And he kisses her unexpectedly, of course. You're treacherous.
Oh,
But she doesn't protest too much there, right?
Right. I'll bring you back, Ravioli. Oh my God. the sexual harassment lawsuits these days.
Oh shit! They never get this move. They never get this
No,
sexual stuff done today in a movie.
no
No way.
way.
Oh yeah, me too.
Oh, there's
Definitely.
George. There's George in the back.
Now,
Sitting at the bar.
the first time I saw this a few hours ago, I'm thinking, oh, geez, George at the bar. Geez, that would never happen, right?
No, never, not once.
I laughed so hard when I saw this scene. It was so perfect. It was like, come on, you guys just nailed this one.
Yeah, I didn't know who this guy was, so that's old school humor there.
It's Norm.
I never watched Cheers.
Oh,
Yeah.
you gotta watch. You should watch Cheers because it's
But-
really great, man.
Right, he was a funny, lovable guy in Cheers.
Oh, he was a beautiful guy. Yeah, I love
That's the
Norm.
beauty of this scene for us old timers is we're getting to see George Wendt go totally against type while making
Yes.
fun of his type. You know,
Yes.
Yep.
it's almost like he
great
talked to
point.
the producers and said, "Look, I'm the funny guy, the lovable guy at the bar. Can you make me the guy at the bar who is despicable?" I
Right.
mean, we don't know what the backstory was, but this just gives me so much joy. These George scenes in this movie.
And you know what? It's only it's like how much effort does it take, right? It's all about the script and the screenplay. You just write these little details into the screenplay. It doesn't cost $800 billion. You just
Yeah.
get a good writer that can write it into the screenplay that has an awareness of his past on Cheers, and you write it in, and the fans will pick up on it that really care, right? And
Exactly.
it just expands the awesomeness of the film so much.
Like one little word here, Monsignor, adding charm and sparkle to the script that we hear as the audience. That costs no money. No money
Exactly.
at all. Oh, beautiful scene.
I love this scene.
Oh, I know I got one of these damn things in here somewhere.
That's fun.
There is the writer,
Stab. There's a good title for a horror book.
pocketbook. You write these horror books? Yeah, I'm the one. Well, that's great. Research? Yeah. Got to do with dreams. Sounds like another winner. I know what's going on at Bates Hall. I know you're part of it. Maybe I know more. Because I sure wish you'd use it. If you got a point, I sure wish you'd make it, I think is what he said.
Yeah, I believe he did.
I assume you've run into a top smooth corporate type name. And he says the name, but I can't remember, but it's Christopher Plummer.
Yeah.
And he says, "Do you want to guess what he does? He's with the government. He's more than just with the government. Head of covert intelligence. That's it. Okay, that's it. Presidents come and go. Bob Blair remained. Yeah, it's the right. That's the Christopher Plummer character. Yeah, well, if he's so powerful, then what the hell is he doing? Wasting his time on dream research, huh? Consider all the deep, dark secrets. Now those secrets are bound to come out in their dreams. No. So apparently that's why he's sticking very close to the president. We have enormous interest to certain intelligence groups. So you know what they say? They say it's stranger than fiction. And there's that same bad guy that was watching them when they were out in the grass area when Alex was jogging.
Oh yeah, far earlier in the film. I remember the mustache.
And George Wendt, whatever his character's name is, I should have remembered from the book. But he does spot that guy, and then he turns around and walks out. In fact, he even does a double take there. Did somebody just pop in?
I don't see anybody. I heard the pop.
Maybe
No,
somebody was returning.
I think we're all the same. I didn't go away. I don't know who somebody else did, but
Huh? What happened?
No, Nemesis.
I think it's still the same five of us that's been here for a while now.
Nemesis must have popped out and somehow popped himself back in because I didn't let him in.
Well,
Yeah, I
welcome
don't
back,
know.
Nemesis.
I've been here for like a couple hours or so now, I guess, since 8
I'm still
something.
been here, just haven't had much to say. Listening to you guys chit chat.
No, but we heard the pop
Feel free
like
to-
someone
feel
came
free
Yeah,
back.
to swing in.
it seemed like somebody left and then came back in, but I know it wasn't me, so I don't know what happened there.
But
And-
Nemesis, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, PvP
Oh,
was the
definitely.
last one. Was the last one here, so he was at the bottom, and now you're at the bottom.
Yeah, I think I came at about 8:40 or something because I didn't get home till like almost 8 o'clock, and then it took me like 45 minutes to watch this on double speed on YouTube, which was fine because I had the captions on, so I followed the story. It was really fun. So
Well, the pop was probably from the MK Ultra guys popping in to see us talking about them and
oh
popping
shit, it's the government.
I mean-
Damn, we're
Oh,
all
no.
dead. We're all dead, man.
Well, it's you and me PvP. We're the Canadians here. MK Ultra is a Canadian thing.
Oh man, we're fucked.
Ah, well, whatever. I'm not too worried.
If only it was with Cape Capshaw back then, though. Eh?
So here's where Alex decides to visit her. Jane Devery, PhD, and there she is. Happens to be asleep on the couch.
Okay. Do you think this scene would ever get made today?
Definitely not, unless it was the other way around. A woman could do it to a man. Remember what Wonder Woman did?
Yes.
Yes.
Ever in the last Wonder Woman movie. So yeah, it's
Good
fine if
point.
it's a woman doing it to a man, right?
Good point.
So here's where he decides to try it without the machine and the equipment.
This is all almost like kind of Spock doing a mind meld or something, isn't it? Come to think of it.
More like a mind fuck, if you ask me.
She's on the
Well,
train.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's more accurate a description, I guess. But I gotta say, this is a pretty hot scene coming up here. I gotta say.
Yeah. So she's on a train, an old classic train, and the conductor says, "May I have your ticket, please?"
Yeah, it's Murder
gives
on
him
the
the-
Orient Express, isn't it?
It's a very
Yes.
old train. Yeah.
Oh, I see cleavage. I see cleavage.
I gotta say, Kate had a nice pair from what I've seen in the film in
Yeah.
different scenes.
She did. She was very beautiful.
I remember that scene where she had the sweater on. And it's like, yeah.
Oh, I mean, who's seducing who here?
I think they both want it, actually.
Well, she's not exactly fighting them off, I suppose.
She's actually well, look at this lip lock. I mean, they're just
Yeah.
both into it, right? So,
That's not playing hard to get.
nope.
I mean, she's got both baseball mitts all over him, so
Yeah, they're having a good time together. Yeah.
and who undresses first?
I know because unfortunately we don't get to see her first.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's Alex that gets stripped naked, loses his shirt like Captain Kirk, and we never get to see Kate without her accoutrements.
And just as everything was getting hot and steamy, she wakes up.
Of course.
And he's like right there. She's like, oh. And she runs out of the room upset with him, and he says, Jane. And of course, she's holding her sweater like she's been violated. Oops.
I can see her being upset there, though. It is kind of like
It is.
it's kind of like mind rape almost.
It is.
I wouldn't say it's quite that serious, but it's kind of getting there, right?
Because
Right,
he's
even though
actually there and doing it. It's
Right,
not
it's
like
almost
this
like
is
it,
a dream.
right.
It's like, hey, he's doing that.
Right. Even though it may not be physical, it's still a mental assault.
Yeah, it's still an invasion of her mind, right? Which is an assault, really.
Are we still sharing this picture?
No,
We've
we're
lost it. We're back to your thumbnail, actually, Pop.
Yeah, and this is another thing that Star Trek Enterprise took with thing that happened to Paul.
Gee, I don't
Okay.
remember that
Hopefully I didn't. Hopefully the screen wasn't gone too long.
Yeah, close
No,
enough.
fine.
one. No, I
Perfect
think we're
timing.
good. It looks like you're right on track here.
That was actually a
Okay.
good little break for the tension of the scene, Pop, to be honest.
Tension. Okay.
Yeah, we needed to cleanse our filthy minds there.
There you go.
You cleanse away. I'm keeping my filthy mind.
Hey, I love that scene too. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, to be fair, she might have taken this one way if they'd had the dream together and he was sleeping across the complex. But she comes out of the dream and he's in the chair staring like a psycho at her.
Right,
And
exactly.
Yeah, that was kind of bad. Yeah. Well, the thing was, he walked in. She was asleep. He says, "Okay, I'll just sit down in the chair and I'll just enter her dream and have some fun." Like, so that was kind of even back in '84. That is kind of uncool, I gotta say.
It
Yeah.
is.
but that's adding to the whole tension of the script, and that we were allowed in '84 to make films that could have that kind of tension, which this to other people, to young people, this scene might not seem important, but it actually is a very important scene for the rest of the movie.
Well, the thing was, they've had sexual tension through the whole film, so it does kind of, play into what's come before, I guess.
Well, it's
So
also classic screenwriting where you set up the hero to be great. Like there's the initial challenge, then
right,
the big challenge, and then in Act Two, you make him slip up and show his humanity and show he's a little bit messed up. And then in Act Three, he becomes the full hero again and wins the day. So this is the classic 3-act structure script paradigm for Hollywood at the time.
right. So no hero that's without flaws could be interesting. It's better if they have a few. Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
We got to show 1 foot of clay, if not 2 feet of clay.
And the thing is, we did have the precog early on when he was, obviously a ladies' man with the
Yeah.
whole gambling thing, and so it does make sense.
Yeah. It's consistent and it's character arc stuff. So
Exactly.
I've got no
No,
problem.
I didn't have a problem either. I was just thinking, like, I got to admit, it was a bit of a violation, but hey, it was 1984, right? You'd never get away with it now, but I'm glad we have films like this to enjoy because it does
Right.
add up to the character, right?
100%.
Like it's not like in Star Trek where Tom Hardy rapes Deanna Troy, like fucking full on does it in a mind rape. This was like,
Well said.
Well, they didn't go all the way through it, right? He was, like it was like foreplay, I guess, at the most. They were just kissing, and getting ready to take her top off, so it didn't go all the way there. So that's good.
That wasn't even a foreplay. He didn't even get a grab in. That's not even foreplay.
Well, I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
For Generation X pops, this was second base at best.
Yes.
So second base, no harm, no foul, to use baseball terms. But yeah, maybe next frame. Maybe we move to the next frame.
Well, I want to point this out. This is where he reminds her, I entered that dream without any help or hookup.
Very
So,
important.
this is the first time, that we've seen him do that without the machines.
Which is what Sydow wanted him to be able to do.
Yes, he says, I did all on my own. And when he says that, he actually catches her interest. See? Her mood changes.
Oh God, yes.
Oh, tell me, said Mr. Blair. You work
Yes,
miracles. Is there a possibility the president can be helped? Possibility, no guarantee. Why are you getting involved in this? Because we're the only ones who can help him now. Man is falling to pieces, Paul. He's just sitting there in the Oval Office, making decisions based on his nightmares. He certainly wouldn't be the first world leader. Isn't that overstating things a tiny bit? Do you realize what he plans to do in Geneva? He's going to emasculate our nuclear deterrent and bring the whole damn country to its knees. Now we know his motivation clearly.
Yes.
Because of his dreams. You and I are going to bring the president here. And we're going to use everything that we have in our power to save him.
And this is where we start suspecting the setup, right, Pop?
Oh, yes. It's like, okay, now the pieces are coming together. Now we see.
And we're just waiting for how Tommy, he plays into it. Good old Tommy Snakeface.
Yes. And what is the readout on Mrs. Matusik? Blood pressure, so her vital signs. Are you still mad at me? Well, apparently not. She smiled. No, but I've been thinking about. And there's Tommy. So this is our first look into what Tommy, how he handles going into someone's dream.
I gotta say, right from the start, this Tommy character just pissed the fuck. He pissed me right fucking off. I just hated this guy so much. But then we were supposed to hate him, right? You know, with the way the script was. But I just thought from the start, the first scenes with him, he's like a total asshole narcissist, right?
Yes. And oh my God, Paul, she's having a massive coronary.
Yeah, this was very sad.
Put a crash card in here right away. What the hell is going on? 400 watt seconds. You want bicarb? Yes, and calcium chloride. And of course, they try to restart her heart. Look at the look on his face.
Yeah, he's sitting there like he's loving it, right? The fucking prick.
Like he had a good time.
Yeah, I think he actually killed her on purpose. You know, it's not necessarily in the script, but I think he did.
Oh, he did. Oh, that's just it. What he's doing is he's practicing.
Well, you know, I won't give spoilers. I don't know if we got to that part yet.
Nope.
I don't think we have.
But it is clear that the man has a sadistic personality, and
Absolutely.
Oh,
this is foreshadowing
he's a
to
total
back
dick.
up. He's good. This is foreshadowing again to back up what we're going to see later. The kid, because
Right.
he's like the character's like in his 20s here, which is 30 years younger than me. He's a kid, but he's a cocky kid, and he's psychologically off. This guy is psychologically way off the charts.
He's like
Yep.
serial killer land to me,
Yeah.
right? This scene really got to me. Like when Alex walks up and he's going like, you know,
Yeah.
he goes like a woman died and this dick is only concerned about eating his sandwich, right?
Yeah. But
Yeah,
he can't be a
Well, he's
serial
he's
killer.
lying.
I wouldn't classify him as a serial killer because the
Well, he's-
reason.
It's pretty close.
No, there's a whole
Well, think
different
about
category.
this too. Think about this. It's a perfect crime. There's no witnesses, no proof, no evidence.
No, I classify him as a whole different category there. He wouldn't be a serial killer because the reason serial killers tend to get away with their crimes in so many bodies is because they manage to blend in with the public. They're able to cover their tracks and all that.
Yep.
This guy only
Good-
covers his
good-
tracks. He does not blend into the community. He's
That's a
more
good
of the
point.
psychopath. He's more of like a psychopath where you piss him off and he snaps, and that's when he kills you.
That's a good point, Gorilla. God damn, Gorilla made a great point there. Yeah, you're right, Gorilla. He's more of a psychopath than a serial killer because a serial killer has to have a certain amount of charm and nuance to lure his victims in time after time, right? To get away with his crimes. Whereas this guy's just such an asshole. I wouldn't even have dinner with this guy because it's like, you know, F this guy, right?
Right.
Dude, if
Well,
this
I'd
guy,
argue he's more of a sociopath than anything because there's no empathy for anyone else. Like he's more of a Patrick Bateman than anything. He's just like, I don't fucking care about anyone. I don't care about you. I don't care about him.
Yeah.
Like he
The thing
thinks
is,
he's
though,
just basically he's the
I would
only
agree-
one.
I'd agree to emphasis that he's a sociopath, but I think he crosses into the psychopath when he like seems to take pleasure out of killing the lady with the heart attack thing.
Right. He even says so. She must have had a bum ticker fucking shame.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. Like
no empathy whatsoever.
a woman died, and he only gives a crap about finishing his sandwich. Man, this was a powerful scene for me.
Yeah. Why didn't somebody ask him what happened in that dream? What happened? What was going on?
Yeah, I hate this guy. I hated this guy
But
so
I'm a pretty
much.
sensitive guy.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, you're
Oh, the
sensitive.
sandwich
all
looks
right.
good. I hope it has dill pickles.
God, I want that.
It didn't affect your appetite, he says.
I want that sandwich right now. Give me. Oh,
He grabs
I
his
like this when Alex
arm,
grabs him.
let go, or he's going to drop back a
uncomfortable.
stump.
Yeah.
Everybody dies.
Such a dick thing to say.
And this is where Alex has totally given up on his happy-go-lucky persona. That's gone now. It's out.
Well, I
Yes.
think he's realizing that the Sleep Institute or whatever the hell it's called at this point, he's realizing there's a lot of bullshit going on, and it's not the happy-go-lucky, let's help the world, with sleep problems that he thought it was when he signed up, like, earlier in the film. So he's getting jaded and cynical at this point. Is like, this is fucked up, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
And as
here's
mu-
where they're trying to decide where the president's going to be sleeping.
Mm.
But the north wing is impractical. Well, you'll just have to make other arrangements. I'm sorry, but this is my area of expertise, not yours. I have considerations that you know nothing about, Paul. What considerations? Oh, come on, that's ridiculous. Sorry, I didn't get all the text. If you're concerned about security, then this wing is clearly the easiest one to isolate. You can't handle the move, my people will do it for you. I don't want to get into a debate over this. My sole concern is the well-being of the president.
Oh, sure it is. Oh, sure it is.
Right, and the doctor is obviously questioning because he says, "I don't know what you're concerned with anymore, Blair."
Yeah.
Is really the well-being of? Is it really the well-being of the president? No response.
You know what I love at this point in the film? It's getting to the point where you realize the two of them are at odds. Where earlier in the film, I thought they were close colleagues.
Yeah, they were more like friends.
I thought they were friends, but obviously, by this point, they're not.
Or,
right?
well, not, or maybe not necessarily friends, but old acquaintances.
Well, at least colleagues professionally, right?
Yes, yes.
With some amount of respect between each other. But at this point, that just snapped. For me, this was the scene where it snapped, right? It just broke.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of the script writing. Whereas at the beginning we have two massive dickweeds who are working against the better interests of empathy. But now these two dickweeds, their ideas of what should happen have diverged. So now they are not on the same side anymore, and it's clear.
And that's another thing that adds up to a great script, right? When you have conflict between two major characters.
But conflict between two people who started out as potential villains, that's juicier than just conflict between, say, Diana Troy and any other random character on TNG.
Oh, totally. Yes. Yeah. Well, they're both major characters in the film. So when they at first seem to be, compliant, together with their aims and their end goal, and then they diverge at this point and become like totally opposites. It's a great flip in the script writing. So it's like, damn, that's another thing that makes this a really great film.
Yep.
Yeah. Kung Fu.
And of course, Tommy Ray is getting antsy. This place is starting to close in on me. And he asks him, "Are you on drugs?" And he says, "I don't touch drugs. I messed up enough. At least that's what people tell me." Well, they're wrong, Tommy. You lack direction, that's all. Yeah. So obviously they're using him as a weapon. Took a guy like you to understand me, Bobby boy. All I did was channel your talents, son. When are you going to cut me loose from this dump?
Oh,
Promised you had big plans for me. I do. That's why I'm here.
yeah, that's a scene where you realize how evil these guys are. Like, man, that's pretty messed up.
Well, Christopher Blair is not even being honest and straightforward to Tommy. So yeah, this is strictly a tool. And we have Alex do more late night browsing around the area, spying, and like Gorilla mentioned earlier, no locked doors.
Well, here's another key moment coming up here.
And here's where he's looking for Tommy Ray's file. He pulls it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, this is a real revealing moment coming up.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, because it's like, holy shit, this guy is really evil. And that makes you realize that since he's being employed at the institute, that you know, the institute is not lily white either, right?
Yeah.
All right, I got 3 chats here. Can I read them real quick?
Please,
Go for it,
thank you,
Gorilla.
Gorilla.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Gorilla.
Shauna says, "You want to get rid of me?" LOL. You know
No,
who's
no, no,
beautiful
no,
still
no.
with no work and a beautiful smile? Karen Allen.
Yeah, she still looks great for her age.
I always thought Karen Allen was a very hot lady. Yeah.
Yeah, another natural beauty who's not gotten the plastic, whatever it's called.
Surgery.
No, because it's botched. Every time it looks
Oh,
terrible, and they all look the
Botox?
same.
You're talking Botox.
All
man.
of it, all of it. It's like the Twilight Zone episode. Number 12 looks just like you. It all looks
Oh,
the same.
that's a great episode, by the
Yeah,
way. I
once
love
they've
that
had that
episode.
surgery, they all look the same.
True.
You know what was scary? Number 12 looks just like you. Twilight Zone was like about 40, 50 years ahead of his time, and it's totally true now. Anyway, I'll shut the fuck up.
No, you're right. The worst part is the people in their little bubble circle are saying, "Oh, you look beautiful. My God, you look 30 years younger." They need to stop lying to them.
Yep.
Ego. It's all about egos. So here we have Alex meeting up with, I keep thinking Norm, but anyway, George Wendt's character, who is the author of that book, and I'm guessing an investigative reporter. But old Blair likes to keep a close watch on things. Yeah, I noticed. I had to let you know you're in danger. Last week I would have laughed at you. The stakes are a little higher than I imagined. Mr. Blair is playing for keeps. Now he says he didn't just die of he's talking about the old lady. She didn't just die of a heart attack. I'm saying Blair's a ruthless killer. Officially, his organization doesn't even exist. I mean, these are the guys even the CIA are afraid of. You mean he's training me to be some kind of a spy? He wants assassins. That's when he realizes he starts thinking of Tommy. It looks like we have a rally of some sorts.
Oh, it's a pep rally. How convenient that they built a top secret government lab right next to a high school. And how convenient that they had a pep rally on the same day that they're trying to pass the information.
Right. And I remember now, okay, I had to, because like I said, I didn't get a chance to watch this before the stream. But that's right. George Wendt is playing a good character. And I remember when I saw this at the theater, there was an audible response from the audience when this scene happened because they were not expecting it to happen. So here's where Charlie and Alex get separated in the crowd. And there they are. There's the bad guys grabbing him and they shoot him, as you could see. And that's when the audience were like, oh, they weren't used to seeing Norm from Cheers.
And nobody noticed. And
Nobody in the crowd notices, right? They use a silencer, the old movie silencer that goes pew, which
Well,
doesn't really exist.
And that is not how accurately portrayed. It does not muffle the sound of
No, it doesn't.
actual
Right?
gun.
That's just a movie thing, right? And they all use the
Well,
same
let alone
sound
they're
effect.
firing into a crowd too, right? The bullets would have gone through Norm and fucking hit somebody else. You'd think.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what the caliber is. That looks like a 9mm.
Nice one, Nemesis. Yeah, I was having that thought in 1984, Nemesis. I'm like, wait, what?
Well, that's a 9mm. The bone would have stopped it.
So they grab Alex, throw him in the car. Hello, Alex. You son of a bitch, you killed him. You would have blown the cover off the whole project, he says. And they take him away. Killed that woman in the dream link, didn't you? Why? I wanted to see if it could be done. So, see, yeah, she was a test experiment to see if it was possible that Tommy could do that. You're a real humanitarian, Blair. I'm a realist. We live in a dangerous, hostile world. I will do whatever I have to keep this country safe. That's what scares me. You're a very intelligent young man, Alex. You've mastered an amazing technique. Obviously, trying to groom him to replace Tommy. Surely you can see the possibilities. A dream knife. The shock to him into his system caused a coronary and she died. So the old wives' tale comes true after all. When you dream that you die in life. Let me go back here. I want to point this out. I am so glad that this is something that really, 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 really bugs me. It irks me because it's a nitpicking thing. It's old wives' tale, WIVES, not old wise, WISE, which most people say. I'm like, what is going on? So it's an old wives' tale, all you guys who didn't know.
Yeah. You know
Just
why
like
it's called
people say, I could care less. No, you couldn't care less. It couldn't care less.
Yeah. You know why it's called an old wives' tale, right?
What is that?
Because it's usually old wives that tell them.
Well, it goes back to the old days where women would just sit around and gossip and tell legends and stories.
Yeah, I think that goes back into antiquity, so to speak.
It does.
Right?
It goes very far back, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like the nagging mother-in-law, I suppose.
Right. But so many people, when you see it referenced on TV and movies, they say wise tale, and it's like, no, that's not what it. That's not.
No,
it.
it's WIVES. Yeah.
Yes. Very same instant. So when you die in dream, you die in life. Now we can go into any enemy's dream and kill him. Make it look as if he died in his sleep. You realize what that means? The question is whether you're going to cooperate. I've never had any doubts about Tommy Ray. He's a fucking psychopath. Alex, it's very simple. Either you work for me or you die.
For me, this was the point where the whole film it flipped into a different film at this point.
Yeah.
Because the first part of the film, I thought, well, this is a kind of fun sci-fi film about dream research, and then I knew that the president threat early on was going to lead to something, right? Because it's politics. But I was not expecting it to get as dark as it flipped over in this. To me, this is when it actually became a totally different film in a lot of ways.
Yep, it's definitely not disappointing. I love it.
No, it was great, but
Unpredictable.
it was like a totally different. It was like, holy shit, this is like a fucking different film. It just flipped.
Right.
It got so dark, right? It was like, holy shit.
So he jumps out of the car and he's making a break for it, and the bad guys are chasing after him. And he's just trying to flag down a ride.
I love this scene.
And it
This
causes
is
the guy to
great.
crash, unfortunately.
This is
You okay?
great.
Yeah, I'm okay.
He totally gets the guy to crash, and he says, "Are you okay?" And then he steals his
Right,
bike.
he takes his bike.
I love that scene. Like, how many
Yes.
guys? If some asshole
only-
ran out in the middle of the
Hold on,
road.
PvP, hold on.
Sorry.
So, and here's where they're making plans to catch him. I'm sorry, but we have to keep moving because we're only
No,
three-quarters of the way through the
Please,
movie,
please,
and it's almost a 4-hour stream.
go for it. I'll shut up. Go for it. No worries.
So here we have the president arriving. I did not want to hit that button. And there's Dr. DeVry or DeVry, I can't remember. Jane, Alex, look, listen to me. Blair's out of control. They killed a man right in front of me. Blair's here now. He's brought the president with him. No, you can't call the cops. Blair owns the cops and the FBI. God, that sounds like today. Alex? Jane, I'm coming back. We've got to stop Blair. Listen, there's security everywhere. I'll leave the door open at the loading dock. Don't worry about me. Just keep yourself alive. Count on it. How do we get that scene? Oh, that's right. I think somebody might be after him.
Yeah,
back in the day.
how did they manage to find him?
They've been following him.
Well,
Yeah,
if
but-
he's in the FBI, then they're tracing the call, maybe.
Yeah, but that's still
Right.
pretty fast for them to find him in a
Possibly.
matter of
Yeah.
a minute. And they didn't know where he went when he took off on the motorcycle.
Oh, it's probably just some random driver, you know.
And for all you kids out there, that's what used to be called a telephone booth.
And now that's what we call a homeless tent.
Yes, not anywhere. Now it's called a home. And I would be lucky to upgrade to something like that instead of cardboard box.
I thought it was an outhouse.
Well, it can be used for that too.
You know, to keep the smell somewhere inside.
So
Oh,
here they
dude,
are
can you imagine how like
chasing
you'd have to? Oh,
Oh, I love this scene. I loved this scene.
Now remember, these are the same bad guys who are just they don't know. When they think about the sleep clinic, they're just there to collect money that he's been owing them for all this time.
They're
So
simple.
I owe you a beating, you son of a bitch. Hey, Sneed, this better be good because McLaren there. And he says, come on, Sneed, give me a favor. I'll give you 3 winners. He listens. In a couple of minutes, they're going to be in a hurry. No problem. You're a dead man. So you better not be lying. You're a dead man. Go ahead, Gorilla.
Yeah, well, he says, I'll give you 3 winners. He goes, make it 6. He goes, 5. Deal.
Right, thank you. Or you're a dead man.
I still don't know why they let him go here, though.
Because he offered to give them 3 winners so that they will fight the bad guys that are chasing after him from the Institute.
Good deal, and it was good script writing.
Nice
And
to
they come
bring the dudes back in from the start, though. That was cool.
They come running out. You're scaring the horses. And there he is doing his chase scene.
So much mud.
Nice to see Quaid actually riding the bike, though. Like that's
Yeah.
real shit, right?
Looks like him.
Looks like him on a real bike.
And
I
he
just want to
crashed
say
in.
he's really great in this film, too, by the way.
Yep. Cover the main gate. He hears the voices. So he hides until dark. Now we have later in Dr. Novotny's office. Robert Blair. So he decides to look up his file. I guess he just now realized for the first time that he should do that. Is there a problem, Paul? And this is the point where Blair knows that if Paul Novotny, the doctor, tries anything, that he can easily eliminate him. And I think the doctor realizes that.
You know what gets me, though, about Dr. Paul here is wouldn't if you were like running a serious program like Dreams Research, wouldn't you like do a background check on everybody that came into the program before you accepted them?
Well, yeah, but remember that guy is the worst for the president, so supposedly that's already been vetted.
No. I'm talking about the psychopath that killed his father.
Right. Well, but then but he
He-
thinks that. Go ahead, Gorilla.
I was going to say they purposely hired him because they're training assassins.
Right, but the
wanna
doctor
start-
doesn't know that. The doctor doesn't know. That's what we're saying.
Oh, you're saying the other character, the what the hell? I can never remember the name.
Okay, let me explain. The doctor here is not training assassins. He's a good guy. But Blair, the bad guy, Christopher Plummer, brought in Tommy and as having them pose as a guy with sleep who can help.
Right.
Even though he's actually an assassin. And the
So
doctor
Blair-
doesn't know that.
Yeah, Blair's the asshole that brought the
Right.
killer.
And the doctor
in.
does
Okay.
not know that.
I got it. Got it.
All right.
Okay. And that's where he says when he starts to look at Blair's file, he says that doesn't concern you, and the doctor says I think it does. I'm afraid everything concerns me now. If something's deeply troubling you, let's sit down. Should we really? Should we talk about what you need to do to the president? This is where all the pieces come together and he realizes
Yeah.
what's going on.
But he's sadly signing his own death warrant here.
And well, he's given up. He knows he has no control over what's going to happen.
He's realizing far too late that he's done, basically.
Yes, and he's enabled the bad guys to to weaponize his research.
Well, the thing is, you got to wonder how long have the bad guys been there a part of it? Like it could have been years, right? So maybe he trusted them.
Well, according to them, I don't know if they exactly mentioned this in the movie, but I think Tommy's the first one because most of them were not as strong psychics as Tommy,
Mm.
and then Alex
But
is the second.
but what was the timeline for Tommy? Like it could have been quite a while ago, right? So
I don't know if they explained that.
I'm just saying that there could have been evil intentions, in some elements here for some time.
Right, and here's where he tells Blair it's over now. I'll see to that. By God, I'll make them believe. He said nobody will believe you. By God, I'll make them believe me. I came to you with important research designed to illuminate, not to destroy. Didn't I provide you with everything you needed? You took something that was vital and very important. You corrupted it. You let me, he says. Yes. It's my eternal shame.
That is an absolutely fantastic bit of dialogue between the two of them there. I
So
mean,
now we know the
great,
doctor's not
great.
much longer for this world, right? Because now that he knows that Blair knows that he knows,
Mhm.
it's like, okay, you better watch your back.
Great writing there.
And of course, he's getting blocked in the corridor by two men on both sides. And just like the government, you just disappear. We have Alex back arriving in a taxi. Damn it, can't get in. Apparently, the door's locked. Alex, thank God you're here. Here we have the president getting ready for bed. And we have Tommy, who happens to be in the room right next to him. And that's what all this led up to, was to get Tommy next to the president. Hopefully that's not spoilers. I think we've been leading up to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's obvious.
Right? He's going to die in his sleep, Tommy. After all the stress he's been undergoing lately, no one will suspect a thing exactly. So
Yeah,
don't worry.
it's pretty obvious by this point what they're intending to do to the president, right? So
Exactly. Regular heroes, aren't we, Bob? Sure, Tommy. Make sure that, and here's where Alex and I feel bad. I'm sorry, I don't remember her character name. Make sure that's under his head. The boxes will hide him nicely. But I want that thing coming off. Take it from here. There's the station wagon from earlier. I'm going to stay with Blair. Right. And of course, Alex does his action scene, and he stops the bad guy. I know what noises you're liable to make when you hear me. Why did Blair bring the president here? Some tests. Alex, what? Come here, she says. All right, out of the car. Come on. And there we have Dr. Novotny, unfortunately.
yeah, this scene really that scene fucked me up bad. It's like, oh shit. He's one of my favorite characters in the movie, and it's like, oh crap.
Yep. I didn't do it, he says. Huh? The president's dream, right? So Alex is piecing it all together. How's he going to do it? Tell me, you son of a bitch. The president's in the room next to Tommy Ray. When the president goes to sleep, and that's all he needed to hear, and he ran out of there.
I just gotta say that guy who was holding the gun to the head of that guy, Isn't he supposed to be like protecting the president, and he's like in on killing him?
No, he's part of Blair's team.
Oh, he's part of Blair's team. Okay.
And I'm going into that
Okay.
dream, and I'm going to stop Tommy Ray. He says. Here we have the president going to sleep, and he'll be hitting REM state soon. He's asleep. Won't be long before I can go in. Let's use my office. I think you'll be close enough there to link. No lights, lock the door. So they're in another adjacent room, apparently. Take your time, Alex. Otherwise, you won't be able. True, otherwise, it might be too late already. He's trying to go to sleep, and he says it's not working. He's trying to get through, but he's got to chill. Okay, now use your breathing. And there, Tommy's already out. And the president's asleep. And they'll be into the dreamscape. And of course, once again, we get the sorry, Gorilla, you had something to say.
I was just gonna say we got 2 chats here.
Okay, go ahead, go for it.
Yeah, Shan says it's a Superman closet. Beer. Bzzz.
Oh, talking about the phone booth.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we head back to a dystopia after a nuclear attack, which is what we referenced earlier, and we have the president on a train basically riding through this waste, seeing that everybody died. And he's regretting it because he feels that it's all his fault.
And I might add, this is a payoff for the setup from way back in the film with some of his earlier nightmares. It's like an extended, but we're going to get a lot of good stuff here.
Yes.
Yeah, well, wasn't the president's first nightmare about a nuclear holocaust with a woman?
All his nightmares have been about that. All his nightmares have been about that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the first one was about a Holocaust,
totally.
about a Holocaust killing his wife, and then now it's the aftermath. And he feels he's the only, like a nightmare. He's the only survivor, and now he's living with the guilt. Mr. President, listen to me, says Alex. And of course, the president's like, "What? Who are you? Your life is in danger. Bob Blair is trying to kill you. What the hell are you talking about? He sent somebody into this dream to assassinate you. Who are you? Look, all you got to do is wake up. Wake up? That's right. Wake up." And he said he took a sedative. A sedative? Ride this out until it wears off. I love the miniature here.
Yeah.
Great shot there. Washington, D.C., you can see what's led to the White House.
Very, very excellent special effects here, I got to say.
Yeah.
And perfect blending of the flames.
Yes. So it's like the nightmare is he's on this train that just goes round and round, and that's all he sees. He says, "I caused it. It's all a dream. None of this is real," says Alex. "Hello, Mr. President." Alex. And of course, here we have Alex. "We get to kill 2 for the price of 1, he says. And we have a random police officer show up. Okay, what seems to be the trouble here? So here's where the reason why obviously the police officer shows up is it gives us an example of how Tommy reacts to people in dreams. No trouble at all. Then move on, son. And then he stabs him with his fingers.
While staring him in the eyes.
All right, Freddy Krueger style.
Yep.
So this is where Dennis Quaid realizes, yeah, he means business. And for the president, this is like the first time he's seen this. You sick bastard.
That was kind of a big mistake he made, though, right? Because then he clued the president in that he was an asshole.
Or he figures he has complete domination over the nightmare, so he's bragging about it.
Yeah, but he doesn't actually. It's his arrogance that does him in eventually.
But you notice that they have the old trope where he pulls out the heart and it's still beating, of course.
Oh, I love it. I love that. That was a classic. And he says to Alex, "Have a heart," and he throws
Yes.
it at him.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. I love that moment. That was
Oh,
funny.
that's like Roger Moore, James Bond bad pun right there.
Oh, it's such a bad pun, but it worked, right? That's the thing. It actually worked.
So he hits the speed and the train is going faster. It's a dream, Alex. You can do anything you want in here. Now it cuts in the dream to this scene here.
This makeup is fantastic.
And they hear the voices, help me. There he is. He's the one who pushed the button. He did it. So that's Alex disguised as a victim of the nuclear war, trying to get the mob to attack the president.
Oh, it's kind of like the Warriors did it. The Warriors did it.
Yes. Yes. He did this to you. And there they are trying to get through the crowd and trying to escape. And another thing, too, is I wanted to point out, is then I remembered it was great to see Eddie Albert in an action scene like this. I mean, it was great. I'd never seen him spring into action and do this. So that was fantastic, especially for his age.
Kung fu action.
This was hilarious. I gotta say. Remember Bruce Lee?
I saw Into the Dragon 6 times. You blew it, Alex. God damn this thing. In this world, you're nothing, Alex. I'm God. And the zombies break through the glass. Of course, you got to have that obligatory scene. Into the line, boys. And them to fight and struggle. I know something you're really afraid of, Alex. And then stop motion animation, but I still like it. It's quaint, and I'll still take this any day over CGI.
Yes.
So he turns into the Snake Man from the little boy's nightmares, because he saw him drawing that sketch in the library, and he knew that he was afraid of that.
I gotta say this part is absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
The whole thing, the set design, the matte paintings. I mean, look at that. I love it.
You know, yeah, the one guy thought up of those nunchucks there. Well, couldn't Alex here thought up of? Oh, I don't have time for this shit, and thought up of an AKK.
Yeah, but Alex is still new at this, I'm guessing. When you're dealing with a psychopath who does anything unexpectedly, unless you have a twisted mind, it's hard to come up with something fast enough. Here we are, Eddie Albert doing his own stunts. And we have devil dogs who get shocked by the electricity. And they continue running. I want to watch this part. And there's the president. Remember, this is the president of the United States, guys. I could never imagine a president these days that I would care so much for and empathize with as much as this.
Yeah.
Come on. So he's got the president and he's saving him from this. I wish this would happen to Biden. I mean, for me, it'd be my sweetest dreams. It's a dead end. Of course, they're trapped. Nowhere to run. Maybe we don't run. So now they're looking around for something to use as weapons. And here comes the Snake Man. and it bites him in the shoulder from the back. Good old homage to Ray Harryhausen.
Yes.
Now look at
and
this. Sorry, go ahead, Hungry.
I was going to say, and Jim Danforth, who was a great animator in the 70s.
Thank you. And this is where Alex realizes what he had been told, that whatever he imagines in a dream comes true and he has control over it. So he uses that power to heal himself. There we go.
Awesome stuff.
Now we have the president directly confronting, which means the president. Here's another difference. This president is not a coward.
No.
I mean, when was the last time we saw a president that was not a coward?
Jill just stepped in and said, I need to see this movie. I was saying that earlier. I said Jill would like this movie.
I was telling her the other day on a prior stream about the concept of the movie, and she said it sounded interesting, and I told her I recommended it.
This is right up Jill's alley. Yes, Jill, you do need to see this film. I'll hook you up with a link later on.
Yeah, but I don't want the ending to be spoiled.
No.
Yeah, I should probably step out, Jill, but thank you for being here. Thanks for stopping by. You're amazing.
Hey, Jill, how's it going?
So here's where you have Tommy taking form of different people here to trick them. Oh no, I'm sorry. Alex posed as Tommy's father that he murdered to confuse him and to trick him. That's right, because he had seen the photos that he had murdered his father. So he took the form of the father to distract him from the president. Why, Tommy?
I love that. This was an incredible scene. I thought this scene made the whole damn movie, to be honest.
And that in-between makeup is even scarier than the full Snake Man.
Oh, it's totally awesome, isn't it? It's just great. Yeah.
Well, he starts to convert back to a human, but he's stuck like in between. I love you,
Well,
Tommy.
I think what I got out of this scene is like it's his guilt about what he did to his father that's taking him back to almost human, but he's still too evil to actually ever be an actual really human being again because he's just a dick.
Right. And I want to make sure I show this scene because I want to cover because I remember the press back at the time when the movie came out. And I remember one specific review. So I want to show this scene. So Tommy gets distracted because Alex poses as his dad. And Tommy, in mid-morph, changing between snake back to a man, does this and then watch the president from behind.
Oh, I love that scene. That was one of the great scenes.
Right. And I remember one of the reviews, that's the reason I wanted to point this scene out, is one of the reviews back then said, that's terrible. They should never show the president killing somebody from behind. I was thinking, what?
You're kidding, right? It's
no, I'm not.
How many times has the president have to make executive orders to kill like a lot of people? Not just one.
I know, right?
Anybody remember World War II?
Whenever Dink was the reviewer that Pop is talking about, has not been paying attention to the script thus far, because the president is killing someone who would kill the president and allow for a nuclear war to happen. So the president is being heroic. This is a Teddy Roosevelt moment here. This is good presidency.
Right, and I will reference again, if this was the current president, he'd be cowering in the corner, pissing his pants.
Or would this more be like a Kennedy or Reagan thing?
I would say Reagan, not Kennedy specifically.
I go for Reagan.
Well, the thing is,
I'd say Kennedy was capable of it. I'd say Kennedy was capable of it, except for his terrible health by the end of his career, and we all know the
Kennedy wasn't the hero that a lot of people make him out as.
I'm not saying he is. I am saying he'd be capable of doing it if it served his purposes. But
that's true.
I think Reagan would have done it for the right reasons.
Yes, Reagan is, I think, the only one who was good at heart.
Yeah.
Well,
You know, he
you
wasn't
gotta
perfect. He made mistakes, but he's the only one I know that was good at heart.
you gotta give Kennedy credit for saving us in the Cuban Missile Crisis, though, because as a young kid, I remember that was pretty fucking bad, and we were on the brink of nuclear war. And Kennedy, he just stood up to Russia and he said, "Fuck you guys! You pull those fucking missiles out of Cuba right now, or we're going to go toe to toe." And they backed off, right? So I do give Kennedy respect for what he did at that moment.
Rightio, but I'm just backing up Pop here and saying that they both presidents might have done the same physical action, but they would have had a very different psychological reason for doing so.
Oh well,
Yes.
every president has a different reason because they're living in they're governing in a different era, right? Hungry.
Well, I want to point out, just like our last presidential election, the way Kennedy made it into office is a lot of dead people voted. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I
So
have no idea about
during our,
that.
yeah, it is true. And during our last election, that was not the first time it's happened. The Democrats are well known for that.
Well, if you guys got an election system that fucked up, I'm glad I'm Canadian.
Yeah, we do.
You know what we
Our
do?
elections, are you kidding? Yeah, I'm sure you saw the press. Our entire electronic system comes from China.
Oh God.
Well, we don't have electronic systems. You know what we do in Canada here?
I
We
know.
walk in. We walk into a cardboard booth. There's a little piece of paper with
I
the
know.
names,
I know. And that thing
and
is,
we
they
mark
can't
a
they can't
we mark an
manipulate that
X
as
with
easy.
our pencil, and that's what I'm glad we do.
I know, but that can't be manipulated. So yeah, seriously, the software they use here is ran by the CCC.
I'm sorry to hear that, Pop. I really am.
I'm
But
not. I'm not going to be around much longer. I don't care.
oh fuck, don't
Nice one.
do not
Hey,
do not think like that, man. Do not think like that. We love you, man. Don't think that shit.
I think we need to move on to the next frame, Pop.
Yeah, let's. Well, that was a great frame. I love him getting speared through the gut. But yeah, let's get this done. Let's get this
So
over
obviously,
with.
as that happens, Tommy Ray didn't seem to be doing so well.
I love that scene. That's so good.
There he is,
Especially
Tommy.
the president kills him.
That's right, and I'm glad the president did it, and Alex didn't have to. That's another thing too. Is just like the little boy Bobby, the president overcame his nightmares and did it himself.
And a beautiful
That's
thing about
true.
this, Pop, a beautiful thing about this is the subtext, meta text. Whereas the nice guy from Green Acres killed the bastard from the Warriors.
Exactly, right? Which nobody would. If you ever told somebody that out of context, they'd be like, "No, what? Huh? No."
It's a beautiful moment, and all of us in '84 are like, "Yeah, we get it."
Oliver Wendell Douglas killed the guy from the Warriors. Yeah.
Well, see, this guy was in the Warriors.
Yes, he
Yes,
was the villain, dude.
The
Which
villain
guy
main
was
villain.
he?
He was the
killed
main
Warriors
antagonist
come out
in
and
Rogue.
play. He had the 3 bottles in his fingers. Warriors come out and play at the end when they were at Coney Island.
You're
He was
talking
the
the
one who
Warriors
shot
Warriors film, right?
He shot
Yes.
Cyrus. He
I-
shot Cyrus.
Right, he shot
He
the
did
guy at the
shoot Cyrus.
beginning,
Okay,
and then
okay.
blamed the Warriors, pointed at them, and the whole movie was
pointed at
about all the other
Leon.
gangs chasing after
Oh
them.
shit! I haven't seen the Warriors in like 20 or 30 years, but I love that film. That was a fucking great film, and I totally forget this dude. So I
Yeah.
gotta watch that again.
That's why this was a kick in the head for American audiences, dude. Because Eddie Albert, the nicest guy on TV, took out the nastiest piece of trash in the Warriors.
Yes.
Well, I gotta
Yes.
say, I just loved Eddie just skewering him in that scene. It was absolutely phenomenally great.
And for once, here he wakes up from.
God damn, he's sweaty though.
Well, I can imagine what he just went through.
Yeah.
I guess I'd be sweaty.
That's why the
too.
first thing he does is rips off those pajamas. He's burning up. I can understand that. And poor Tommy Ray, he's dead, Jim.
He's
And
Here she is, Alex. Are you all right?
Oh, we're almost getting an intimate scene here.
And she's
Close.
making sure he's okay. Maybe he needs a little life support. No, I guess he's all right.
You should.
Yeah, I think,
What happened?
Okay, babe.
It's
Kiss
okay.
me now. I need to survive.
I think he needs mouth-to-mouth
Right.
resuscitation.
Yes, exactly, Gorilla.
Right.
She's about to get
He
sweaty
saved it.
too.
Right. He saved the president, but there's no witnesses. But except the president.
Yeah.
He says, I stopped the bastard. Oh, Mr. Blair is surprised. This is John. And he walks right past him. Bob, stay away from me. I love this. Excuse us, gentlemen. Don't excuse us. Don't leave me for an instant. I love this. Let's go back to your room. You put the maniac in my dream to kill me. Just how crazy that you don't know how crazy that sounds, Mr. President. You'll never get away with this, says the president. You can't touch me, John. I love that. I think we should get as far away from here as possible, she says. Hold it right there. Secret Service, I imagine. And there's the president, and here it is. Ah, thank you. I love it. He sees him and he recognizes him and he knows that's the one that went in his dream and helped him.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm glad they had this scene instead of the president just leaving.
Yeah.
I don't know how you did it. You got out of there in one piece, Mr. President. Sir, what about Bob Blair? Blair? He's going to be coming after me. He can't afford to have me alive. I'll assign some men to you. I appreciate that, sir. But I think I should deal with this on my own.
Yeah.
So now we cut with Mr. Blair. Oh, what do we know we have here? And you notice that already you could tell from the lighting and the camera angle that there's something off about this. And of course, we realize this is Mr. Blair having a dream.
I didn't catch it.
Dutch
I thought
angle,
he was just going to attack him, but I should realize it was going to be a dream thing.
Right, they're already in the dream.
Dutch angle always indicates something wonky is going to happen.
That wasn't a Dutch change. That wasn't a Dutch angle.
The previous angle was at an angle low. If you're shooting low and from a slight diagonal, it's a Dutch angle.
Oh.
He says,
Yeah,
I don't know
man.
how you did it. And he says it was easy.
Sorry, Nemesis. Sorry.
Ah!
I love that part.
And the alarm goes off. And she says, you're going to be late. Bob. Now we get the happy ending with them two. It looks like probably LA. I didn't, but I had one hell of a dream. I think she said, I hope you had a good night's sleep.
Mm.
Crazy, Jane. Adventure, you call going to Louisville an adventure? Oh, also to Louisville. Okay, what's wrong with Louisville? Oops. You don't happen to be planning on doing any gambling, do you? Then why are we going? What's important is that it takes 3 days to get there.
Haha.
I haven't been on a train in years, and this is a great reference to her dream.
Mm-hmm.
Romantic, very romantic. Well, that's not exactly true, Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. And this is where I like it. I don't know. I like the way the script, the way it's written, and where it covers this. It's his apology to her, and he's doing it real and romantic. And now he gets to really do the scene that he wanted to do earlier, but he wasn't able to in real life.
And he throws her hat on the ground. What a dick.
Nemesis.
You won't be needing this.
But I mean, the thing is, all of this is, with permission, shall we say? So it's totally different at this point.
How do we know it isn't a dream?
Oh,
Tickets. And we have the conductor from her dream. That's right, the same guy.
Was this supposed to be a dream again?
Nope, this is a real thing. This is not a dream. It just happens to be the same conductor. And that's why they're like, huh?
It's a nice little extra tidbit for the audience. And the other thing that's really sweet is this is kind of like the ending romantic scenes in a whole bunch of James Bond movies,
Oh, and the old film noir movies where people get on a train, the black and white. You got the steam coming from the train.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And the trains head off into the distance. Oh, we made it to the end. cast of characters. There we go. But like I said earlier, guys, if any of you have not seen this, I hope we didn't spoil it for you. I recommend you watching it on your own. It's a fantastic movie. If you've never, I was gonna say if you've never seen my channel, sub, but there's really not much reason to do that. But thank you guys for being here. And I wanted, oh, Gorilla, is there any in the chat that we haven't mentioned? I want to make sure I read every single chat.
Well, we got a few chats, but everybody's been mentioned. Here, Jill says, hello, I still need to see this movie. Okay, I'll see you later. PvP says, yes, it's a cool movie. Or PvP said that. Sean waves at Jill. Sean, does the train go into a tunnel? Hee hee.
Nah.
Then he gives us the emojis to indicate what he's talking about.
In case we can't figure it out on our own.
Well, maybe a short bus went into a tunnel, but it wasn't no train. Help!
Okay. So thank you all, everybody in the chat. I really appreciate you guys spending these streams with me, I guess. I should wrap this up as a package. And I've had a lot of fun these past couple months that we've been doing these streams. And I really appreciate you guys being friends. And I know a lot of you guys donated to my fund. That means a lot to me. And I wanted to say thank you to the people on the panel. I'm going to miss you guys. I love you guys. I'll try to keep you guys updated, but from this point on, I know where I go, I won't have a computer or a laptop. So I'll be lucky if I have an Obama phone, so I can maybe Twitter.
I'm so sorry to hear what's happening, Pop. Like, I don't want to go into details, on your stream, but shit.
I'm just being real. I've exhausted all possibilities.
Yeah.
I wish I would have known. I would have started. I thought I was moving. I would have started all the application processes and everything ahead of time. I would have told the hospital, yeah, you got anywhere to go? Let me know. But I didn't know. I wasn't told until today.
Well, yeah, that sucks. It's like everything seems so optimistic, moving to Arizona a couple of days ago, right? And it's like, fuck.
Oh, well.
It's really hard to believe what's happening.
I know. You can't have everything, right? But thank you guys.
But...
Thank you, everybody in the chat. And I love you guys. I love you all you guys in the chat and everybody on the panel.
Ditto. Right back at you, man. Right back at you.
Love you too, Pop.
Yeah, we all love you,
You're
Pop.
amazing, dude.
Yeah, we're all concerned, and
We'll figure something out.
We're just frustrated. Like,
don't be. It's okay.
Well, the trouble is, like, I'm living paycheck to paycheck too, and if I had like $1,000 I could lend you tomorrow, I'd do it, right? But I just don't.
In California, all that'll do is pay me another month's rent, and I'll still be in the same predicament next month.
No, but at least that would give you another month's time to try and figure out another solution, right? But
I know, but I was hoping to use what little money I had to get out of here, so I don't have to worry about next month.
I know.
Because all these waiting lists, all these waiting lists are several months long.
Oh, tell me about it. Yeah.
So think about this. Think about this, guys. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you had $1,000 in your pocket. Would you spend your last $1,000 on a month's rent, or would you hold on to it and just say, I'm going to take my chances because I know in a month I'm going to be on the streets anyway? At least I'll have $1,000 in my pocket.
Well, if I had to spend on rent to stay, with a roof over my head, I would pay my rent.
But then at the end of the month, you're going to be with no money in your pocket.
It's catch-22.
I mean, personally, for me,
it's catch-22, I guess. I mean, I wish I had a magic solution, but I don't.
Right? No, I don't expect you guys to come up with an answer. That wasn't my question.
No, I to be honest, Pop, if I was in your circumstances, I really don't know what the fuck I would do. Like you've gone through the shit grinder the last few months, right?
I just had the hospital. Well, I was just in the hospital, and they said, okay, maybe we can get you to like a midterm care or some kind of, whatever it was. And I'm like, no, thanks. My friends in Arizona said I can come stay there. I appreciate it, though. I could have started the application processes a long time ago if I'd have known.
Well, I hate to criticize, but it would have been kind of nice if Jedi Bill and those involved had kind of maybe checked everything out before they made the offer to you. Just saying,
Well,
you
yeah, but
know.
that's neither here nor there, I guess, as they say.
No, I mean, I know they meant well, but maybe they should have checked all the angles before they made the offer. Is what I'm saying.
I wish I wouldn't have invested everything into that. I shouldn't have put all my eggs in one basket. That's what's. I'm
Yeah,
partially
that's
to
human.
blame.
We all do that. We all do that, Pop. That's human nature. We all try to look for that, that one thing that will solve our problems, and
Yeah.
sometimes and it doesn't. And for oh God, I feel so bad for you, man. Fuck, I was really, I mean, we had great fun tonight, but I feel so bad
Yeah.
that this
Don't
is
feel
happening.
bad. Don't
I
feel
do
bad.
though, because I
Well,
care about you, man.
well,
It's
Pop, if you
okay.
get to Minnesota, I got a room for you.
Yeah, I wish I could, Gorilla. I appreciate that, but it's too far. I barely raise, as you guys know, I barely raise enough to make it to Arizona. Minnesota would cost much more, which I don't have.
Have you ever actually thought of just doing like maybe a plane flight or something? Like that might actually work out cheaper than buying gas these days. It's crazy
Well,
to think, but
it's not just gas, but it's abandoning my life and everything I own and my dogs. I can get on
well,
a bus right now and go anywhere I want in the United States. I'm sure.
I know there's some flights where you can
But
probably
either
take.
wherever I go, I'm going to be homeless. So it really doesn't matter. Wherever I go, there's going to be waiting lists.
There's probably some flights where you can take pets on board though, and
Oh,
maybe.
no, I don't have that kind of money. Those
Oh
are
well,
expensive.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to. I'm
Well,
just trying. I'm throwing out
No,
ideas,
I know.
trying to
I
help.
know. LDG told me that if I can't afford, if I don't get a house, that he would take the dogs if I can get them somehow shipped to Florida. And I looked it up, and I can't even afford that.
I wish I could. I wish I could offer some kind of solution, but
No, it's
uh,
okay. I don't
I
expect you
just
to.
I just don't have any ideas, man. I hate
Same
I
here.
hate
I
feeling like this. I hate feeling like
No,
this.
don't let it bother you. But yeah, I believe me, I tried everything too. I was a fool. Think about it, guys. I should have filled out the applications anyway.
It
I should
always
have,
helps.
Well,
and
it's
I did
hindsight
try.
being foresight, Pop.
Well,
It's
I did
don't kid
try. When I was
yourself
in the
with that.
hospital, the social workers kept
Well,
saying, "We'll come back." Yeah, there's plenty of help. We'll come back, and they never did. And I kept complaining to the doctor, saying, "Why can't I get some assistance? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?" And it wasn't until the very last day, yesterday, when they released me, they sent me a link to the typical website where everybody applies for disability. So they even waited to the
I
very last day where they were kicking me out.
I would just say don't feel like a fool because sometimes the system does fuck us up and let us down.
I'm
And
used to it.
I've been there myself. I mean, I'm frustrated right now with the Canadian system here because I had a medical appointment last Thursday and the doctor, she was nice enough, but I got the feeling she didn't really give a fuck.
They
And
don't.
I'm sure I'll be waiting, for the test she ordered. I'm sure I'll be waiting 2 or 3 months before I get a phone call. So yeah, it's kind of all fucked up, really, really, isn't it? Like shit. Oh man.
That happens.
Sean is saying in the chat that you can still fill those forms out. It wasn't a one-time offer.
I would try it. Just on
What
the
forms?
slightest chance, I would just fill
Wait,
out
wait, wait,
anything you
wait, wait.
can.
Stop. Hold on, guys. I told you there's a waiting list for everything you fill out. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm saying I could have done that a month ago, whenever we first planned on going to Arizona when I thought I was going there, but I didn't think I had to. But yeah, sure, I can fill out the papers tomorrow, but they're not going to approve me by next week.
Yeah,
So
that's
everybody keeps saying that. I'm sure it makes you feel better saying that, but it's not going to do me any good by next week. I don't want to get upset, but I mean, if they say fill out the papers today, and then maybe in 4 or 5 months you'll get unemployment or what we call disability, where I won't even have an address to send it to. I know it's easy to say, keep up the chin and fill out those paperwork, but believe me, I listened, I tried all my options, I checked everything. There's waiting lists for all of it, and there are no options.
Yeah, at this point, at this moment regarding you, Pop, is all we have. So we need to, continuing the stream, we need to talk about things that are going to make you happy in this moment and help alleviate the stress that you're suffering. Because there's
No, it's
nothing.
okay. It's inevitable. I was trying to hold off, and I'm sorry to say, I wanted to quit this stream so many times earlier tonight. I just wasn't in the mood, but I didn't want to give up because it was my last stream.
Well, you did a beautiful job, and honestly, I'm not saying this to blow smoke up your ass. I think this was one of your best streams, and you showed tribute very much to artistry that you admire and responsible storytelling that you admire, and you were a champion tonight, pal. A champion.
Well, it was my last chance not to think about the inevitable,
Yeah, I know.
which
I
is
know.
that's all that's going to be on my mind here in the next week.
I just want to add to Hungry that I think this was a great stream tonight. I really enjoyed.
Thanks.
Really, I've never seen this film before. I watched it earlier, and I thought this is a really great film. And I thank you, Pop, for recommending it. But please, I hope this is not your last stream. I hope somehow,
Well,
miracle, miracles,
it's my
maybe
last
something.
stream because it's my last stream because my focus is not going to be on doing YouTube anymore. I've got
I understand.
just I've got less than 2 weeks till the first, and my focus now is going to be on what do I do with everything I have, and where do my dogs go where they're safe.
I
So
understand.
it's priorities. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you got a lot of shit on your mind to sort out in the next week and a half or so. So I totally get it, man. Like when you canceled Lost in Space last night, I was disappointed, but it's like it's not important. It's not important. To do any live streams when you're facing all the shit you are in real life. And
Right. And I
I
can't
think
do live streams
everybody,
with a phone.
I think everybody here on the panel right now I'm talking to, and everybody that was in the stream earlier tonight, we totally get the challenges that you're facing, and we're all feeling really bad for you. It's like I just wish that what pisses me off is I feel fucking so helpless because I can't really do much to help you right now.
Don't blame yourself.
You
It's
know,
not your fault.
but I still feel bad, right? Because I think of you as a really great friend, and it pisses me
I
off that I
appreciate
can't help
that.
you, man.
I know. I appreciate that, but don't feel bad.
I'll try not to.
You guys will you guys will go on and continue.
Oh God, we don't want to lose you though, man. We need you in the community. Shit, this is fucked
It was
up.
fun while it lasted.
Oh God, it can't end like this. We got to do something.
I know, but I've tried everything, and I wish I could say I had better news. I don't like having to even talk about this, but I wish I had better
Of
news,
course,
but I don't.
Pop, everything that you've given us, your time, your effort, your love, has been truly like I cherish it, man, and I'm very thankful for everything you've done.
Well, I'm
Whether or
thankful for
not,
you guys. I'm gonna miss you all.
We all
oh,
cherish it.
buddy, yeah, we're gonna miss you, and this is not the end. At the very least, we're gonna talk through Twitter. We'll talk through whatever. If this, you need to focus on you. That's the most important part. Like, we got your back in any way that we can help
I
you.
really don't care if I lose everything. And I'll give you an example. Okay, like the hospital, they're saying, "Oh, sure, yeah, this is if I wasn't moving to Arizona." The hospital I just got out of said, "Okay, we'll be receiving the biopsy results, and then we'll decide on what treatment, and you'll come back on a regular basis and do this and this and this treatment, this and this." And I told them, I said, "Look, you don't understand. If I don't go to Arizona, I'm not going to have a home. I won't care about coming to the hospital for treatment. I won't have a way of doing it. So you're either way, you're not going to see me again, whether I leave or not." And what do they think I'm going to do? Just hop a ride if I'm homeless? Nobody sees the entire picture unless they're in this position.
Well, it's
Yeah.
impossible for us to, buddy. I'm really sorry. Like,
Don't be.
That's the
I,
trouble with the damn system, though, right? Like, I saw a doctor last Thursday in the morning because I've got terrible chronic cough and congestion, in my throat and lungs. And, she seemed duteous enough. She wrote down a lot of notes, what I told her shit. But she made some appointments, but I know I'll be waiting 2 or 3 months before I get a phone call, right? Because the
Even
system is just
even
fucked up.
getting right, even getting food assistance is 2 to 4 weeks waiting list.
Well, I've been on the food bank here for like a year and a half, and I used to
But it,
get milk,
yeah, but
and
that's
eggs, and
I'm just saying that's the easiest to get is food assistance, and that's 2 to 4 weeks before you get anything.
yeah, it's once a month for me. And I used to get milk, eggs, and meat every 4 weeks. I get none of that now because they're so overburdened with people with the inflation shit.
Everywhere, yes.
There were 6 cars ahead of me last Friday when I got there, and that's never happened before. And there's a lot of people
That's
suffering.
another thing too. I don't have a car and I can't drive.
Oh fuck. Oh god.
Yeah, remember I have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, jeez, I just don't know what to say anymore, Ron. It's like
You don't have to. I'm saying
it's, it's
don't let it
so
bug you guys.
bad. I feel bad for you, man.
Don't let it bug you guys.
Oh, it does though, because we care about you.
I know, and I care about you guys, and I'm gonna miss you.
Oh
We're
God, I
gonna
But
hope
miss you, buddy.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer.
this can't be the last time. We got to rally and get together again.
Oh, that's a nice thought, and I wish it was true. I wish it was possible, but unfortunately, my priorities are going to change.
Well, sometimes that's what life throws that shit at you, and you have to change. But
It is.
it's that old
My
saying.
time's up. Pretty much, my time's up.
Well, it's like never surrender, never give up, and
Well,
I do hope
that's
that that.
that's been my motto up till now, but I don't have any. Like I said, I don't know what to say. I don't.
Well, we still got some time before the end of the month, and maybe some of us will come up with an idea. Pop, do not give up. Do not give up, honest man,
I don't know.
because we care.
Well, one thing we can do right now is, and I'll do it first. Is I I was incredibly pleased when I first made your acquaintance, Pop, on another channel we won't mention. But when I came to understand the way you appreciated science fiction and appreciated these elder, I won't say older, elder shows, appreciated finesse in writing, appreciated all the things you appreciated. I thought, well, here is a fellow soul. We're swimming in somewhat the same waters, and I just felt it was incredibly good fortune to step across your path and become a friend of yours and to listen to the wonderful things you would say about films like The Incredible Shrinking Man, and then of course the film Tonight, and then Lost in Space. And I do think that you have been a voice that was necessary to be heard in this pop culture wilderness. And I think you've done an extraordinary job at what you set out to do, and that everyone has appreciated what you've had to say and how you guide the comments of other people, but you bring it back to your perspective, which is very appreciated, very necessary, and it's been a breath of fresh air in a whole city of pollution to me.
Thank you, and it was a pleasure meeting and knowing you too, Hungry Boy.
Big hug, pal. Big hug.
Thank you.
I just have to add everything Hungry just said. I totally feel the same.
Yeah, man, it's pretty hard to compete with anything Hungry says. He says it far better than any of us could. But yeah, dude, you- it's your influence is incredible, Pop. Like you are a gem of a human being. I've said it a bunch, but I genuinely believe it, dude. Like, thank you for
Like I said,
everything.
in best case scenario, if I have to go on the streets, I have to deal with the population. So I don't know what the homeless population. I know sometimes they're violent or mentally ill, but they should at least if give me maybe an Obama phone, and if I can get it and keep it charged, I could try to say hi every now and then on Twitter.
Mm.
Well, welcome, Oiler Greg. He says stay positive, Pop. John says,
I'm positive. I'm fucked. I'm positive about that, Oleg Greg.
Pop says, do not give up. We are not giving up on you. You don't get things sometimes unless you ask. Go back. Ask. Try. We aren't giving up on you.
Ask who? Okay.
But
Fantastic
All right.
system.
But I
Fantastic.
appreciate that, Sean. Thank you.
Pop, it's always great having you there. And there's one person I can count on being in the chat there. It's always you. You've been to almost every single one of my streams there.
I like
So
your streams.
I just look forward to seeing him pop in to say hi, even if you can't stick around to watch. You'll at least make the effort to come in, say hi at least, even if you're working or whatever.
Well, even when you're doing your watch parties, I can't see what you're watching when I'm on my phone, but I still hang around and listen just to hear you guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
don't
okay.
ask Spoiler, Greg. This no. You'll need to. I don't think Pop wants to go into the Arizona thing anymore, Euler.
No, Elder Greg. No, I was informed today that I'm not going to Arizona.
Apparently, according to the group chat, the superintendent put the kibosh on it.
There's no superintendent.
Oh, all right. Well, I misread.
No, what it is, and I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to diss anybody.
Yeah.
But Nina extended the offer, saying, "Why don't you come out and move here with Bill and I?" And I said, "Are you sure it's okay?" And she said, "Sure." And I said, "Okay." So I unfortunately made all my plans around that. And then apparently now she says her sister owns all the property.
So
she says, she's, according to her sister said no today.
Right.
So yeah, it's not like a superintendent or a business.
I'm just wondering, why the hell did her sister have to say no? Like, is it legal reasons or?
Well, why didn't she ask her sister before she extended the offer?
Yeah, well,
that'll go with me to my grave.
That's what I was thinking. Like, why the fuck didn't they clear all this shit legally out before they even made the offer?
I know.
That's fucked up. I can agree. I totally get your frustration, Pop. Like, I would be very pissed if it was like
I said,
everything was good and
right. And knowing there's waiting lists for all the assistants, I would have knowing that if I didn't think I was going to Arizona, I would have filled out all the applications sooner. Even still knowing that all the waiting lists are going to last much longer than the 1st of July.
Yeah, it's like, oh.
But at least that would have bought me a few extra weeks or whatever.
Yeah,
and by the way, not to mention, I feel like I betrayed everybody who donated to that fund.
You didn't betray
you haven't betrayed anybody. We all care, and
I know, but everybody donated, hoping to get me to Arizona, and I feel horrible about that.
Well, just if there's anything left, just add that on to the July rent. If you can extend that.
If I do, like I said, that will take the last bit of money I have. I have two options: take that money and use it to survive, or take that money and give it to my landlord and still be in the same position next month. Does that make sense?
Oh, I'd give it to the landlord and give yourself another month, actually.
And then what would you do the next month?
Well, it gives you another. It's the 20th of June today.
That's not the question. Well, that's not the question. What would you do the next month when you know that the month is running out and you have no money because you spent the last of your money on rent the second time?
If it gives you another 40 days to explore possibilities and try and find a solution, I would go for the 40 days.
I already tried all the avenues. Believe me.
What about buying a super cheap car? Maybe living in that.
Get a cheap car and have a place to sleep at night. Sorry, bad joke, but
yeah, I have a Prius parked out front and it's not running. If it did, I thought about that too. I was thinking about if I could at least live in my car.
Some people,
but it needs a head gasket, and that's like $4,000.
Some people do live in their cars, though, Bob. So
I know, I know. I considered it. Believe me, I considered all of it.
Pops, I'm sure you've considered more than anything that any of us can think of. Like, I get it.
I've had more time to think about it. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. No kidding. No kidding.
And Ola Greg, I can't store my stuff. I'm paying $100 a month to do that, and I can't because it's going to drain what little money I have. I've got to either get it out of there, or just sacrifice it and let them keep everything. It's all my personal belongings, everything that I've had since I was a kid, my Air Force papers, everything. That's what I'm saying. Is this? Yeah, it's everything that I. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just feel so bad about all this shit. Like, I wish. I mean, I'm not even going to try to offer a solution anymore because I have no fucking ideas.
There isn't none, but that's okay. I appreciate it's the
I know
thought that counts.
I have no fucking ideas. I just feel like shit that I read this on Twitter today. All this crap that's come down. Everything seems so optimistic a day or two ago, right? And
Well,
it's like,
I'm worried. I hope people don't blame me, thinking that I
fuck
made
no.
all this for attention just to get money. I hope that
Oh
doesn't
fuck.
happen.
Oh hell
Never.
no. No.
No,
Hell
Bob.
No, we know you well enough, Pop. We know you're not. The last thing you are is about attention. Fuck, man. Don't ever think that shit. Fuck no.
And if anyone does, fuck those
Don't
people.
ever think that. I mean, why the fuck do you think we're on the panel here? It's because we know you, we love you, we've had fun with you. We talked about all kinds of cool shit, like horror movies and sci-fi movies and Lost in Space on Monday nights, and it's like we're here because we have a good time together. And don't ever think don't ever think that, man.
Well, I know you guys know that because you've spent time with me on my panel, on my channel, and in other channels and streams. But I know there's people that donated. They're gonna wonder, and I feel bad. And Ola Greg, save your stuff while you're getting hospice care. Hospice is when you're on your deathbed, Ola Greg.
Yeah, hopefully Bob's not quite there yet.
Right, hospice is only to help you to the grave. You're right. That's the last
Yeah,
minute.
no,
Yeah.
no. That's many years away, hopefully.
Well, now I don't know.
Oh
I was
shit,
hoping to hold
man.
off as long as possible. If I could, I was hoping to get somewhere where I could take the time to get treatment, but I don't know if that's going to happen now.
Oh fuck. This is like a shit show, isn't it, Pop? It's like,
Yeah.
god damn. It's like sometimes it just seems like everything just piles up. I
It
can't
happens.
believe what's happened to you the last couple of months, really, man.
Yeah, it happens.
I'm just fucked up. I can't even say anything.
It's nobody's fault but my own.
No,
So I don't blame anybody. So I don't want anyone to feel bad.
it's not your own. I mean, you can't blame yourself for getting a brain tumor and a thing in your lung, right? That's not your fault. That's just like nature, Mother Nature, like screwing you over, right?
Well, and if I'm living on the streets, why do I want treatment? Why do I want to extend my life if I'm living on the streets?
Oh, don't think
That's
like
why
that.
I'm not gonna. I don't want to continue living on the streets. So let's put it this way: the sooner the better. I'll put it that way.
Quality
We don't want that.
quantity.
Well, they already said it's malignant anyway.
Is it? Is that the brain thing, Miss Malignant? Or?
All of it. It's
Oh,
connected because it started in one location and spread.
So you're saying it's metastasized is the definition.
I guess I don't know. I'm tired.
Well, my my
That's what it is.
my dear sister passed away about 23 years ago from breast cancer, and it was when it metastasized and went to her liver when she passed away. So that kind of sounds like it could be the thing. Shit.
Well, the Greg, emergency housing, months of waiting list. I did check on that. I'm going to be clear and I'm going to be straight up. When I called the number for emergency social services and they said, "How can we help you?" I'm going to be verbatim. "How can we help you?" I said, "Yes, I need help with emergency housing, possible food, and cash assistance if you have it." And they said, "Are you black?" That is not a joke. Why would I joke right now about that?
Wow.
That's fucked up.
Right. So even if I apply, I'm going to be moved down way down the list.
Did you tell me you're Native American?
It doesn't matter. The only thing they care about is if I'm black or I'm an illegal immigrant. Only then do you qualify for everything for free. This is California. I'm sorry to be blunt and brutal, but that is the truth. Okay, so anyway, you guys have a great night, okay?
Yeah,
I will
Pop.
try, Pop. You as well, buddy. Like as
Oh,
best you can.
well, thank you for introducing me to this movie, Pop. I was gonna give it an A plus.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. My mind. Yeah.
Well,
It's all
don't
Let's
good, buddy.
yeah. Let's give your reviews. Gorilla, starting with you. What's your review of this movie?
Well, it's an A plus there. I thought it was predictable, but enjoyably predictable. I
I'm glad to hear that.
I kept predicting everything in there. It's like classic tropes in that. And I just started noticing, hey, they did this in another show. Hey, they did this in another show. Hey, they did this in another show. But this one came out before all those.
Yes. So it influenced a lot. So I'm gracious for that. And Gorilla, tell us about your channel.
Uh, I've been doing a lot of shorts. Like I just showed everybody my car fucked up there, so I gotta go car shopping and all that. Or been doing a lot of fishing shorts and stuff. I don't think I'll be able to do um either that. It'd be delayed really in a couple hours or so tomorrow. So I probably won't do it Black Mirror, but otherwise Friday I should have a Walton's review. Saturday I should be home in time for um, Babylon 5 watch party. Then on Sunday we are watching the Crystal Skull.
Okay, cool. I hope you get that car. That Toyota that you put on Twitter looks nice.
Yeah, I gotta go an hour and a half to 2 hours to get it.
Orla Greg, I want to comment here. Tell them your health condition is critical. It makes a big difference. Orla Greg, I was at the hospital asking them, saying, "Look, you guys know what I need, treatment I need. Is there any emergency assistance, emergency disability?" And they said, "Nope. You got to just apply at the website, the EDD website, like everybody else." I believe me, I asked all those questions several times. They don't care. But okay, so let me do this. I'm sorry, I'm slow, guys.
You're
Oh,
fine,
Pop,
Pop.
no worries, buddy.
Hungry Boy, would you like to share with us your review of the movie?
Yeah, just to distract us from what's going on and keep up the tradition of your fine channel and your fine efforts, I would. I rate this an A plus plus. It had a lot going against it to make it this fine film at the time. Not a lot of people were investing in what?
Huh?
Really, dude? Gorilla.
That
Did
wasn't
you
me.
lose it?
Don't look
Was
at
it
me on
me?
that one.
Oh
Was it
well, I
me?
apologize then.
But there wasn't a lot going on for this kind of genre of film in terms of big budget and big names. So when this came out, it meant a lot to me. And when I watch it again in my 20s, it still holds up. Again in my 30s, it still holds up. Again 2 years ago, it still holds up. Again now, it still holds up. And just like Pop has said, it's so wonderful to see people who generally get pigeonholed, like Eddie Albert, be shown for a totally different ability in their acting range. And it was wonderful to also, just to make Pop laugh a little bit, revisit a film that was so not politically correct in any way,
Yes.
and still be classy in the script, and to have Mr. Sydow be a character at the start, a semi-villain, but end up being a bit of a hero. So he's got an arc as well as our main character having an arc. But to have Eddie Albert facing off with the guy from the Warriors was just amazeballs. I hate to use a millennial term, but it was
Right.
amazeballs.
Right. Now,
And
unless you've seen it, it's hard to imagine that would actually happen. Most people probably wouldn't believe you.
yeah, they think we were messing with them or pulling their leg on the internet.
Right. Right.
And all of these wonderful physical sets, especially in the last 20 minutes of the film, that were created, and the physical costumes that were created. I mean, it almost feels like this film, to a certain extent, was a labor of love by the people who were making it. And I didn't feel for 1 second like Mr. Quaid was phoning it in. I felt like he was committed to the role. He believed in the role. He felt pleasure in what he was doing as a professional actor, and he held his
Good to see you,
ground.
Tony.
He,
Sorry,
he,
go
he
ahead.
held his, he held his ground against great actors like Mr. Plummer, like Mr. Sydow and everybody else, and everybody pulled their weight. Even George Wendt pulled his weight, and that's a hard thing
Yes.
to do for George Wendt. Joke.
Yep.
And a hard thing to do for me too, by the way. So I'm just so glad that this is one of your favorite movies, because I was wondering for a couple of months, oh God, I hope this is one of Pop's favorite movies, because I really love this one. I wonder if he's ever going to review it. Lo and behold, here we were.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I agree with everything you said.
Right on, Pop. Right on.
Okay. PvP, what say you about this?
Oh, shit.
PvP takes the fifth.
Are you hearing? Are you hearing me now? I have my
Yes. Yeah, we hear you
I
now.
have my mute on because I was just listening there intently.
No
Um,
problem.
yeah, I had never seen this film. I was very impressed. It was actually a very, very great film. And the thing, what I liked is it was like it was like two films in one. Like the first 79, 80 minutes were like, oh, let's do the research on dreams, right? And then the last part is like totally political. Let's kill the president. Let's do all that shit. And I was like, holy crap, this got really dark. So yeah, I love this film. I do the 4 out of 5. So I give it a 4 out of 5 rating because it's very, very good. Um, Shit, I don't know what else to say. There's like just a lot of good shit in this movie. So yeah, I'll probably
Right.
just
So
cut it
we highly
short.
recommend it for any if any of you out there listening. We highly recommend this movie if you
Yeah,
have not seen it.
I probably understand Pop wants to cut this one short tonight, so I'll keep
Cut
my.
it short. We're at 6 hours going on.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to do. Damn it! I know it's like
No, don't
insane, but
apologize. Don't apologize. We kept going off subject and talking about my situation. So no, there's
yeah.
no one to blame
I
except
don't
you.
have much else to actually say, Pop. Though I think it's a great film. It kind of does about 80 minutes in. It was like from a fun film about dream research, and it flips into the political, nasty stuff. So it's a great film, though, and I can't really add much to that.
Okay, well, thank you, PvP.
You're welcome, Pop.
Okay, let me see here. And I'd have to say I give the movie an A+. I love the movie. It's very unique. It's very ingenious. It was imagine Bruce Con Curtis, the producer, and the people who wrote it. I always wonder why they didn't go on to do better things. I don't know if they may have, but it was a true gem of a movie. The casting is fantastic. It's good to see everybody. Really, I mean, you really see acting chops in this movie. Really, really top acting.
Yes.
I wish it would have. I wish it would have gotten more recognition in the 1980s when it came out. It certainly deserved a lot more.
Yes.
And I appreciate you guys being here with these streams. I hope we've been so far, or to this point, I hope we did good choices. I know there's a lot more out there I wish I could cover, but I hope you've been happy with the choices we picked so far.
Yes, we have.
I think so. I've been happy with it.
I have to say the choices you made on the horror sci-fi streams over the last number of months have been absolutely pretty much perfection, Bob.
Yep.
I-
Top notch. Top
I
notch.
haven't. I mean, even when I couldn't make them, maybe because I worked, most of them I think I've made in the last part, and they've always been really, really great. So I'll shut
Not
the
a,
fuck up.
right, not a bad movie in the bunch. They've all been good.
And
Okay,
hey, Bob, at least you got to avoid zombie.
Avoid. I like Zombie.
I know. I'm kidding.
I never got to show Zombie. I never got to show I Madman. There's so many other movies I wanted to share.
I was just joking because we both love that film. That's all. I'm just
Yeah,
trying-
the only reason why people say no is because they've never heard of it. Once they see it, they change their minds.
Yeah, I know. And it's kind of like when we're watching this film. To back you up, when we're watching this film, there was another film you probably saw because I know I saw it too. The year before in '83, and that film starring Natalie Wood was actually
Brainstorm?
yes, that was the last film she ever did, pretty
Yeah,
much.
she died during the production of it.
Yeah, and I have to say that Dreamscape was what I wanted out of Brainstorm. Brainstorm was good, and I love Christopher Walken in it, but it didn't have all the elements this had. So I'm really glad you chose this film for tonight. I'm really glad.
Right, I agree, and I have to admit that they weren't able to complete the ending of Brainstorm because of her death. So
Yeah.
what we got was just what they had filmed and they edited together. So it could have been a better movie. We'll never know, right?
Precisely.
That's exact. I just want to mention that's exactly what occurred to me watching this film tonight was the Brainstorm film, and it's like because it was right around the same year, right? Pretty
And
close.
similar themes, getting in people's heads with technology.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like I was thinking, shit, that Natalie Wood movie was pretty similar, but it's like I didn't want to derail it by saying too much, but yeah, it's exactly.
That's why I didn't mention it till now, buddy. That's why I didn't mention
Right,
it.
and it was
No.
and that was the 1980s, years before VR, got glasses, goggles, Quest, and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of the few times where Christopher Walken was not totally over the top, but when he looked at him, but when I'm sure Pop appreciated this moment too, when he's got the walking stick and he's trying to convince people to save some lives, and he just says, "The ice is gonna break," and then you get goosebumps, because that's the guy struggling against his metaphysical, supernatural, weird ass science moment. But this film did it better. This film just had so much more to offer, I felt.
Yeah, I agree. And to answer, let me show this here. Let me highlight this chat. Starkewire and Tony, will you be with us on Tribbles with Jill next Tuesday? No, I'm sorry. This is my last stream. So, but I appreciate it though, and I'm gonna miss her streams.
Yeah.
Okay. So have a good night, everybody. Thank you all, huh?
Right.
You
Take
too,
care.
Pop. Wishing you well too, man.
Okay, well take care, everybody. And I wish you all a pleasant and bright future.
You
Thanks.
too.
Well, I
You
hope
too.
you get this figured out as soon as possible.
Well, you can always hold out hope. Never hurt, never kills anybody.
No. Love you, Pop.
Yeah, buddy, we love you.
Please try and stay positive, Pop. Sometimes the darkest moments, there could be a cloud that lifts,
Yeah, I know. I've heard all the cliches.
I know it's bullshit, but I'm just trying to cheer you up,
I
man.
mean, look at the bright side. At least it's not none of you guys have to go through this. I mean, so that's a good thing, right?
We don't, even if we're not going through it, we still care about you. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wish I could be closer so I could get you to my place there. You'd always have a room here.
Oh, I appreciate that gorilla.
Yeah,
The thought means a lot to me, believe me.
so
But
much
I don't
wish
have
could
any
do
money
something.
I wouldn't have any close to the money to move to Minnesota. I don't care about the weather. It's the cost. I don't have a way of doing it. But thank you, brother. Okay, so with that, everybody have a great night.
You
And
too,
it
Bob.
was so great knowing all you guys. I've learned so much from you, and you guys will always mean a lot to me, and I'll always remember you. And I really appreciate you spending time with me and your support.
We will see you again, Pop. Don't give up. We will see you again.
Okay, take care, everybody.
You too, Pop.